Mid lane, they're making the move over onto XM, throws out the stun. He doesn't have fate shift back up.
Dials are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Whoa, he's trying to get away, but there is not an easy escape from this. So
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Burn me with my blade.
Success, getting health, getting the turnaround, the infest to save him. Can they keep him alive? They will. XXS is gonna survive through this. And just like that, they're bringing boom. More people brought by Azure right early in the battle, but since there's no infest, that's gonna put Lul in a bad position. No rage for 8 seconds means he goes down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, dangerous. They have the corrosive haze. Can they get there in time and apply enough damage? They're breaking absolutely everything. Movement in at 1. Some trouble. They bring numbers again. 4 heroes surround that Dragon Knight, and mid one's gonna go down. Do anything to... Oh, whoa. Global? They're coming from behind. XM onto 2 of them. They find both Puppey and the Venge. Both get brought down. But another stun. Nothing done there, but the smoke and turnaround is coming in this direction. We're trying to play it cool. Has 10 seconds still left on raid. As they will find Brew. Boom. He's down low. Does he get the spot up? No. Able to get that lift at the last second. Now the walk forward from XXS needs to run away, being slowed down like crazy by this Venomancer, but he's getting some separation. Mid one is going to get the kill, but can he get out afterwards? Not so sure. Puck is dead though. Never mind. Chrysalis comes in to clean up. Silence. To be careful, Global is up 2. They're gonna pop it, trying to stay alive. Not going to happen. And mid one blinked in to try and save him. The swap out just means that Yimich might die too, because I think DK is gone. Oh god, get out of there, buddy. We'll have this up. All right.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh! Yeah, the TP rotation with the Infest Bomb, and it's okay to lose Puppey, not okay to mid one. Oh man, this is not the way they wanted this to go, and now Rupture onto Xinku. Chrysalis trying to get something out of this fortunate situation, and getting that kill is actually pretty nice. Now the coil, Chrysalis leached up. If he goes down now too, he's in trouble also. Starts to die, dwindles away, and I mean, they'll get the silencer here, but they have lost so many heroes.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, Global to start, but he gets it off. The first time that these fights start where he gets the Bruce split off in good time, but the oil and now the turnaround. XXS trying to stand tall and beat away at them, but it is eventually going to be brought down. It comes at the cost of damage. Now throwing out the Gale, they're gonna buy back on the bench, trying to get away with Boom, swapping him out. Ooh, good timing getting that off, but the bash comes through nonetheless. Avis Solar Crest, but Yimich, he's in trouble. Mid one throws in some illusions to try and slow this down. Still Chrysalis in trouble, tries to get out, but dodge away, survive. Chrysalis standing toe to toe and bringing him down.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, the scan hits though, so Puppey knows that they're going to be coming out this direction, and he breaks the blink, and now the lift up onto XXS. That is what they needed. Do they decide to fight or do they want to get out? Never mind. Chrysalis just gets exploded. They already have the split used. Oh no, maybe they bit off more than they could chew. Chrysalis turns, wants to battle, gets down to the low ground with the Manta, so they can't get any bashes. And now trying to control more, they get the TP out on the Slardar. Rubik trying to create some separation here. They've already used Global. XM now being hunted by Chrysalis while the stun goes on to the DK himself. Do they have enough damage here? Slardar is running back out, but he's a ways away. Trying to kite mid one, trying to keep him under control. They're waiting and trying to buy time for Slardar, but they know that Secret are low.
The tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Jump in, 3 people caught with the crush. Can they find any more? Boom, he gets that split off, but mid one up on the high ground continues to feed into the rest of them. Duel turned upon, beat down. Do they have enough damage to kill him off? He's right, taking out Chrysalis though quite drastically. Needs to run out on that Bloodseeker, doesn't it? Separation. Boom, in some trouble now too. Tries to get away. They just don't have enough damage. Yeah, you can hit me from on high ground, but it's only tickling. They don't have enough Midas armor on this. Make it happen. Now, in the meantime, they swap out one. That keeps Puppy alive. Mitch, gonna pay the price. He did have Aghanim Scepter. Okay, wait a minute. Maybe they got something here. They pull him back in closer. Lul starts to drop down low and getting beaten away, but also the Bloodseeker, the stun comes through. They take down one. The coil snap is there. Chrysalis is gone. Mid one, again, he's only tickling. They have AC done on XXS, but wait a minute, he's got the amplified damage on himself. Tries to back away, mid one, getting some separation. XM chasing, and Boom is taking care of the supports, but mid one is really in a bad way now. Needs to get out of there, does not have an escape. That is dead. Aegis is going to be an Elder Dragon. Oh, God. They have to get... Okay. Dangerous. Gotta be careful with his positioning. They swap him in and he's gone. Okay. That's not what he was hoping for. He gets the infest and gets away. Lul just survives. Now the coil out with already both supports dead, and now Boom also in the grave. Azure Ray. Oh man, they are in a really good spot. Now swapping Mikkeln in because he stole swap on Sync. What a gamer. Unbelievable. Mid one now is going to get beaten down to death, and this is probably going to be about her.
Radiant's bottom deck is falling. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified.
Oh god, and Chrysalis gets caught now too. The swap to seem alive though does mean that Yamich is still going to end up dying. His illusion goes down afterwards. They do have the Venom ulti on them, but I don't know if it's going to matter. Wait a minute, XM though starts to drop. He went in too far. Okay, hold on. Are they throwing or are they just going to finish it? Looks like they're just running right in to end this one off. Mid one, trouble. They fall back on XM. That is going. Azure Ray, and as they got to the end of it. Trouble, able to dodge. Oh my god, and then mid one's there, can't do anything. Tries to summon the bear, does get a root. Couple more hits, can they get enough damage? I mean, Primal is just hard to kill. On the other side, Puppy is beating down Zincu, but can't get him under the tower, and I think he's gonna be too late to catch up to XXS also. Wait a minute, no, because the Diffusal Blade. All right, Diffusal Blade there, and now they have enough time. Yeah, this is huge. Just that 1 point in the Pit of Malice, but the stun actually creates some separation, and Lul, they're going to have vision on it. That's the scary part. Meanwhile, Puppey trying to run down Sing Q. They throw out the Sun Ray, dive through. It's going to end up being Tianming's dead. No! Instead, they turn it, and he gets level 6 off of it, too! Oh my god! In a fine Chrysalis will get denied by Roche. But in the end, Lul is just going to take it away. Boom! Does he see him in time? No! A second.
Three, 4 heroes to side lanes, pre-minute 10. They've just been constantly barreling forward, even with net worth disadvantages. And the style of heroes that Mid1 has been playing in his Invokers and in his any kind of playmaking hero like Pucks, it's been working very nicely.
And I like a lot what he's been doing. Even when his gameplay or his early laning stage isn't as good, it doesn't impact his gameplay. Like, he will still do the same thing on Invoker if he has 10 CS or 30 at 5 minutes, just because this is what we do, this is the script, this is how the team works. I'll still do it.
Yeah, I'll always express my skepticism when a mid laner wasn't playing mid for like a sizable amount of time. And that's something that we only really see in the mid lane, like the actual laning stage itself, because Mira was mentioning, he is a playmaker. His like game sense around the map, knowing where he needs to be at the right time is absolutely there. But against a player like Nisha, I am absolutely concerned for like what that 5-minute CS count looks like.
Well, we're gonna find out which heroes they get to play in that mid lane with, as we are in the draft.
Hello.
It is time to try and educate everybody, including ourselves, a little bit on the changes, the heroes, and the Lion pops up first, and that, Brian, is one of the heroes that we wanted to mention already at the start, because it is a big one.
Yeah, the Shard is no longer a meme on Reddit anymore. This now does 100% of the mana drained as damage, so I not only think that gives him like some mid to late game usage of the Shard in fights, but also like in the laning stage, you can just impale mana drain somebody, and suddenly it's doing damage.
And that makes it really relevant because in the past, the way Lion traded on lane was he would impale and mana drain anyway, just so that he could get the mana back from the impale. But he was losing those couple of seconds that he was mana draining as a trade. The other support would either choose to right-click him out of his radar or just walk away, so they don't get their mana drains. Now there's definitely more utility to it, and that was one of Lion's biggest weaknesses, honestly, is his laning was fine. It was all right. Like, if you paired him with a hero like Dawnbreaker in the past, you could get kills, but outside of that, he just fell short compared to any other popular lane support, like the Dark Willows.
I feel like Lion was already creeping up a little bit, and now when those heroes who have the trajectory also get a buff, they're naturally going to be very good. I also like the secret. You know, they just stick with the Nature's Prophet. I think this is a great hero for, especially day one of a new patch. You know, they're still thinking about what's good, what's not. Nature's Prophet was good last patch. Didn't really get changed very much. I think very minor nerfs, but it's a great hero for Puppey. Speed it up, fits perfect with their lineup.
It's something I actually want to bring up. You were talking, Brian, about how against the lane-dominating mid laner like Nisha, it's going to be a little bit scary for Mid1, but I really feel like with the changes to the power runes, with them becoming stronger, shouldn't that make rotations for a player like Mid1 even more powerful? And wouldn't that make it more necessary for teams to play around power runes more than they used to, instead of side lanes?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Nature's Prophet's going to be one of the best supports just to do that. I think what Secret does is they're willing to take fights no matter what the game state looks like, and they'll always bring the numbers. Because you said, like, they'll just bring 4 heroes to a side lane. In this case, with the new patch, they might have already discussed exactly that. Like, maybe that's going to be much more focused on the mid lane this game.
I think runes are just so important. I don't know if this will ever change throughout the course of Dota, because it just does too much, especially now with all the changes to the runes as well. Like spellcasters who now, yeah, you have good right-click damage anyway with a DD, but now you get spell amp in the early game, like you mentioned some Zeus, Storm, whatever it may be. Now they don't just want Arcanes, DDs are good too, so, you know, rune stongs.
And I'm glad Arcane Rune got nerfed. I do have to bring that out, and especially with the spell prisms and the quickening charms of the world getting cycled out of this patch and its neutral items, I think that's an excellent change. I think CDR in Dota was way too broken.
I fully agree. This stuff was way too good. I mean, I also always like when stuff like this gets like cycled in and out. Maybe it's a bit hard to like get used to. But when it comes to the next pick, Mars, there were a lot of changes to this hero. It's a lot easier to do the good old arena spear combo. You have less backswing, you have less formation on the arena. And I think Mars as well was a bit underrated until we saw a game from Amar. He pops off, now he's back.
And Bulwark now gives Mars phased movement, which kind of sounds like nothing at first glance, but things like that are very relevant, especially in the laning phase when you could potentially get a skill point in this and it could help you just run through a creep wave make it faster. Just these little changes really add up on heroes like Mars, who have already been kind of good, but not good enough.
Yeah, it's important to note that they're not necessarily game-breaking changes on any of his spells, but if you look at the patch notes, it's all 4 spells for Mars that got buffed. So that's going to absolutely play a role. And you mentioned the spear into arena combo being so much easier to execute with the formation time of arena. That's also going to make it so if you just go for the arena in the laning phase, you're not going to have that time where you miss them. That happens maybe 10-20% of the time. These little changes that just these niche situations where it would have potentially gone the other way. As Mira said, you get past a creep wave because they're body blocking you with summons. There's just so many matchups that are now slightly in favor of Mars when they weren't before.
And it makes Mars better at catching out these pesky storms and pucks of the past. Now that this combo is faster, he's actually a pretty legitimate hero to pick as a solution versus these hard to catch mid laners.
You have to be careful as Monkey King, like you can get cut down from your tree, but either way, I like Liquid's response with the Monkey Lich. Like you want to stop this tempo from the Mars coming in, you know Nature's Prophet is very likely to TP to this lane, and we cannot forget as well, there's a very easy Sprout into Spear combo at any point in the lane if Puppey does TP over to the lane. But, you know, Team Liquid, they're very good with Monkey King, they can play it on 1, they can play it on Nisha as well, lots of tempo, fits very well in this game.
Yeah, and Liquid were already running this Monkey King plus Lich lane as a response to Slardar, and it worked out really well, even when these heroes weren't that good. But now, guess what? These heroes are also buffed. I don't remember monkeys exactly, I'm scrolling to them right now, but there are a lot of quality of life changes, like the Boundless Strike shards, Primal Spring damage is higher. The Tree Dance did get lower cast range, but now on max level, you get 0.8 seconds to refresh it, which makes you a lot harder to catch, right? Those 0.2 seconds can be very, very effective. And the CD decrease on Wukong's command. You think 10 seconds on level 1 is not that relevant? It actually really is. These 10 seconds add up, especially when there's a lot of fights going on in the early game. So it feels like Monkey King just has a better presence early on. One
thing I want to note, because you guys are touching a lot on the small changes, Dota at the highest level is all about the small things. You put yourself in a position where you're like, okay, if they go on me here, I will still live and I'll get out, in a small change like 0.1, 0.2 seconds or a few hundred range. It will change everything. Suddenly you die, you look like a clown, the entire fight is over. Like, it's gonna be hard to adjust to these things. But Team Secret, back to basics, mid 1 Invoker, a classic.
And also, Monkey King used to be a traditional counter to Mars, and that once Mars would place an arena, Monkey King would throw down his ring and kind of take that area back for his team. But now that Wukong's command got an extra plus 75 AoE cast range on it, that makes it easier to do this arena counterplay. So it's a very cool concept.
I think Monkey King is also one of the primary beneficiaries of the Orb of Corrosion change. Yeah, the minus armor was okay for him, but any hero that also benefits from attack speed with the movement speed slow of the Orb of Venom, in the case of Monkey King, helping him build up those Jingu stacks in the laning phase, suddenly you're looking at Boundless Strike being 15 mana less at level 1. That's going to help you secure range creeps in the lane. Then you've got this Orb of Corrosion that's going to buff up that like 3-4 minute timing in the laning phase. You might even be having like the Lich kill combo with Lion going through the portal, but all these little things, right? That's what these teams are going to abuse, and I like that these teams are sticking to their signatures that they think got buffed in a relevant way in a new patch.
That's actually a really good point about the Orb of Corrosion. Monkey King should be one of the best new carriers of this item, and in the past, when you would go Orb of Corrosion, the Blightstone active wasn't as good as all of the extra attack speed and armor for farming neutral count, right? That's the issue with Orb of Corrosion, is that it doesn't really translate to the farming stage of your carry that well. But this new Orb of Corrosion, not only is it strong in lane, not only does it give you armor, but it's going to help you just kill creeps faster. Yeah, Blossoms
Haze, I would say, is like one of the nicest feeling items as a carry. Like just early attack speed on any build-up is great. I want to touch on how the draft is developing. I think Invoker is great in this draft. You have the Dispel, you can have Sunstrike set up if you want to play Quasvex, you have the Tornado to Dispel, and both teams are kind of like building on top of what they have. And I think Liquid, with a lot of team fight like counter control with the Pango, is super important against heroes like Rasta, the Mars Arena as well, the Invoker. So I think both teams are literally getting exactly what they want.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to kill the Shadow Shaman. They gave him 1 base armor.
It's unkillable.
In the new patch. But also, if you think about like 3-4 patches ago, Shaman Hex was just a Hex. Now, with the new level 10 talent and all the buffs he's received, it is 35% damage amp on the target that is Hexed. It is insane how
they gave him a Hex damage amp talent on 10. All right.
So like suddenly you're just like half as tanky as any hero in the game when you're Hexed, and that's gonna contribute to like heroes like Invoker with the Meteor combo, the Sunstrike, Mars. There's a lot they can dump in that 3-second Hex.
Yeah, that's not insignificant whatsoever. Right now, the hero that benefits most from Shaman's new Hex would be the Invoker, but even that is enough, right? You're talking about this Shaman suddenly setting up for these Sunstrikes in the early game with the Hex into Shackle. That could be a lot of damage, a lot of ways to get those early kills on side lanes the way that Secret like to play. And of course, Shaman's always had incredibly high attack damage, so he was good at trading. We laugh about +1 base armor, but +1 base armor to a hero with base damage like Shaman's is pretty crazy. It really adds up in those first few levels. These support trades are going to be really important, and I feel like Shaman should be able to out-trade Lich quite easily.
Ooh.
I think this is a pretty dirty pick, I think. I'm already surprised Visage has only been played once in this tournament. I think heroes who go like Vlad's, AC, Solar Crest are incredibly strong. You already have minus armor as well with the Lucky Shot. And these two supports, if there's two supports that don't want to play against summons, I mean, these two are in my top 3 list of Rasa and Nature's Prophet.
So Visage got buffed, right? So Soul Assumption damage is now calculated before reductions. Whereas before it was doing damage after reduction. So he's just going to do more damage overall in the laning phase with his Soul Assumption.
Where do we want to see everybody lanes? Because I feel like Pango and Visage can go anywhere. And actually maybe Monkey King also.
Probably going to be Pango mid and then the Visage off lane. I'm just interested to see, like, you against Visage, you always want a hero that can just kill him, because level 1, he's very weak, but if you don't threaten him, that Soul Assumption hurts, and then once he gets like level 2 or 3 with the Grave Chill points, and then a point in Gravekeepers, okay, so they actually go for Void. That's the opposite of a hero that I think would punish the Visage.
The wombo combo potential on the side of Team Secret, though. Oh my goodness, that's gonna hurt.
This is all about pacing, I think. Team Liquid's always been a high-paced team. They doubled down on that with the Visage. Monkey King is going to be likely to get very active in the early game, but if they get to that late game on Secret, yeah, as you guys said, the Wombo's there.
Secret scaling is pretty nasty, I would say, but I am afraid for them. I think Team Liquid's early game pacing, Visage in the lane, you have a Pango who doesn't have too many answers apart from getting chronoed, a Monkey King lane as well. I think Secret's early game, they have to damage control hard.
It's just going to be another classic story of tempo versus scaling into the late game, which team will be able to pull off their strategy better. But I think that with all of the changes to potentially going high ground earlier, with the way that super creeps are changed, with the way the Roche banner is now a thing, that could potentially contribute to the game ending faster, making these scaling lineups a little bit less potent. My biggest question mark is actually Pango. I wanted to ask you about him, because like, can you quickly say something about the changes? Is it good or bad?
I honestly don't even know what happened to him, so hold on.
They gave him the level 15 talent kind of for free on the shield crash cooldown.
I remember. I think this is a huge buff. I don't know why they did that. Now it means you don't have to take the other talent. You can take the lower duration of your ult. They just gave him a shard for free.
Well, we did talk about the importance of the mid lane in this matchup with Nisha versus mid 1, and it seems like mid 1 on his Invoker has his work cut out for him against the Pango of Nisha. We're going to find out how it's going to play out. First game of our first best of 3. Malaysia, make some noise for Cap and SPG.
That's right, the first match here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur on the main stage. It's also the first with the new patch, Avery. It's exciting times. Whenever you have a big new patch like this, it's always big question marks. I mean, it's one of the rare times I feel like playing ground across not just the pros, but the community. Everyone's learning together.
That's right. We're all terrible, same time, same degree. Can't ask for anything more. I guess if you were a team that was dominating, maybe a little bit upset. You know, if you were figuring out the patch, you had to keep going. But hey, that's what Total's all about. Adapt, improvise.
Both these teams, you could say, were not doing the best because they weren't in the upper bracket in the first place. So, you know, maybe they're both happy there's a new patch to be figured out. I know Insania was talking about it. He tweeted out about it. It's like, well, if we lose, then this is terrible and we hate this. But if we win, it was great for Dota. So.
Yeah, set up the reasons before the match happens. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah. That's what you got to do anyway, because we're probably going to be stretched out for, when it comes to this match, there's a lot of things unexpected here, right? We've got Lion, everyone's talking about the Lion. It was a meme, now it's become real. Now there's real damage behind it. It was the first thing that Slack said when we went into the green room. Did you see Lion? What'd you guys think? I was right all along.
No, he was just wrong very early. That's how I like to think about it. I mean, that's such a dangerous precedent, though.
Yes.
That means if you just make enough noise about a hero, you put enough fake news out there.
Yeah, you just meme enough about it on Reddit.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm arguing for, like, give me 5 base damage on Bane for, like, 6 years, nothing. This guy makes a ramp, and in a day, becomes the most broken first pick support of the patch, potentially. I mean, bad precedent if I say so myself, but we'll see. Maybe it'll lose. Maybe it'll be terrible.
Maybe. I don't know. It's going to be interesting, because I already saw, like, a couple pro players trying out in the mid lane. I saw Miracle, not Southeast Asian Miracle. He was playing mid Lion. Obviously, we're not going to be seeing it here. They're picking boring old fake-ass hero Pango, you know?
You know what Invoker's change was? It was like 1 base damage or something?
yeah.
Really exciting, yeah.
Like a little bit more agility or something like that. Yeah. nothing super exciting there, but Lion being picked up, I think Visage. I mean, Visage is one of the heroes that I was going to look for, not because of the Visage change himself, but the biggest changes in this patch were actually the items, right? And I think that Visage and Pango actually both take advantage of one of these items, which is Bloodthorn.
Yeah, a lot of the crits too. I mean, even something like the Conda could be interesting. Like, Visage was a phylactery buyer at that point as well. There's a lot of really big changes to the itemizations that are going to affect a lot of the offlaners in particular, I think. I think the Veil into the Shivas is another route because it uses Helm of Iron Will. Anytime these big region items get turned into items that can scale into the mid game, eventually it feels like the offlane meta pushes that direction, right? Especially with some of the rings or like these other random part buildups getting nerfed a bit.
Yep.
It's going to be interesting to see maybe some of these int or agi offlaners have a bit more viability compared to all these strength, bruisers we've seen for the last year or so.
So if you guys are wondering, if you guys haven't actually checked out the patch, or if you have, you probably don't remember anything in it because it's massive. But what we're talking about when it comes to at least the Bloodthorn is the new active. It makes it so all attacks against the target deal 60 bonus magic damage. So that applies for the Visage. It applies for the Familiars too, I believe. When we were testing it earlier, it worked that way. Pango with a Swashbuckle. There's another one as well. You also were talking about the new item. Which one? The Parasma?
Conda.
The Conda. So that one is
Conda
like
forever, Cap.
Of course, of course. That one's the upgraded phylactery, right?
Yes. No.
What? No, it's the upgraded phylactery.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Talking about where now when you get the extra damage, basically phylactery does extra damage when you hit a spell on somebody, right? Single target spell. But now it's when you upgrade it to Conda, the spell is similar to Phylactery's passive, but the bonus damage is rescaled from a flat 100 to 100 plus 75% of your attack damage. And there's a lot of heroes that could use that. First hero that came to mind was like Clinks for me, right? Additional flow,
well,
hero that already builds physical damage.
Keep that hero out of the meta. But, it looks like a game's starting up soon. And of course, I mean, the one hero that I will have them in, the Shaman, Cap.
Of course.
He has been rising for so long. This tournament is about rising above fate. The Shaman will now rise above the fate. He has gotten the extra armor. He has finally gotten the buffs this hero requires. And now we are seeing him on the main stage, on LAN, in a vital elimination match. There's a reason why. This hero, in my opinion, incredibly good. The new level 10 talent as well, plus 10 on the Hex damage amp. This spell is no joke. You get hexed in the middle of a fight. It reminds me of the old Soul Amp from Shadow.
Yes.
Like Soul Catcher. You're just like removing effective raw percent HP because of the effective buff. This is something I want to look out for, and I like this support duo that is coming out from Secret in general, because we also saw Puppey just popping off on the Furion this whole tournament, right? It felt like this has been his highest impact hero because it's a support that he can basically just play core on. And if there's one thing we know about Puppey, it's that he basically wishes he could play carry every game.
Yeah, pretty much. And we're going to see him already looking at the Phylactery, which is pretty interesting. I assumed he was just going to be rushing Solar Crest, right? No longer you can go the Medallion, which is probably a hit to Furion in his playstyle, but Solar Crest is still going to be value, but I guess you can't use it offensively anymore, so maybe that item is going to fall by the wayside. We'll see.
The battle begins.
Early smoke up from Team Liquid. Did not find anybody here. They're going to get a battle over the bounty runes here, and they're going to trade 2 for 2, but Mickey is going to take some serious damage from Boom on his way out.
This game might come a lot down to the tempo and like which of these support duos can create that for their cores, because if the Visage for Saberlight just gets off to a massive start here, there's not a lot that really deals with the Familiars outside of, again, the flip side, the Mars being able to have his teamfight impact felt, especially if Invoker is maybe going to have a tough time mid, where we've seen mid one kind of lose lanes, but then come back in the mid game. This is a lineup with, of course, you're running Invoker plus the Faceless Void. You kind of want a slower game here, right?
Yeah.
You just want to get to your later core levels, go to the late game, get the double Chronosphere up, where this game is probably going to feel impossible at that point. Because I don't think the Monkey is fighting this Void in the ultra late here with Invoker to back it up. Furion's going to push your lanes in. It's going to be hard to get that jump from Liquid side. So they're going to try and play faster here, put Saberlight in a position where he can just start mowing down these towers, take over the map, and then all of a sudden, like, do you have time to get to that late game? Do you have time to use these Chronospheres off cooldown and make them felt? And of course, maybe you're not going to have the mana to use it. Lion proves to be as strong as everybody has claimed.
That was a rough one after the Time Walk gets hit by the Soul Assumption. That was a big buff about Visage that he received in this patch, is now that damage that, he amps up, it's based off of before reductions. which I think is a massive buff to him, right? It means he's going to get those ticks of Soul Assumption a lot faster and just be throwing them out non-stop, especially when later on you get that like level 15 talent.
Way easier. The 15 talent also seems really interesting. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't be surprised to see like this Phylactery Visage style come back. Just play a lot more off the Soul Assumptions.
Yeah.
On top of your bird still doing decent damage here. We'll see what Saberlight opts to go for. His itemization, I think, is going to be the most interesting to me in terms of how fast it ramps up.
Our mid matchup we talked about a little bit, and panel certainly talked about it quite a bit, is the mid one versus Nisha matchup. How that is probably expected to go the way of Nisha, and I think in this matchup as well, Pango versus Invoker, Quaswex Invoker, melee hero naturally has an advantage for CS early.
And Nisha is winning that lane. However, I do think this is an incredibly good tornado game, for lack of a better way to phrase it. Like, you're playing versus Lich, they saw that in the draft. You get your Dispel right away. You get extra control in the fight. And this is an incredibly powerful hero versus most carries, but particularly Monkey King. Monkey King really suffers versus Invoker in the late game fights because he's all about taking the fight in an anchor spot around the Wukong. And Invoker's happy to just either kite that out with Ghost Walk, slow you down with Ice Wall, you get disarmed, you get tornadoed. All these spells, they reset the engagement to where your Wukong is useless. If that ever happens for Secret, they're going to be super happy in those late game fights. So I think mid one is definitely the most impactful person in this game in terms of dictating where those fights happen and who is controlled in those engagements, right? So the lane, yeah, it's going to be tough here, but who cares, right?
Yeah. Are you expecting him to make that transition to Exort? I mean, he's got great Cataclysm combos, right? Faceless Void and the Mars. Fox, he's going to be in trouble here. First Blood available. Slowed down by the Sprout and the Blood Grenade, and he's going to be caught and killed. Puppy will take that first blood.
That's really good for Secret. This is not a lane I expected him to get aggressive on and take those kills down, but Time Dilation is going to do it, and Puppy straight in the top lane is going to make his presence felt on both side lanes here. This is exactly what we saw from him in that other Furion game. I think he's been the most consistently active on this hero in the lane phase, and it's usually winning Boom's lane. So Boom has traditionally had a very good start when Puppy plays this hero, whereas Crystals has not suffered too much, and that is a decent recipe for success. Just leave mid one alone mid. It's kind of a playstyle that I think a lot of people aren't used to. Normally these TPs go around mid lane for the power runes, water runes, just displacing that advantage. Secret happy to just let mid one sit there and soak up the XP.
Do you think that's kind of like a weird around, like it's outside the box? Is it a buff to Nature's Prophet, the fact that these gates now cost mana to go through? Like there is a resource cost, so Nature's Prophet, he's able to make these rotations for free.
Well, half. Gotta go back.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, it's the same as like a teleport scrolling. So the more you move around, the more it'll cost you. And Liquid just still not able to connect on the kills off this line. I mean, we're seeing Boxy go the 1-1-0, so he is trying to line up the Hex for the all-in with the Soul.
Another teleport coming into the top lane, and Zini going to be caught by the spear. Puppy not even necessarily needed there, but it does make sure that Mickey can't really get aggressive while they're killing his support.
I mean, he's happy to get the bonus gold here. Puppy is already accumulating more net worth than his carry in this early game.
That's why they need to get this kill on the Crystals, but they can't quite get it. Very low, but not quite enough. Meanwhile, a dive in the mid lane as Nisha gets aggressive on mid one. Gets his mana burned out, though. Can't really threaten him much anymore.
And Puppy is the one rushing Phylactery. So he's going to try and transition all this early net worth into a very powerful kill item off the Sprout if you get it early, right? The earlier you get this, the better it is.
Yeah.
Maybe also due to the fact that, you know, Medallion got removed. So maybe your item choices are getting a bit streamlined here. Still, the fact that Puppy's able to skew this top lane as well is pretty big because this is a kill lane for Liquid. I mean, this is Lich Monkey, a traditionally very strong lane and one that's able to just run you down. So every time Liquid get put on the back foot up here, it's doubly nice as, yeah, that's not going to work.
Finally get that kill that they would have been looking for.
All right, the Shadow Shaman's payoff later in the game. Oh, he's not traditionally a lane dominator. It's just get the levels, get to the
that's not what the panel talked about. He got bonus armor. He has some of the highest base damage.
I mean, bonus armor can only do so much.
Okay. Earn picked up for mid one, so very important to get that early kill, and it looks like the rotation is going to come right away. Yamach off of his death tries to surprise Nisha. They could have gotten that kill. They could have gotten the power rune. It both would have been really nice, but they're actually going to roll up nice and early. Yamach, he's going to be caught by this one. Yeah. Ooh, Sprout and pushed up to the high ground. Nisha is going to fail to get this kill as he's ran out of mana. Didn't want to shield crash up there off the wand charges, so he just gives up on it.
Recourier as well. And Puppy's feeling this early game. He's had a lot of small impactful moves, wasting a ult off Nisha there. Pretty big as Yamich makes the right read up the cliff. And while Liquid are kind of pulling ahead a little bit in the lane, the net worth is stabilizing. And again, I feel like Secret has the much slower lineup in terms of cores, and you're running a Shaman, so the early game's a bit rough.
Oh, you're not going to be able to make it out of there. Yamich right behind Boxy. Boxy thought he was getting a sneaky mid ward there to help protect Nisha from rotations, but he gets caught in the act and he gets his ward killed. So
really nice for Yamich. Huge amount of XP, and it means he'll get this 7-minute Wisdom Rune for sure as Puppy's fighting for the other one.
Out with the Sprout. He's going to make the teleport play. They do have Insania here. He's got the disable to be able to pull him back, and Insania does manage to get that Wisdom Rune just away from Puppy. Ever so barely, but he gets it, and they'll get the kill as well.
If you get that Wisdom Rune, you're going to blow this game open, right?
Yeah.
Puppy very close to outplaying him there. But it'll be a double TP move for Liquid to secure it, and once more of that move from Boxy, it hurt him a lot. Getting the ward killed immediately, losing out on this gank potential. Still stuck at level 3 down here. And all of this happening for the Lion means, this Faceless Void has a much freer game.
Boxy showing up to the mid lane, not to refill bottle, but to give you a little bit of mana drain recovery there for Nisha, who's been constantly burned down by the EMP.
You have to think that Liquid want to combine something on the map right now, right? Because you're not going to get the XP off of stacking or random sort of, just going to take a lane and you move Nisha. It has to be Boxy and Insania combining, looking for the pickoffs. That's what these supports are designed to do. Puppy just TP straight into one.
Yeah, Puppy really just didn't care if he died whatsoever. Anything to try and secure that power rune. Actually goes over to Mickey, who made a rotation. That's a pretty interesting move. I mean, he's been left alone in that top lane for quite some time, so I guess he feels like his time is better spent.
I know some of these runes got buffed, but did they get buffed that much? Just throw your life at it. Mid one's going to find a random Boxy. Again, struggling to find the gain connections here.
Oh, he managed to get a 2 minutes done with Nisha right there, but the Tornado's going to be able to intercept the Rolling Thunder. Now reset, gets it off and hits Yamich once. He's going to bounce over to mid one as well. Trying to finish up Yamich so Insania can help him with the kill on mid one. It looks like they've got him both dead to rights. Double kill for Nisha.
Big connection there. I mean, Boxy's still sad he's not getting the XP, but this is what these supports are designed to do. Start killing for the cores, upping up the net worth pretty fast, and that's going to push Nisha to a very fast defusal here. That is done on the courier. He just skipped the boots entirely here. This is about as fast as you're going to get it at 9 minutes flat. It's flying out. He is very farmed after the double kill, and this is a good defusal game in terms of burning the mana off either of these supports in the fights or burning off the Faceless Void or the Mars later. It's going to be very high impact. It's going to give him a lot more damage on these kill attempts.
It's crazy how big Diffusal Blade was in the last patch, and it feels like it could be just as important. Most notably because I feel like there were some overall mana changes, right? Like going through the gate costs you mana boots don't give you nearly as much. It feels like that resource may be a problem, which makes Diffusal Blade all the more potent.
I mean, it is a huge factor. It's versus the Invoker EMP in this game too, right? All these mana burn spells, usually, I mean, you're crying for your supports to pick up the Arcane Boots. If we don't see it as much, or we're seeing supports that don't utilize the Arcane Boots as much, only makes these mana burn spells a lot more impactful. It could see some anti-mage,
Yeah, and I think Disperser was definitely being built quite a bit in the previous patch, and I think some people are excited about the new Disperser. No longer giving damage, but now giving a ton of agility. So some of these agility cores are going to really reap the benefit of that.
And it'll be Saberlight who picks up the mana boots in this game, actually. So it's him providing the mana for everybody else. Looking into a Vlad's potentially. Now remember, this Vlad's doesn't build in anything. So he's just getting it online for his other two cores and the birds here. A nice little damage buff. But still, we're not seeing what Saberlight necessarily wants to scale into in the mid game here.
Yeah.
Just picking up some small skirmish items. And once more, Liquid showing that they want to fight often, they want to fight early, and they want to bulldoze these towers. Early Diffusal plus a Vlad's pickup would allow you to do that and allow you to do early Roshan as well. So Liquid saying, we're going to put you on a clock here. You better be ready for the fight because it is coming.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Team Secret did everything you could expect them to do to secure the laning phase. But it could just fall apart if these pushes from Liquid succeed. Caught in the cold snap, plus they have the Sprout there to continually tick that damage. ensuring that the MP lands. He does have a regen rune. Now that doesn't give the big boost right away, but it is going to come into play here as they come in from behind. A sneaky kill onto Puppey here. Swashbuckle not quite getting it, but finally Soul Assumption is there, but now he's been caught by the arena as the rotation comes from Boom, securing a trade-off in kills. Chrysalis comes in from behind, catching Boxy out as well. They'll be able to get 2 for 1. Once again, Team Secret well aware of Team Liquid's constant moves into the mid lane and countering it well with heavy rotation.
This is just a hard tower to rotate into if mid one is full of resources. Like, the Invoker's always going to displace one of your heroes, and then the timing's just going to get thrown off. You also don't have that Finger of Death yet, so while you get the Puppey kills, Secret happy to just pull all their cores in and defend the tower. This is the most important tower for them in the game. The longer they can keep it up, the worse Saberlight's map movement's going to be. Right now, I mean, Boom is just having the best game of everybody. Once again, those early rotations top from the Furion really set him up nicely, and he is Omega farmed on this Mars. Basically unkillable with double bracer.
Thinking about it, Power Rune spawns bottom. Arcane Rune, very important for both of these heroes. Tango would love to get his hands on that, but it's looking like they're going to have to fight over it. Yamich gets there a little bit late to stop the Arcane Rune pickup, and with all these extra supports here, they're going to try and go for the fight here. Trying to burst down the Shadow Shaman, quick and clean, that's not a problem. Secret have abandoned him.
He was debating dropping the wards there. But again, if you're Secret, keeping these ult ups for the objectives fight, I think feels better. Like, you want to fight around this tier 1 mid, so unless you're getting a really good skirmish somewhere random, and get counterplay open. And yeah, I mean, this is the forced move, right? Like, Saberlight needs this tower down to control the aggressive jungle area, and it's what the Blast is designed to do. But again, the turnaround,
he do a lot of damage, breaking through his armor so damn quickly, and he just dies. Not even the armor from the Lich could save him, and Puppey doesn't go down easily, especially with the lack of mana. That Diffuser Blade stops doing damage, and a beautiful chrono. Chrysalis was already going to feast on the fight, cleaning it up, but the 3-man Chronosphere secures it.
even Puppey survives from the birds on the backside, so Liquid get nothing out of that for 4 heroes. Another Saberlight Visage rotation that yields nothing off the early Vlad's pickup. He just feels way too squishy. He gets hit by a couple of Furion spells and like a tornado. He's half HP, it's tanking tower, Urn Charge picking him. And of course, what really seals the deal here is this time dilation. His Faceless Void has wreaked havoc in these early fights. With dilation going into the Pangolier, you just can't get multiple spells off. I mean, the 3-man Chrono is just way too easy there. This mid tower has proven the bane of Liquid's early game here. And once more, Secret, they're happy to just take these fights, go back to the jungle, farm back up until their ults are there, as Boxy is still looking for a finger of death in this game.
It's the contribute. That's going to slow things down a little bit on this kill. As he got out the Chain Frost will make things a little weird. They certainly have the kill and the support, but Nisha might be able to get a return here as Puppey. Yeah, he's certainly dead. Mickey's going to jump into this fight. They're going to chase for more now. Rolling Thunder is up on Nisha, but a blink away. Yamich, he's going to be the target instead. Birds are coming in, dropping him, slowing him down. And all they need at this point is maybe a swashbuckled land. Mickey will catch up to him. They get him eventually. There's that double kill. Liquid again going to try and force this rotation into the mid tower. They want it so badly. Ooh, missed out on the Boundless Strike. Swashbuckle does land, and he's burned out of all of his mana here. Mid one doesn't have too many things to protect him, but they can't keep up.
This will get them the mid tower, though. Finally, and the third time's the charm. Pick some heroes off first definitely helps instead of just forcing that, 4v5 where Mickey wasn't joining earlier. We get the next set of Wisdom. So that'll finally give Liquid access to both their ultimates for the first time. A little delayed, but better late than. Now it's a question of how well you can control the map as
Foxy's doing it, man.
Yeah, he is. He's maxing the drain. I mean,
maxing the drain and going straight to the shard at 15 minutes. No blink dagger rush. He's going to try and buy that shard upgrade right away.
Prophecy fulfilled. What more can you ask for? Yeah, he's just going to buy it. I mean, I think there's an argument to be made about not buying it, but if he feels like it's going to be that impactful in the fight, I guess the question is if he just sits there and mana drains you.
Did he just trade a salve for his life? He left it behind and kept his life intact. Okay.
Little peace offering.
Yeah. Secret, I mean, what they really wanted out of that would have been best is catching that Monkey King, who has been kind of slowly
anyway.
Got him with the spear into the arena. Beautiful setup. Now that Sunstrike's not going to do that much damage with this much follow-up. Maybe they can still finish him off. They need more damage, but it's just not coming. And Mickey is getting the lifesteal out of this because Nisha has completely caught the back line with the Rolling Thunder. Mickey, he'll just start lifestealing off of Puppey.
Nowhere to run.
And eventually get that kill. So that, it seems like at this point in time, Avery, whoever makes the first move ends up falling first as well.
Both these lineups are very good at turning around the engagement once you commit on the frontliner. Like the Frost Shield there is no way you are getting through a 1500 HP Monkey in Wukong armor with Frost Shield plus the Pavis. Sania just rushed at this game. The second you commit on a single target, you're in trouble, basically. Unless mid one's there to like dispel all these buffs, and then maybe you can take the extended fight, right?
Yeah.
And for Liquid, it's got to come off the back of the Rolling Thunder. The Rolling Thunder can create space around the target you go on, as Yamich will ward trap.
Whoa, Puppey actually TP'd into this one? Okay, they're actually moving the Chrysalis over here, so he is giving up his line for his team to maybe have a chance at this.
It's getting trained, man.
Saberlight and Midgame, they're both staying away. Boxy will finally be going down here. The Familiars are going to control a mid one a little bit. They need to be able to catch this Visage, though, and boom, with its rotation through the gate, is right on point.
Solid read to just take the fight with the Furion and keep him there long enough for the cores to react. This is not a part of the map that Secret want to give up these deep jungle areas. I mean, Mana Drain did some work.
He really did.
You got 2 off. It's almost 1,000 damage.
I mean, they don't have too many ways to actually, like, him with physical damage unless
That's what I'm saying.
Void is there.
It kind of just has to be Crystallis, right? Or it somehow gets, or you jump the Lion.
I mean, just wait till he starts buying plate mails.
True. Val's created a monster. He bought a Wraith Band.
Nice.
I mean, that's the poor man's plate mail, I guess.
Yeah.
He actually bought a Wraith Band. I mean, I would understand at the 25-minute mark. Is it that good right now?
I saw somebody got the new tier 2 Light Collector. Produce a brilliant flash of light that destroys trees in a 325 AoE. Why would a Monkey King want that?
Does he destroy his own tree? I assume he does.
Yeah, I would assume
He can
so.
grief himself. It's the future.
Let's see. The passive provides wearer with health regeneration during day, mana regeneration during night.
Yeah, this item seems anti-synergy. He always wants to be near trees, but
Yeah, that is a little weird.
you know, hands out. They get a backstab on the supports here from both teams.
Nisha thought about looking for more, but better that he doesn't right now. Oh, Boxy a little bit of whiff there.
He's invincible.
Yeah, you can't touch him mid one. He's gonna drain more mana.
Yeah.
You got what? The Arena and Chronosphere. This Lion is a goddamn threat. They have to stop him apparently. Spear comes up through. Beautiful stuff. Hits Nisha and pins him to the wall, but he got off the shield crash. That'll protect him for now with Mickey coming through the Wukong's command. They'll feast on some wards here. Get some extra gold off of that. Ultimately a trade-off that I think actually goes the way of Liquid because of those wards and the heavy ultimate usage to kill Boxy's Lion.
I mean, when you identify the raid boss, you got to take him down. I guess throw it all. I kind of understand the chrono because like you're worried about the counter plays there, I guess. But even then, like the roll was already used, right? Maybe you're trying to just prevent Nisha from going back in and towards the end of it.
I mean, they must have thought there was more heroes behind that Lion, right?
It just looked a bit funny, but yeah, they did kill Boxy.
They've got him.
By the way, 7th death for him. He has really struggled to stand there and...
Yeah, Yamich is also not having the most fun in this game either. Both
got it.
4 positions are just being tackled by the enemy team in these 3 4-man ganks. Kuan burned out of mana.
Nice move.
Get the kill over to Saberlight.
And that's 4 Deso charges instantly off that single move that just got picked up from
Boom. Yeah. Little dicey there. A fast move from Team Liquid after getting those kills in mid lane. TP up to top.
This is the point in the game where Liquid want to take the fights for the bigger objectives. Like, they want to be getting Roshan in this period because Secret are pushing towards their next set of items, but they're away. Like, you have 3,000 gold on Boom right now pushing towards the BKB, and you just picked up the Midas for mid one. So, while you're trying to get to these BKBs, including Crystallis, this is a big item gap where if Liquid can take advantage of it, they have to be favored in the 5-on-5 in terms of itemization right now.
Sure.
You just picked up a drum on Saberlight, you just picked up a Solar Crest on Insania. Again, all the little items coming out for Liquid here signals that they want to be taking these fights as frequently as possible into more objective.
Yeah, if they get to BKB on Faceless Void, I don't know what really threatens him on the side of Liquid for like a solid 10-15 minutes.
I mean, his biggest problem is the physical mitigation from Insania. Frost Shield plus Solar Crest. That's what he has to fight through. And these heroes are pretty tanky right now, right? You have Vlad's giving you some extra armor. I mean, the Lion's invincible, so you're going to have to chrono him.
Of course.
And of course, the Pango and the Monkey are They both feel pretty tanky, especially if the Wukong's up.
Dire's bottom
I guess
tower
that's
is
where
under
the Maelstrom feels quite nice on Faceless Void nowadays, is trying to protect their Wisdom Rune. Nisha hops in a little bit too late to stop the Wisdom Rune being gone, but if they could kill Midwan, that would be worth it. Coming in, Chronos here. Locking down the Vistage and the Birds very nicely. Let's see if Saberlight is going to live through this one. He actually has the shard, so he's going to be okay for now. In that stone form, Nisha in the back lines though, is rolling the Thunder, ran out. Yamich caught him with the disables, but Mickey to the rescue. Kills Yamich, takes away those disables, and now they're out of damage. But once again, farm the wards after winning a fight.
Just so tanky. Again, the second you get in there with like a decent shield crash, the focus priority from Secret's just all over the place. Puppey, he TP'd way in the back and just got Wukong down. So you're going on 3 different parts of the fight at the same time if you're Secret, and you end up getting nothing there. Sustain working out really well for Liquid as, I mean, Drum and Vlad's for Saberlight, plus that shard. If he can just stay alive in the fight and provide the auras, he's doing his job.
Big part of this also Nisha being level 15, so he has that extra 3 seconds of rolling thunder. You can see Midwan's just not doing anything.
Yeah, he did not get to play Dota here. He just got solo killed basically. Yeah. He actually did die to the Tormentor. That's, you know, a little bit going
to the like swashbuckle on both of them.
AOE, but
yeah,
still, the bigger problem is Nisha just only one mid got to play that fight.
Yeah.
And like I talked about, I think Invoker's the most important hero for Secret to have up for the duration of that fight past the Chronos. Their control, he's their longevity in terms of damage. Getting the Alacrities out later is going to be really important as well. So Crystal is still having a tremendous game here. I feel like that's what's keeping Secret in this. But if they get Roshans and they have Aegises, suddenly it's harder for Crystals to go in and just pick some of these heroes off, right?
Yeah.
Tankier, they get if they get a second life, could be looking at a pretty early high ground here.
I mean, that makes Mid-1 dying even worse, right? Some of their scaling is gone if this Invoker can't get maxed out Exorts.
And he wants that Axe as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Throw the Cataclysm into the Chrono. It's going to help make sure it counts no matter what. Actually, since Crystals has been catching 2 to 3 heroes every time, these fights have been pretty clumped from Liquid. And it will be the Ghost Scepter for Bach. See, not the Plate Mail. Note that down.
Left a Blightstone behind. Guess nobody needs it.
I never thought I'd see the day where there's only 1 point fail.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Used to be the only skill you max. Now it's the last.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The question is, do you want to go high ground with this Aegis?
Yeah, I mean, Liquid are pressured in a lot of ways, right? There's no way they want to let this game go too late. So they need to make as much happen with this Aegis as possible. It starts with taking this tier 2, but going into high ground is very dangerous.
It's an awkward lineup to go high ground into. Furion's going to split push you. You have insta-hex available if you try and jump them behind the tower, and then, you know, Chronosphere Invoker turn around. So Mars with BKB. Not the easiest heroes to take that fight. Rather get the pick off first, and they're looking for it, but BKB should get him out. So again, the map's getting split right now.
Well, that's where Puppey and I guess Mid-1 are going to have to pull in some double duty here. They're going to have to clean up the waves while also being available to defend high ground when needed. This would be a nice pick up here in the top lane if they can get it, but they have already seen it coming. They're going to finish off the Lion Shore, but Yamich is going to be caught, and if Mid-1's not careful, he's surrounded by heroes right now, invisible of course, but they spot him for a moment off 1 sentry.
That's such a classic Dota situation. Lion and Rasta both die for each other, everybody else leaves.
I mean, that situation has to be good for Secret, right? They rotated all of Liquid's heroes back.
Anything that stalls out this Aegis period, they're happy with. And I think, honestly, they're going to get more gold out of the map with their heroes than Liquid are, even though Liquid are in a stronger position.
Sure.
This gold lead is just not going to grow. It's too hard to stop the split push action on right now. I don't think Secret have any interest in taking the 5-on-5 unless Liquid really force it like the high ground or something like that. And it'll be Ags for Puppey. So he took a brief stop at the Force Staff and Phase Boots just to get some extra, you know, Germer's power going. But this Ags is probably the biggest item he can get in this game. I don't think anything about that has changed.
No.
The Disarm Root's just going to be really nasty for this lineup. Particularly the Monkey King if he gets caught in a weird spot. Again, the longer this game goes, the more Mickey has to battle into.
I mean, also just when you're trying to end the game, having this ultimate up every wave is insane. Wrath of Nature just clearing out all the
60
waves that they're
seconds.
trying to push in.
Feels damn good.
Yeah.
Still 2 minutes left on the Aegis. AK trying to catch mid one. He missed the dust, actually. That was very close. Land that, you might be able to connect, but that's another smoke move. You pop. Yields nothing. We're too elusive map right now.
I do like the split that Liquid is doing here, where they're taking tier 2 towers, but they're simultaneously hunting. It is risky, though. You never know when Team Secret might just decide, let's take 5 to, you know, one of these side lanes or defend.
And there's a second dust.
Got him this time. Tornado cannot come out in time.
Damn, he melted there. Invoker has absolutely no armor. He gets caught by Mickey with the Desolator. You are gone. It's been Mickey trying to set up the catch, not Boxy, right? Downside of this kind of defensive shard-oriented line build, you're not really catch.
There's a big
ghost off.
Actually got pushed away from the arena walls. They needed that extra bit of damage here. Boxy's gonna live. Oh, that is unfortunate.
Very clutch ghost up there. Mitigate some of the damage. And now they might catch Boom.
Yeah, he's still going to be caught here.
Have to be.
As he's going to have to pop BKB and TP. Oh, Will.
Actually could have maybe just TP'd there. And used both stuns, but he doesn't know where everybody else is.
Sure.
And this Aegis will run out. 50 seconds left. Secret pushed to this period. Liquid got a decent amount off the map, maybe more than I thought. Because, I mean, these two supports are not going to farm anything. So they're not going to grow the lead. It's going to be based off your cores. And Nisha's getting big. Full soul booster in his backpack, so he's ready to get another item here the second this Aegis expires. And I mean, Mickey, he was able to complete an entire harpoon during that. So you're going to trade this harpoon for full Mjolnir on Crystallis, who is still, you know, the one guy scaling really well here for Secret. But, I mean, these next couple fights are really going to come down to the Chronosphere, it feels like. How much can this Faceless Void do, who is also yet to die in this team? 7-0 right now. That's a big streak if Liquid pick it up, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Mickey also has a crazy high streak. He's only died once, but that was in the early death. Since then, he's picked up 11 kills. So anytime any of these carries get caught, it is a big win for the opposing team. Another pickoff here is Yamich. Again, they're just trying to get out there somewhere, do these little split pushing, annoying things. So far, Liquid is keeping up.
Classic Shaman game. I mean, if you don't have double-digit deaths on Shaman, you're not playing the hero, you know?
Faceless Void, Crystal's picked up the Nemesis Curse.
Yeah, I was looking at that. It's pretty interesting. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because the downside of this is you're taking more damage, but if you're a Faceless Void in Chronosphere, in theory, you're not taking that much more damage.
Yeah, combined with Mask of Madness is actually pretty crazy. You're really amping up your single target damage quite a bit. Now, granted, you're also amping up the damage you take, possibly, but for those of you guys who don't know, Pacify, it puts a debuff on a hero that increases the damage received by just that hero by 12%. So just flat out, 35 damage, and he's increasing his damage when he's hitting somebody by 12%. Pretty powerful.
It almost feels like if you get the Chronosphere off before the Wukong, you're pretty happy, but if the Wukong goes out and you have to take a fight by going in with Chronosphere while the Wukong's just there, maybe killing somebody else.
Put it back in. And with the spear, this is the pickup. Oh, Mickey got off his BKB. No more disables were left. They're trying to fight through it, but it's just not enough. They are lacking the damage to fight through that BKB. And now Secret's in trouble. Oh, he went back in. Got him inside the Chronosphere. Gets that kill. Finally picks up that beyond godlike streak. Crystallis now going to try and run down more. Puppy being targeted by Nisha right now inside of his own sprout. Will end up falling. Crystallis is the image now trying to get out after the buyback coming up from Boxy. Got to get away from these disablers.
Remember, he has no BKB here.
He gets spotted. He's probably dead, but if he stays...
He went into the bird.
No, he went into the bird.
Wait, no stun?
But no stun. The bird didn't drop in time. Oh, and boom, gives the tip over to Saberlight.
It was almost like that leap was... It was so weird. Saberlight got confused. I feel like that should have been a kill, and that was again that was the big one to pick up. That was the 8-0 streak for the Faceless Void. Yeah, would have given you so much map control here.
Yeah, how much gold did our Faceless Void get out of that one? That was massive pickup for him. 1,000 golds and 796 for his team.
And again, like we see there, right? It's about when this Wukong comes out, when the Chrono comes out. If Crystallis can come in after all is said and done, he's pretty happy in that situation. Still, Monkey King is so damn tanky. In fact, he can just sit there with so much bonus armor right now. If you don't kite it out, trouble. still, it's a big swing in this game.
The threat of the Faceless Void is growing all the time.
Yeah, it is looming. As Secret are still looking for these big Aghanim Scepters. They finished mid one, so Cataclysm online. Gonna make this Chrono threat even greater.
Yeah.
And Puppey is closing in on his. He's 900 off.
That just makes the high ground harder and harder and harder for Team Liquid. They're definitely going to need the next Roshan, which is another point of contention for Team Liquid, because that means they're grouped up for more of that team fight action, more of those Chronospheres, and
it's a double-edged sword. I mean, their lineup is also very good around the pit. Like, you can just commit the Wukong at the end of Roshan. The spell's only 80 seconds now. I don't think you're too worried about committing it for objectives. One of the nice parts about that buff. Yeah, it's definitely a dangerous situation. And full Nullifier completed for Boom here. Another really big pickup. Gives you another way to deal with this Frost Shield and some of these annoying debuffs Insania has been throwing out. Again, you're just trying to find yourself in a burst situation. And I feel like the one player that's been doing work in this game consistently is Nisha. He just hasn't been shut down in a lot of the fights.
Yeah.
And he is scaling like a beast here. Thinking about Aeon Disc, I think that's pretty reasonable. Maybe he can just go in first, set the fight up for his Monkey King, not be worried about getting chronoed. Well, I think Basher is also a pretty damn good consideration in type of game.
He may want to reconsider that with the Nullifier being completed by Boom.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking, okay, this Aeon Disc seems okay right now, but will it be great in the next 3 or 4 minutes here? Yeah. And he has also gone for this Nemesis Curse, so very aggressive choice, but again, he's not been the one getting focused down in the fight. Deals a lot of damage right now. You will keep that Aeon disassembled. Something else to look for. If Nisha can assemble the Aeon Disc, almost beta Chrono out or something. Kind of hard to notice this off an initial jump for Crystallis. Easy fight turnaround.
Smoked up, not sitting inside the pit waiting for that Roshan.
Look at all the summon scouting.
Trying to catch Secret as they push out towards the pit. Not finding anything, though. Between the Familiars and the Treants and everything else. Saberlight, he's going to come through now. They have an idea. Nisha immediately popping the Rolling Thunder, but Team Secret, if they could just get out away from all this one, it's a big ultimate down, but he did get picked up once on Chrysalis, and Puppey's going to be caught on the high ground there, spotted by the Familiars. Nisha still rolling around, still trying to slow down these heroes, rolls up a little bit longer, and now Mickey's going to come in.
They're all stuck in
They have the arena, but they're stuck inside the Wukong's man. Chrysalis going to be able to get away over the side, has that Chronosphere on it too, with Cataclysm coming in. He finishes off the Pango. Can't go for Mickey, though. They have to leave him behind. Meanwhile, well, Yamich does what he can, but he's throwing away his life to try and stall up these heroes and let his cores get out of here. Still trying to get it, though. They have the Tornado, finishes off Boxy, slows down the rest of these heroes, just trying to get Boom out of here.
Yeah, the kiting.
Beautiful EMP. That almost seems like an opportunity for Secret to pursue.
Yeah, they're like thinking about going back in there with another jump. I mean, when the Wukong's down, I don't know if you're afraid of too much, but Mickey still feels untouchable once that spell goes off. Like, you're not dealing any damage to him. Even the Cataclysm, it just felt like it chipped him there.
Yeah, tickled.
Wallace just has to get the hell, preserve his streak here. And he's just too big of a problem. This Rolling Thunder duration is nasty. They have no control for it, so they will catch Mickey without it.
It would be amazing if they could blow him up. They have the Nullifier to be able to take away that armor with the meatball right on top, and they'll finish him up.
What were you doing there?
Team Liquid, they would have taken that Roshan. There was no Chronosphere to be able to contest this, but now without their carry, they're going to be run down. Insania is the first one to fall. Saberlight is able to get away thanks to his Aghanim Scepter flying and invisible. So it's Team Secret who will pick up that Roshan now, and that is a massive blow to Team Liquid. A huge win for Team Secret. I have to feel like they are majorly favored to win this game now.
That is probably the biggest swing in this game, and it all starts with mid one just scouting in the Ghost Walk, catches Mickey off guard, playing a little bit greedy on the map when he has 2 heroes dead, and most importantly, that Pangolier that has controlled every fight for Liquid this entire game.
Yeah.
And of course, Wukong was like 30-second off cooldown. The thing you can play around in this game is that Wukong is going to be up for decent chunks of time when the Chronosphere is down. Like you were saying, that Roshan, in theory, it's Liquid's with the ult.
Oh, Chrysalis, now it's his turn to get slipped up and caught.
Does have a second life.
Lose just right away. They're probably not going to try for the second life. No reason to do so.
Sticking around.
Hit him with the stun all right away, chaining it up. No, PKD goes off from Chrysalis and time walks away. But big resources costing, and Chase actually hit him with the Hex as the BKB wears out. He gets disabled. Yamich running interception, just trying to stop these heroes from chasing Chrysalis, and he does so successfully, though it costs him his life once again.
Shaman sacrifice.
How many more times does he need to sacrifice to get Team Secret a win here? 14 deaths for Yamich.
It's a rough life out there.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's just bailing these carries out, man. Yeah, like you said, Crystallis gets caught. That's a BKB down. He did not have Chronosphere up. Awkward situation. Will still preserve that streak. It's yet to die in this game. And finally, Secret will try and get a Tormentor of their own.
Yeah, they didn't get it when it spawned at 20.
I don't know what this attempt is. It looks pretty bad.
Yeah. Oh, no!
I mean,
Come on, guys.
I feel like that one was not hard to read.
No.
That was not going to work at all.
We saw it coming a mile away.
Also, he's dead for 80 seconds.
Oh my god.
That's not like, oh, your support died for 30. That is an 80-second mid player off the map. That was his dieback. So maybe in some ways, is that good in a way? Like,
He gets rid of his dieback.
yeah, you get rid of your
timer.
dieback timer while there's nothing happening. There's no Roshan.
I mean, we'll just see what Team Liquid does to punish this 60-second window they have left.
I mean, I'll tell you one thing. If I'm mid one, that's what I'm saying in the comms right now.
Intentional.
I'm like, yo, don't worry, guys. That was my dieback timer.
Yeah, right. We're not trying to fight anyway. Chronosphere. Actually, Chronosphere is off cooldown. Well,
looks like Disperser pickup for Mickey while the Basher, or Basher for Mickey while the Disperser's going to Nisha. I thought Nisha would have wanted a Basher in this game as well, considering how little control they have for the Rolling Thunder. Like, it doesn't seem like Crystallis wants to commit a Chronosphere Pangolier, who has way too much HP. Try and burst down.
yeah, and again, with the buff that they gave to Pangolier, where it's a 3-second cooldown on the shield crash during Rolling Thunder, you with an Aghanim Scepter, you're getting a lot of little bits of damage out there.
Yeah, it's a lot. Took the Swashbuckle damage talent as well.
Yeah.
He hurts, man. This is probably the biggest hero for Secret to try and take out in the fight, and the biggest hero for Liquid to play around. Send the Pango in with a Frost Shield, create some havoc, maybe find the supports off the Boxy Blink, which is finally online. Sounds like a decent way to set it up. An Aegis would have helped you, but sure. Beggars can't be choosers here. There was also an Aghanim's picked up for Saberlight, who also has his 15 and 20 talents here. This Visage is pumping out a lot more damage, has Quiver on top of it. Like, he built the auras for the early game, but now he's trying to pick up some of the scale and just probably find the Shaman, find the Furion, burst down on an easy target at the start of the fight, give Liquid a numbers advantage.
Yeah, I immediately thought of Yamich when we were thinking about
he's gonna melt, dude.
Like,
If Saberlight finds Yamich, he is gone in 1 second. There is no saving it.
but what about the one armor buff, Avery?
Get some feathers coming out. I mean, one armor, yeah. We get about 10 more of those.
All right, so who got the feather? Mid one. So 25% evasion and 30 movement speed, which is a ton. He's going to need every bit of movement speed here.
At least he gets lifted up to die.
Hey, look at him.
With me.
That's nice to add an animation for it. I mean, mid one is also very squishy in this game. We're talking about Yamich getting bursted. I mean, if mid one gets found, it's just gone too. He has no defensive capability in this game yet. It's just all offensive based on the Chronosphere. So, again, I feel like initiations favor Liquid so much in this game. About who Boxy can find, how Nisha goes in, and just find any of these spellcasters. You're very happy.
Which is where Boom and maybe Puppy, but mostly Boom, have to step up the most, right? Like, those are the heroes that can frontline for you.
Right.
They can give you the initiation, allow Crystallis an easier time to follow up and find a better Chronosphere.
And Hex finished for Boom as well. This Hex is cheaper now, so we're probably going to see a lot more of it in the meta.
Yeah. Also means he can build into Refresher and have the mana to be able to double Arena later on.
Yeah, 30 in. A lot. So he has 1,400 mana now. He even took a Timeless Relic. I mean, Boom's stuns are pretty nasty here. He goes in, he can hit 2 people off the spear, he can hex somebody, he can nullify or somebody else. You get a Refresher for all that. He becomes a terrifying force in his own right.
And the fact that he could do it all off of Link's Spear into the arena. Boom was already employing that before. Gotta say, I mean, his play is as an offlaner lately has been looking pretty strong.
We're gonna see some more new neutral items. Rattle Cage for the Lich.
Rattle Cage.
Okay. He just wants the armor, I guess, because I don't know if the physical damage coming out is that high as they get a catch.
Beautiful pickup on to Mickey. They can finish him off, the Cataclysm, and they're going to use the Chronosphere.
Now, can Liquid take this fight just off of Nisha's firing power and I guess the mana drain?
Yeah, mana drain. John walks away, jumps back in. Yamich now going to run interception as he gets some disables in. Mid one's here as well. Trying to control up these heroes as much as possible. Nisha's almost finished off Moon by himself. Trying to dodge the swashbuckle, but he gets the blink away.
now you're
Boom, and he comes back in with a nullifier. Aeon Dead will remove some of that disable, but it's not going to last for long. As Tank comes out, another swashbuckle over way to the side.
This Pango, man.
Trying to get away from Chrysalis while they're going for mid one on the side. Saberlight, his damage is amping up on the mid stage, and now they got the disables. Boxy going for Saberlight. Linkage protects him once. He's trying to keep his distance. The Visage Familiars are dropping on him. He's got Yamich and Puppey joining him now. They're going to go. Got him with the Hex. Can they finish him off? They need to be able to get one more hit. He got him in time. But at the same time, Chrysalis can't fight against the damage of the Visage. Saberlight will be able to stand tall while the rest of his cores fall, and he will help deliver the kills to wipe Team Secret.
Oh, this buyback from Boxy did so much work in this fight. The fact he's able to get down there because this tier 1 is still up for Liquid on the bottom lane. But look at the damage coming out from Saberlight. Holy crap, man. He dealt 12,000 over the course of that. 3 hexes, double Greaves, 9 soul assumptions with that level 15 talent hitting 3 heroes. I mean, that is what does it right there.
I'm quoting him and also paraphrasing for him. He said that in the group stage he played on like crap. And he put some of Team Liquid's performance on himself. But he said, when we get to playoffs, I'm going to carry these guys, just watch. And boy, he shows up at the right time.
Let's be fair. A lot of that fight is Nisha just being unkillable for so damn long with the Disperser debuffs and the Aeon Disc. But Saberlight definitely carried the damage load as Mickey went down without getting anything off. Secret had a 5v4 without Liquid's carry, and the other 2 cores are strong enough to pick up the slack. They're
I don't know if you wanted to do that.
Yeah,
and poke the bear.
Where you want it to be.
And Boxy immediately jumps in and gets the heck, and he gets the 2-man stun right as Boom tried to jump and counter him. Invulnerable now. They're going to try and just hit him, but Mickey comes in Wukong's command, trying to kill the Lion. Yeah, they hit him, but they're stuck inside the Wukong's command. A lot of damage delivered back out with a soul assumption.
That's a dieback for Boxy. Gem on the ground.
We'll get the gem, and they'll get out.
Gonna take their victory and escape. That also pushed Saberlight to level 25 on this Visage here, so he gets all of his best talents. Another familiar. He has the corruption. Yeah, the other one's trying to catch here. I mean, he knows there's cooldowns.
Yeah, but he's way far ahead of his team. He is entirely solo.
Watch your step.
Didn't keep track of where that gem was. Maybe just didn't see Saberlight.
Yeah.
Saberlight will add another notch to the belt here. I mean, he is just taking this game over in the later stages, it feels like. 15, 3, and 11.
He does manage to sneak the Wisdom Rune away from them.
Whose items are you? Why are there just items on the ground? There's just a Quelling Blade, a light. Someone's opening their own secret shop or what?
It's the missing side shop. He's coming back.
Ah, that's the new patch.
Yeah. So another familiar for the Visage, which, I mean, he's already outputting crazy damage, but that talent.
I mean, it's level 25 for Nisha as well. These are big level 25 talents. And this Rolling Thunder has been unstoppable. It feels like you have to chrono him, but then you also have to line up the nullifier from Boom on the Pango in the chrono. It's very awkward, right?
Yeah.
I can't believe Boxy's still dead. His timer's so long.
Oh, yeah.
Just forever. He also has that cone talent for the Impale. It feels like if you don't take out this line, he actually causes you problems. I mean, you get mana drain pretty fast over the course of a fight. Crystallis was just out of mana at the end there. Otherwise, I think he might clean that up with another time dilation. Gem in the Pit will scout Roshan, and this is Banner plus Refresher Shard Rosh.
Oh, yeah. Do we have cheese on second Roshan? I didn't even see what second Roshan. No, they got a Radiant side, right? Where was the banner?
That's what I'm thinking. What?
Did I miss it?
Maybe it got planted. I don't know. Either way, this will be a banner. And since Liquid didn't take the previous one, they don't get roared.
That is true.
Refresher, Shard, and Banner to Nisha here.
I mean, how many Rolling Thunders do you need?
I mean, the way these have been working out, I'll take everyone I can get. Even has a shield rune in his bottle right now. So if this nullifier does not go on Nisha, he is absolutely immortal in that.
Scary stuff for Team Secret. It's just gonna try and sneak a little split push here, TP away. And he does not die for once.
Yeah. Nobody kills Shadow Shaman 17 times. Let your lesson be learned.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna die 17 times at least.
He might get to 20. He might.
step down.
I mean, that's the shield room Pango, though.
Yeah, the shield room Pango's gonna be tough to be able to fight through, and he slipped in the Eon Disc as well. And oh no, the stun came out onto Boom right as he was trying to get the nullifier onto the Pango. Now his BKB is going to be wasted, and now the Faceless Void is being controlled up as well. Oh, this is looking really, really bad for Team Seeker. Cataclysm goes out, no follow-up to it whatsoever. They're going to leave Boom behind as everybody else get out.
Fox is not even dead. Oh, he gets sprouted. No, Crowley.
No! The Siphon!
He's too powerful.
No, the creep died! The Siphon ran out because the creep died. Chrysalis is going to
He has no mana.
away, but he's running out of mana. He only has so much more to be able to work with. The Meatball's going to come down, but the Invoker's already dead.
He needs to get the hell out.
But he's low, and Insania actually right in front of him. Now comes out Arena.
Spear turnaround.
Spear, that's pretty nice. Coming with some of the buybacks, though. They have to control these heroes. No, he got bumped out of the Chronosphere. That's okay. He's still controlled up, and he'll still die. No, rolled up for a second. No, okay, he does go down, but at the same time,
buyback from
he needs
Nisha.
help. He's all out of mana. Somebody give him some mana. He's going to die like this.
Nisha is back, and that means you need to get the hell out right now. Do you have buybacks on Secret? You have Crystallises, you have the Shaman, but nothing for mid one here. And without a Chrono,
and he gets pulled back in by the Hurricane Pike. Sure, Crystal's buybacks, but without a Chronosphere, what does it really matter?
Refresh from Nisha.
He rolls it up. 4 staff, it's only going to do no
time walk.
There's 2, but he disables the die back there. And that's just it. Nobody has buyback on the side. If Secret Puppy, the captain, will be the last to go with the ship, he will fall. And that's going to be GG, Team Liquid. Take game 1.
What a performance here from all 3 cores on Liquid at various points in that game. Mikan carried this last fight with over 13,000 damage, locking heroes down in the Wukong. Man, that Lion was annoying, dude. Like, I don't know if it's a hero you think about banning or taking or
Out though, it looks like, and the rupture is there. XXS control, they walrus punch, they control him, but not gonna actually be able to do anything. They don't have enough damage to burst through XXS. Boom, tries to get away, not going to happen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Brought down, big kill off. This primal whip. Oh, they're too late.
The seeds of fort.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gonna run into mid one. Go on. Oh, very in fact, XSS, he jumps through both!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now, full on the both with the pulverize. Damage is there. They do kill off Phoenix. Down low. Fairies, but XXS get brought close. They take down Chrysalis. It is that primal beast, but all of this damage coming out. The lightning hands, the lightning man. He's taking them down. XM, kill everybody. The right clicks. He needs a few more. It's not quite gonna be in time. Puppy manages to finally bring him down. Oh, they found the real one. Naga Siren in trouble here. Do they have enough damage? Yes. Take down Lul. That is a huge...
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, yep, Beast up in trouble. Zeus damage is insane, but the healing coming out, trying to keep them alive. They take down that egg. Hold on just a minute. Secret, they're fighting back. They find XXS. He's going to try and trample away, but Rupture about to wear up. Trickles on him, turns around for the pulverize. Do they have enough damage to kill him off? They do. 4 dead after the Naga was already gone. Holy moly. Siren. This is going to be tough. Looking for the jump, finds the Zeus right at the start. The snowball is there too. Did they get anything? Song of the Siren already out. They drop down the Bit of Malice. We'll have Firestorm. Hype grieves a lot people alive. Can they do anything extra here? Tries to take it down. That egg is in a perfect position. Get back away. Now the buyback comes from the Tusk. Ready to go in for a second round. Grimstroke got here too. Now the fear, the stun, tries to control onto both with the pulverize. It wears out, so it's only one to that puppy. Well, and now the jump for the turnaround. They get XXX. He's starting to fall and in trouble. They're actually outlasting him. The team fight is so strong, and the team fight items is so strong from Secret. Hype, now the fear onto Zinc. Finds and kills that Grim.
Dire are scanning.
Hit a mouse. That is going to be a dead Underlord. The backside, do they have what they need? Siren to go isolate. Mid one, can they pull him up? Roll, silence, but the snowball is there, and on to the Zeus illusions. The bear is going to die at least this time, but can they do it again? Tries to beat now into XXS. Thunderbound Wrath out. The control is there. So much damage in an AoE, and they all are gonna die. You gets the double kill, and now mid one, the last left alive, is getting whipped by the ball, and no way. Ooh, okay, all right. What are you at? Dude, he got a 6th branch. He's got a 6th branch. He's unstoppable. Run, Bear Man, run. They're not stopping. Bull's chasing into the fountain. He's ready to go. He's about to get the net. No! The disarm, the control. He's gone. Just like that. Dies. One August Iron Illusion is out front and center. Yemich in trouble, goes for the blink away. Last second, mid one. Bear is starting to fall. Does have a coming ready to go. They're on foot right now with the Primal Beast. Primal Beast in very far. Bear dead. Now the control. Combination out of the Song of the Siren. After the fact, Yemich gets the blink away. Huge hit. Drop down, but that egg is so perfect, and the magic damage, lightning and sun and everything thrown out, way too much. Otherwise, this right here is nice. The control is there, but Tusk still dying, and the stays alive, and now rolls in, finds that kill onto Yemich. Ryan actually gonna die in the range of the EAP. Chrysalis chases forward. He's on the blue too. But that's the Song of the Siren wears out. I don't think to kill off Chrysalis. They might.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Caught, net onto both. Ogre in trouble.
Radiant's bottom
Down low, and the bear is dead. The ogre's dead. They have a second one. Now the Song of the Siren to start this one out. They have to take this fight at this point. Rupture forward, finds the Zeus. Perfect from Chrysalis. He takes him out at the start. This actually beats it. They blow up another. That's the Phoenix dead. No more spells used. Lul's in trouble. XSS is going to run in. They buy back. Tuffy feels like it needs to be their time now. hit one. They're going to get that silence onto XXS, kill off another. And Yamich, he found the perfect moment. A triple kill from Chrysalis. They chase forward, find Lul. No Song of the Siren. He's dead twice. Dispersed to run away. Boom, right onto him. Gets in front, and he does not have an easy way out. The Dagon is taken away, catching and killing the Song of Siren. What an insane turnaround. And Chrysalis, Bloodseeker started it all. That was absolutely clutch. Gotta be so careful. Azure Ray, they're smoking out, but they don't know about this beat. Yamich breaks the smoke, jumps in, finds one. Can they get the target they want? Chrysalis runs forward, but there's the break. They have anything to take this away. He's ready to go. Back out, XM full mana. Now they're in trouble. There's no BKB ready for this Bloodseeker. Is he going to be able to survive through this? Forcegraph tries to walk away. Boom, down at half HP, saving his BKB. Don't have ED anymore. The turn, trying to do what they can, but there's way too much damage. The Phoenix ult now tearing apart Secret. It was supposed to be a good fight. It was not a good fight. Wait, they're going through a different gate. The Phoenix gate. No, they're gonna be too late. Oh no. Everything on the ground. They're still gonna jump in and try and chase this. See if they can get anybody at all. The egg is in a perfect position. They're getting walloped. They can't do anything. The bear was hitting that egg the entire time, which doesn't do anything. And now they're gonna finish this one off. Devastating fight, all the Zeus damage in the world, another egg because why not? And that is 4 dead without buyback. It's running down late.
Thunderous applause.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Azure Ray, victory!
Panel touched upon it. It very much feels like they're resting a lot on this PA getting a decent start, right? If Chrysalis gets shut down, this game could start to get very hard very quickly for Team.
Yeah, honestly, Secret need to help him to have a very good game, because even in the...
They do get the shard trap on him here, but at the same time, Secret are going to see if they can try and run down Duracho, look for that first blood. Should have a solid chance of getting there. The dual breath comes in, it'll pop the fairy fire, but he's not living, he's going down. There's Yamich.
There, so I don't think that's going to be fine by the end. Top lane already.
Chrysalis taking quite a beating here for the two of them. The shards are out as well as the nuke from Ace. Of course, Chrysalis is the PA. He doesn't want to get involved in them. So for the 3, 4, and 5 as Secret, a lot has got to be done. Boom. Going to try and get aggressive in on the Duracho down bottom. They've got the ink swell. That'll do it. They'll get in under the tower. They'll take down the Gyro. Same time, top Tofu getting caught upon, but it looks like it may have been just a bit of a bait as Tofu and Ace are ready to turn back towards Chrysalis. The Soul Assumption comes in, they bring down Chrysalis. Puppey will get Tofu in return. I actually have been absolutely bang on. He said it would be 40-20 Quinn, 10-0 on mid one. He's not far off. He's not far off. Bottom lane, they might just get the two of them. Yamich is gone, boom. And they're going to try and dive in from. They certainly are. Celery's just tanking the tower along Duracho to get the last few. Chrysalis has got backup of Puppey, and further TP's coming in. Secret, they know the game in are going to try and poke for this sort of move, and they'll look to punish it. Chrysalis jumps straight away over towards Ace. Ace able to hold him back temporarily with the familiar stuns. Snowball across as well, but it won't save Ace. Ace goes down. Mid one comes into the rotation. Cold snap over towards Tofu. Secret, they were prepared for that move, and they will. Dagger, last right click, they'll get the two of them. Duracho, brought over by Celery. The six was hidden down bottom. But Duracho, he may not want to be brought into this one. Celery's going to tether back across. Quinn, he'll get caught by the ice park. Duracho's gone. Secret, they're punishing Gaming Gladiators hard here for this move. Dagger out to Quinn. They'll chase on further. Dual breaths out. Quinn surrounded by the three of them. Ace trying to do his best with the Familiars to protect Quinn with the stuns, but it's not going to work out for Gaming. Secret, they slap back hard there.
I mean, what a nice punch back from Secret. Game and definitely overplaying their hand there. You don't want to get gone on first like that. Tofu ready for round 2.
Mid one. He's got one more cold snap to throw out. Celery. Boom's just completely trampling all over him. Celery's gone. I mean, it just doesn't stop. Secret, they're going to get 2 more kills off the back of that around the mid.
His entire game is like kind of back. Sure, his net worth isn't great. He's like in the middle of the pack, but stealing the Wisdom Rune, making these plays. If Ace dies again, this is a row.
I mean, they've closed the gap in upon him. Puppey lining up the dual breath. This is looking like a very dead Visage. The relocate comes in. Diracho get the cooldown out. Onto the 2 of them. Need to turn over towards Yamich.
Oh, they see the reload behind.
Through the trees, it's going to be hard to get Yamich. Yamich is able to turn with the Soulbind, and they'll just take themselves back out of that to the side. And that's going to be one of them gone. It's going to be both of them gone. I mean, these last 2 minutes, I mean, Secret, they are going to be feeling fantastic about this. Quinn's tried to turn up. Yamich has got the slow. Boom's closing in on him. The light strike's still on cooldown for a few seconds, so Quinn's got nothing to throw back to stop this primal beast.
Have also abilities like, oh yeah, I can reload to you. Oh, I can boost with travel.
We're going to see it here potentially, Ace. Boom's in on top of him. Quinn, he is going to box over. He's going to stop it. Yeah, this time around. The relocate is coming across though.
Oh.
I mean, Quinn, he knew not to be here. They've got a snowball, which will buy them a bit of time. Looks like it will at least keep them alive, but not a chance for Gaming Gladiators to stake any kills themselves. Tofu, he's not going to live. He's caught on the high ground. He can step away from Boom, he cannot. Channel pulls out. I'm necessarily going to be there for all the heroes, as most of the time Celery's going to be looking to stay connected to Diracho alone. Diracho, see the tether come in, take him out just in time. This time round, the relocate there. Diracho alive. Crystallis has been found. They've got the combo to burst him low. The stick charges. He's going to jump back over towards Quinn, try and get a bit of lifesteal off here with a strike. And it's not enough, as he will fall back down bottom, of course. Looks like he may be trying to set up onto Ace.
He has a good ward, and Puppey is coming over. But the Ace...
He's going to step up into the jungle. Ace
kind of staying.
Step on with some good information here. Set up into the ice wall and the ice path. The Macropire's down. Ace. I mean, TPs are coming in over towards the tier 1. Can anybody get her in time to help out? They cannot. Likely to make this move into Roshan after. See if they can get her in time. Roshan down to half HP.
I think someone needs to break the smoke, or this could be very bad for Gaben.
If Gladiators stay this grouped up in the pit, this could be terrible. We'll see them start to step out now. Boom's going to come crashing forward. Snowball's there. The silence out. Let's check around towards Boom. Celery's getting bashed up by Roche. The Macropire's killing Roshan. But Celery will still manage to not only get the kill, but also get the pick up on the Aegis. We'll see how much that matters, though, as he instantly gets taken down. Boom, he'll charge back out of there, over towards the safety of Yamich and Crystallis. Secret, can they get back in on this? Force Boom out of the side. Mid-one, great angle with the Tornado. Hold back Diracho and Ace. Secret, here's the triangle area now of Gladiators. Mid-one on the hunt. Celery and Diracho both relatively low here. Mid-one got the opening on towards Diracho. Boom's in with a follow-up. There's not a chance here for Diracho. They'll get the catch. Mid-one with the angle of the Tornado and the ice wall laid down will secure themselves a second kill. 23-8 now.
Just really nicely done. Mid-one, on to the next.
I mean, this sort of constant movement here from Mid-one, it's been fantastic. Setup after setup. And maybe into even another one here. Looks towards Quinn. Boom. He's closing in on him. Ace got the familiar stuns. Quinn popped the BKB, but Boom. Yeah, it was sorry, Boom's BKB. He's able to just stay on top of Quinn. See if they can get the turnaround as they look over towards Boom. Put Yamich by his side. Yamich turns with the Soulbind, gets the silence out of both of the Crystallis. He's also ready to consider turning up the fight. We'll throw out the daggers onto the 2 of them. And that is Soulbind connection from Yamich. Now looking towards Tofu. Tofu's got the punch out, Crystallis. He's got to be a little bit careful. Boom's very, very low. Mid-one waiting for his cooldown to come back up. Ice path from Puppey shuts down the escape here from Tofu. Diracho. Over towards Puppey. Sidestep with the Tornado. Mid-one trying to do his best to continue to get present in this team fight. They've burnt the mana of Ace. Crystallis, he's back in. BKB's done. Looks for the crits. Finds them to take down Ace. And now Crystallis, he can look to go for more with the duration of this BKB. Boom. Coming back in incredibly low HP with the grab onto Diracho. Will set up for Crystallis to clean up the gyro.
One might be breaking their smoke. That's the first one.
I mean, they're just getting picked apart here. Snowball comes out.
No BKB.
They've got the combo. This time around, Crystallis may have bit off a little bit too much, and indeed he has. He'll get punished for that one. Mid-one. Might be able to find Tofu. Another stun from Quinn. Which is onto Mid-one, but the force is there. Mid-one out to safety. Quinn. Another Puppey. Tofu. the snowball. Puppey to get his dual breath off. The stun is there. Puppey's still got a fair bit of HP, so they're not able to immediately commit for him. They'll get the light strike array, but Puppey's fine. The soul bind into the grab onto the two of them. I mean, Secret again just kiting Gaming Gladiators with these heroes on such low HP. Yamich will finally fall. They'll look towards Boom, but Boom is full HP right now. So able to walk.
Hey, Mimmer's just constantly going in as his Boom was
It just never stopped.
Up the Racho. Round 18.
Sort of save here from Gladiators. I mean, Ace is in with the Familiars, but there's no keeping Diracho alive. The EMP comes in. Ace out of mana. Tornado setups there.
No, different intentions. They want to keep fighting.
I mean, mid one. He's got the opening. Ace. They're straight in on top of him, under towards the tower. The mana's been burnt. The silence is out on towards Tofu, so there's no saves from the Tusk. Both dead once again. As the push is coming in, Secret, they can get a bit of pressure onto this tier 2 tower, cleaning up some of the Familiars as well from Ace. The Ice Path into the Sunstrike, down onto Quinn. And Chrysalis, he's ready to jump up to the tier 3s. Boom, comes crashing through. The relocate there just in time to keep Quinn alive. But they've got the grab onto Diracho. Chrysalis in, taking him out underneath the tier 3s. Laguna Blade will punish Chrysalis for this play. Did just get caught out, so Secret are going to know that there's a high chance the Gaming Gladiators will set up like this. Send in Boom first. Boom, he only gets brought down to half HP. He's perfectly fine. And now mid one, he can wrap him from the side, try and get the setup over towards the Tofu Tusk. They'll finish him off. And now they can maybe look for more. Jump forward for Chrysalis. Laguna Blade throwing down onto Boom. It's time to burst enough to finally bring down the Primal. Mid one. Starts to poke towards Quinn. Boom will find himself on the high ground here with that move forward. Tofu's got the punch up, but they've got the soul bind set up onto towards the two, and then Boom turns with the grab onto Tofu. Tofu to get punished. Boom.
Diracho in the back.
The BKB trying to step away from Diracho and Celery. Diracho himself pop the BKB. Chrysalis, he's going to get an aggressive out towards Celery, but it's so much damage from Diracho. But it was coming towards the end of the Aegis. Chrysalis happy to lose the Aegis in that situation. So if they can get the setup on the respawn, they can't quite. Light Strike Array attempted by Quinn, but the timing not quite there. Chrysalis on the retreat. Heavy damage from Diracho now. It's Chrysalis brought down to about a third HP. Puppey will turn with the Macropie, but the Laguna Blades there. Instant buyback here from Puppey. Secret, they want to try and take this fight. Boom. Backing onto Ace. He's protecting himself for now with the Stone Form. Chrysalis still has to be careful how he jumps back in. He's still very, very low on the PA. Black Cannon hits coming out. A slow down Diracho's approach here with the Stroke Effect. Chrysalis is going to jump back in with the BKB. The X-Well stuns there. They take down Diracho. Diracho now for 50 seconds. Tofu, he bought back for this. Straight into the grab. They take down a second. Secret, they can push on for more as they perfectly bait Gaming Gladiators back into Gaming Gladiators' own jungle with every intention here from Secret to continue to take this fight. It's so hard as well for Gaming Gladiators to step up towards this Raxus. But the way that Secret's been playing, we know they will not be afraid to dive you. Diracho, he's here. Gonna see if he can do his best to keep the melee Rax alive. They'll get the homing missile out towards Chrysalis, but they're able to separate him off to the side. Diracho, he's gonna get jumped upon, pop the BKB, but Chrysalis is straight back in onto him. The dagger crits there. Diracho out again for 50 seconds. Chrysalis underneath the tier 4s, another dagger, another kill as Gaming Gladiators effectively team wiped. The creeps are coming in on the mid, so Secret, they can continue to finish off this melee Rax. A failed attempt there from Gaming Gladiators to try and slow down this potentially game-ending push. A Secret onto the tier 4s. No buybacks available on Diracho, no buybacks available on Quinn. The first tier 4 gone. The second to be falling, they just have to use whatever they can here. Celery buying back.
And what can they do? The 3 on 5.
And they're closing it up. The tier 4s are gone. They're onto the Ancient. Ace and Celery throwing out whatever they can, but Boom comes crashing through the 3 of them. Celery and Tofu out. At this game, it is absolutely over. Boom diving into the fountain. What a performance here from Secret in this game 1 against Gaming Gladiators. I don't think anyone expected. I don't think anyone expected that after the first 8 minutes in play. We'll see if Diracho can do anything to put a slowdown to this one, but it doesn't look like he can.
To see it gone. I would say Secret banning the Pango just makes a lot of sense. I think Effie's onto something with... I don't really know if I want to play some Invoker against these type of heroes that are in the pool. Just take it out, and then Liquid, they felt this early game from Puppey. Like, don't give him this Nature's Prophet again.
Yeah, also, I want to point out to Sloan Druid, I thought that the nerf to the bear having 0 armor at level 1 was really significant. I don't know if it's still worth first phase armor. And I don't play the hero enough to know, but to me it feels like it could easily be punished by any ranged right-clicking support that could just whittle down the bear really early on. Even at level 3, the bear's only got 2 armor compared to its 3 armor at level 1 in the past. So I feel like letting Lone Druid through might actually be a viable strategy because the bear can easily be exploited.
It honestly also matters a lot because there's this trick with Lone Druid where you keep it level 1, then they go on you, you level it up because then you can resummon, you get a new Savage Roar. So I really like this change. I still think the hero is very good, but I think people will experiment leaving it in the pool.
Yeah. Avery SVG was mentioning that on a new patch, like Death Ball is always one of the most reliable strategies because there's just so many unknowns, and maybe these teams are just afraid in the lower bracket to lose a game for free at 15-20 minutes to a Lone Druid high ground player. So it could be that they aren't really sure if it's as powerful as it used to be, or like I agree, these nerfs are certainly relevant to the laning phase, but in the lower bracket, you know,
that is fair. You don't really have that much time to experiment. I mean, all of these players woke up today and were completely caught off guard by this new patch. So the only thing they can do is go in with their draft prep, their old draft prep from group stages into this lower bracket period.
I mean, at least, you know, Chrysalis, he gets his Razor. I would say him and Amar are probably the most feared Razors out there in the entire world. So surely Secret must be happy with that. As Liquid, you know, they put their attention on more, I would say, the faster type heroes. Razor's still a fast hero, but not as fast as the others that they did ban out.
Yeah, the level 1 link duration going from 5 seconds to 10 seconds, it's really important to note that the static link only starts the debuff countdown once you end the link itself. So this is effectively adding 5 seconds of damage drain if you're able to connect in the lane. Now the question is, you picked it first, so a lot of times you usually, in the past, pick Razor if you saw like offlane Tide or some other melee hero that can't get away from the link, but Liquid's likely not going to give that to him. So is this a flex pick? Is this strictly for Chrysalis? Like, what do you guys think?
I actually think Razor as a flex pick to mid is a lot more viable now with the changes to Static Link and also the changes to Storm Surge doing more movement speed decrease. That could make it a more impactful mid laner. So I would like to see teams experiment with the mid lane flex. I know that a team like Azure Ray would definitely do it on XM, but I'm not sure if it's something Secret are comfortable doing on mid 1.
I think it's a nice hero to flex, but the only problem from first pick, what you have to do now as Liquid is craft a mid lane and an off lane that this guy does not want to go to. Or at least you have one hero that even if he gets flexed away, you just destroy him in the game. Could be some bad rider type hero, sniper, like these heroes don't care if they lane against him or not. They will destroy him later. So Secret need to kind of cover their bases, take out the Morphling, probably the most traditional carry counter alongside like what, maybe Faceless Void that you would want to take out, Brian?
Yeah, any hero with mobility that can also like go on you and then disengage from you as well, like with Faceless Void with the reverse time walk, excuse me. With Razor, I think these are small changes that are so interesting to a way a hero gets played because his level 10 talent used to be 14 agility, and now it's 10% spell lifesteal. That's like a completely different like way to play the hero. Instead of turning into a right-click mid-game carry with like Manta and other stat items, are we going to be seeing a more utility-based Razor, whether it's in the safe lane or the mid lane?
There was this Bloodstone build for a while. Like, you know, maybe you pair it up with this, it's good. I don't really play Razor, but I think going back to the question about Chrysalis and whether they should flex it, the beautiful thing with people who have 1,000 or 2,000 games on a hero, they don't really care. They have played these matches for 50 times, 100 times. You know, if they bust out 4 counters, he's like, guys, I don't care. I have this secret build. I'm going to do this. I'm getting this new item. You know, I got this.
Yeah, it would be cool to see the Bloodstone Razor make a comeback because the Bloodstone got the plus 75 AoE range, and that is actually really relevant to something like Eye of the Storm that does a lot of high damage intervals. I also think it would be extremely relevant to heroes like Leshrac. So we're probably going to be seeing a lot of bizarre Bloodstone experimentation moving forward.
Yeah, I did test it earlier in the lobby with Lesh. It looks strange. It's another thing that will catch people off guard, like some random AoE increase. It's nasty.
A lot of this you play by feel, right?
Yeah.
You're thinking like, oh, I'm slightly outranging Leshrac, and now you're not. And these are the little things that if you are not paying attention in the middle of a chaotic team fight, might make or break the difference. As Grimstroke, his only nerf was to the Shard.
Yeah, some shards and like a talent related to the shard and something small to Soulbind.
Cooldown increase on Soulbind, which I think is pretty relevant. And I think the heal on the shard was actually really important if you're playing with these tanky heroes. So I feel like the hero is weaker overall, but it's still a really solid hero because it enables the initiating type of melee laners that Secret love to play.
Yeah. I do like the Avenge a lot, first of all, against the Razor. I think it's a hero that can suffer from being put out of position, but also you can instantly break the link by swapping out the other guy. I'll take Grim, still a great hero. Puppy Ogre, honestly another classic. This hero, in my opinion, is underrated. His laning is good, he just gets in there, he's a body, he gives Bloodlust to your bros. It's just another, these are some feel-good supports. You know, if I'm any player in Team Secret, I see these two, I'm happy.
Yeah, and also by nature of a patch coming out and popular supports getting tweaked or slightly nerfed, supports like Ogre, who are always fine, are going to be better just by nature of other heroes changing.
So if I'm Liquid, at least one thing that makes a lot of sense with the Venge as well, apart from like, you know, having the swap against the Razor, is that it makes heroes that can man fight or outrange the Razor a lot better. Like range carries are pretty nice with Venge. I would say minus armor as well is really nice against Razor because the hero relies on just getting in there, staying in. So Slaughter for now could be a flex. Maybe they think that, you know, we can just straight up lane against it too. I think it can go both ways very quickly. Good pick.
Maybe something like TV, like with the Slardar. I know we haven't seen too much of the hero. Maybe it's a bit of a double-edged sword against Grimstroke, but they do go for the Invoker themselves. So,
They didn't listen.
yeah, they are also blind picking it. They don't know their opponent mid laner. What will Team Secret do? A lot of the heroes that we talked about, the Pangoliers, the Primal Beast, they're already banned out.
There are still the Shakers
10 seconds remaining.
that were played during group stages that might potentially work, but
5
you need to pick
seconds
heroes that can play for these runes. And if Invoker's picked, but he's not laning against something like a Pango, he should still be fine, especially with supports like Moira and Vengeful Spirit, who are going to rotate to the mid lane. Now, Secret have to be able to match that pace themselves, and I think Puck was the perfect pick for that.
Yep.
Outside of me thinking Puck is going to be better because now there's a Witchblade upgrade, he got a small quality of life change with his Orb having faster speed.
Just an overall like nice hero. I think it fits well. Some heroes that they may be looking at are banned with the Pango, Kunkka. I think Puck is great. You mentioned they're probably going to want a hero that the Grim and the Ogre can kind of play with. Gives you a lot of lockdown. Not the easiest catch for now for Liquid. Like maybe some random Atos in the silence. Maybe consider an Orchid on the Invoker. So it could be a pretty nasty Puck game.
Yeah, you can easily dodge the Venge Stun. Slardar is not going to be reliable with the Crush. Even if you do hit Puck with it, it's only a 1-second disable. I'd say when I'm looking at this Puck pick, my concern is whether or not, like, there's going to be someone to play with the Puck. Because you have Grimstroke, like, are you going to Ink Swallow the Puck? Or are you going to have, like, what's the follow-up to the Coil in the mid-game is the question I have right now.
I mean, I guess the nice thing is like Razor, at least after like 50 minutes, he should feel good enough to like kind of run in, right? Like he has semi-body, back up the Puck. I think you have Inkswell, another semi-body in the Ogre. So for now, at least, I'm pretty okay with it. But if I'm Secret, I'm looking at an offlaner that can help my course fight into this double minus armor for now on Team Liquid. Because I think if you don't, Razor's game can very quickly go into the drain in the mid-game.
10 seconds.
I'm looking at these Venge changes. I don't know if you guys read them yet, but Venge stopped doing damage reduction on her swap, and now she gives a damage barrier based on how much damage her swap did in the first place. So it scales from 150 damage level 1 to 300 damage to 450 damage. And I was thinking, how relevant could that be? I think she's actually going to be pretty impactful against these blink targets of the past. Now you can't really blink out of swap or buy some kind of raindrop to offset that initial 50 damage. So it feels like she has more utility. It was a weird change, but now that I'm reading it, I think it's actually better.
No, I kind of like it. I think Venge Swap it's kind of an underutilized spell. Like the really good teams know exactly how to use it aggressively. Get this guy in, now he can't blink out, and you save the guy, and now you have a damage barrier when you go in. I don't know, it just feels good.
Do more damage too, right? The 150 damage level 1 plus your magic missile level 4 is going to be a significant amount of early game damage.
It might be... I'm looking at a hero like Visage. Never mind. Gonna be a brew. But I think anything that gives you a little bit more teamfight and has the option to build auras, I will stress it enough. I think the minus armor is very, very nasty for Team Liquid.
That also preemptively counters any illusion heroes they might go for. These are all just the bad matchups for Razor.
Yeah.
Right now, Razor's going to have a tough time tanking up, but he also needs to at least... You want to give him a good blink target in the carry if possible. Slardar is melee, but he's also very fast. Slark, also very fast. I'm loving the pit changes they gave to Slark. First off, the Orb of Corrosion. We saw Monkey King last game being one of the primary beneficiaries. I also think Slark's up there, so his laning stage will be much more powerful. And also giving this hero stat gains on his int and strength. Like, this is something you can't underestimate, because this hero's stat gains are usually atrocious. They still don't have a way to burst mid one, though, so I don't know what they're going to do about that.
I think eventually we'll just see them get to a point where they build that Hex on Invoker and they'll play off of that, and they can just try to overrun these side lanes with the Invoker instead of play around the mid lane. And that's a pretty solid approach. I also want to point out the Echo Saber change made Slark more viable if fighting early on, because I believe it gives more strength now, more tankability. So it's going to definitely be interesting. I love the Slark pick. I think it's really good at chunking down these heroes like Ogre, these heroes like Brewmaster, and it hasn't had its time in the sun yet, but it could very well be a Slark patch.
I think the Slark pick is very good. Like having heroes that can go in and out to outlast Brew Split, outlast the Razor BKB, I think it fits very well. For Secret, I'm really looking at this top lane, because I have seen Bruce play against Slark before, and it has gone horrible. So I hope that they have a decent plan to damage control Mickey's early game.
Final words, Brian?
I think Liquid's going to outpace them this game.
All right, let's find out if they can indeed make this a 2-0, or perhaps Secret can strike back and keep their tournaments alive in a third game. We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Shiver. That's right. Getting into game 2, Avery. A fresh new draft, a whole new list of heroes that we can scramble and look at the Dota patch notes and figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah, they're going to do the same, you know, read the patch notes in the middle of the game. I've been there, I've done it. Still, Puppy is playing his Ogre. Apparently, he just doesn't care.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw some Bloodlust around. You deal with it. Crystal is still playing his level 30 Razor. Doesn't care, you know. Change static link, whatever. I'm still going to link you. You got to farm that Arcana for something. You can't just give it.
Yeah, that's true. Is there any hero on this list of drafted heroes that you felt like, oh, that hero got a big buff?
I mean, the Venge change could be pretty big. Like, this hero is usually on a threshold of if it's really good, it's really good. And if it's not, you just never see it.
Yeah,
so
but has it been
one
really
of those,
good?
There was one TI. I remember Kuroki played it a little bit. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to tell. I feel like a lot of these heroes didn't necessarily change that much. I guess Puck could go up a lot more.
Yeah.
We were not seeing that hero at all last patch. So maybe Mid1 can show us what is different about the Puck in this patch and how better he can play just off of like the lower cooldown. I mean, anytime you lower cooldowns on Puck, it's pretty scary, right?
Yeah.
Because the hero just gets to a point where you can't interact with him, you can't touch him. The thing about this draft that I think is interesting is Liquid really went in on making Razor's game as hard as possible. Like, this is a first pick Razor for Crystallis. They know he's going to take it if you give it away, probably. Yeah, different patch, but you got to kind of play what you know anyway. And they really just made his life miserable. The Morta is not a hero he interacts with at all. You have Venge, which you don't want to link the Venge. She gives bonus damage, which can help you fight through the link, and she can swap someone out of link. You have Slardar, which can just physically burst the hero. Even that's probably his best matchup here, because Slark and the Invoker are terrible. Very hard heroes to link generally in the fights, a lot of control and a lot of displacement. The Invoker one can be okay during your BKB times, but again, they have like the swap, they have Morta calling you have to run into. It seems like a very hard game for Crystallis to deal the damage, and then that's why I go back to the Puck for mid one. If you're looking at a hero to pick up some of that damage slack in those mid game fights, I feel like it has to come from the Puck.
Sure. I think the Slark's item buildup is going to be really interesting. We heard Mira bring up the point about the Echo Saber. Diffuser Blade, I think, is still a very valid item. The Aghanim Scepter is going to be super important in this matchup against the Razor. So what is his buildup going to look like in this game? We'll have to keep an eye on that. We do have a little bit of an audio issue here. It should be fixed down very shortly here. But Brewmaster also being the last pickup here for Boom. I'm not sure if I've seen too much of Boom Brewmaster. We'll see how he does with the micro element of that hero.
He did play at this tournament. He had a very solid game on it where he was just like highest net worth all the way through. That was one of the games where I think that was the game where Puppy rotated to his lane with Furion, similar to last game, and just set enough for success. So he's very comfortable on the hero. He has looked very damn good on it. My biggest issue is like, is it enough damage in this style of game, right? Again, how much are they going to rely on Crystallis and Mid1 to get the job done? Because traditionally, Brew is not a hero that deals a huge amount of damage in the fight outside of when you're just rolling the game, which could happen. And he also has some like decent spells to worry about. Like, how does he stick on these heroes? Who is he tossing? And if you get jumped by a Slardar amp into like a calling, you get silenced. There's no save. This Grimshard can't really bail you out of that every time. So it's something Boom's gonna have to think about in terms of who's waddling in. Is it Puppy first, just trying to tank the initiation with the Ogre and set it up that way? How much damage does he actually get out in the fight? But it's a very different style draft coming up from Liquid. They have a decent amount of vision. They have a decent amount of physical damage amped to put into this Slark. Traditionally a hero that actually wants attack speed more than the damage, but he has Alacrity to throw on there as well. So triple physical buffs coming out from Liquid between the Venge, the Slardar, and the Invoker. A lot for Mickey to play around with, and even Boxy if this game goes very late.
We're talking a lot about what we don't know and are going to figure out, but what about some of the things that we do know? I mean, you were hyping up Grimstroke before this tournament started. You said this is going to be the hero of the tournament, and it was most picked, most banned. Like, it was definitely targeted as a very strong hero. It did get touched up a little bit in this recent patch, so since you're such an expert, how does these changes affect him too much? It's got a little bit of a shard nerf, doesn't get it quite as much damage or heal with the shard. Little bit of a nerf to Soulbind cooldown.
Definitely hurts him a bit. I mean, some of the value of that hero was like his massive uptime on all of his spells. I think the biggest factor for me in that hero was just flexible. Like, he enabled so many heroes of the patch. All these melee offlaners that were big with hearts and stuff. He just excelled because he keeps them alive. All of his spells combo really nicely in the fights. You can chain some people, you can chain them into silences. It's just the perfect hero to set all that up. So that might be the biggest factor. If a lot of these core heroes change because we're going more towards ranged in heroes, or like Shrek comes back, you know, he's just not going to combo as well, and then the hero might fall off a bit more. Whereas like those types of heroes generally like the bruiser supports, ogre Magi's, these treants that can buff them up and just turn them into raid boss. So, you know, Dota's a game of cycles. We'll go in another circle, and maybe even though Grim's still good, he might fall back to the bottom.
All right, so where do you think this cycle is currently trending to? Because we had the tank meta of TI, hearts and blade mails everywhere. Then we had a little bit of
This is going to be the Veil of Discord.
I mean, people are hyping up Veil. That item seems really good.
Veil of Discord Phylactery meta.
What about Shivas?
Well, that's included. Yeah, Veil is going to be good because you fill it.
That's true. That
reminds me of like that Arteezy cycle meme.
yeah.
Secret's back on the table.
Yeah.
It is worth mentioning, you know, we are paused here. We had to fix one of the headsets. I would like to mention, you know, Puppy is in this match.
Yes,
so
he's the captain of Team Secret. You are correct.
It is a little ironic that we had a broken headset, you know. You know, maybe after that game one, tensions got a little high in the secret back room, started to do a little headset monitor flinging, you know what I'm saying? But old habits die hard, Cap, new patch, but
you know, I had a chance to talk to Puppy, and I asked him about their run in the qualifier to get here in the first place. There was a lot of people who doubted them, and they received most of the doubt when they went into that lower bracket elimination match in the Western European qualifier, matched up against Alliance, and almost lost that game 3. In fact, some would say probably should have lost that game 3.
Yeah, shoulda, woulda, coulda.
What was it like to, you know, recuperate? Did you feel like you clicked? And he said, no, not really. We just decided, screw it. We almost got eliminated. Let's not care too much anymore. And well, it's hard to keep that mentality when you're here on the main stage. But if anybody can get a team together in that kind of thought process, it's got to be the most veteran of Dota 2 players in PUBG.
Absolutely. See if they can muster a win back here. Down a game on the brink of elimination already. KL. Mickey checking for a ward. He will scout it out.
Question is do they know?
Yeah, they know
which
exactly.
side it is, and they're paying it exactly.
This is going to be a benefit for Liquid the whole Slark Night Vision. It's really big here because, again, I feel like the initiations for Secret are a bit harder, right? Like, you can coil someone, you can run in with the Razor, but it's kind of obvious. So if Liquid can just scout where Secret are, start the fight on their terms, they're going to be pretty happy with that, especially if it starts out with Mickey just building stacks. There's not a lot of lockdown for the Slark gets to the later items here.
You get 3 bounty runes on the side of Liquid. And they were actually baiting out Puppy in the bottom lane, trying to get a first blood off of him. But since Liquid had 3 other spots controlled, they were like, yeah, there's no need to try and fight over this one.
Puppy's job is just going to be bloodlust. I'm looking towards Yamich game. I think he had a really rough game 1. Shaman.
Yeah.
Some of that's the Shaman, you know, 18 deaths, so what can you do? But this game, like the Grim, I have a lot of faith in Grim. I still have faith in it in terms of until this patch starts to get figured out, which, you know, I'll see you in a year. I think Soulbind is a really big spell for both teams in a sense. Like I was mentioning the lockdown for the Slark. Soulbind is, if it catches the Slark or the Slark +1 in these fights, that sets a lot up. Right. So I'm looking towards the Grim's levels and the laning for him too. Like we're talking about this Panda potentially having a rough lane versus the Slark, which has been a very favorable counterpick for a lot of these European teams over the entire year. If it's still the case, then you want to give Boom a good start. That falls down to Yamich as well. Play this lane well, set your Panda up for success, and then he's going to pay it back by giving you levels in the fight. That's mainly what I'm looking at in terms of... And if you're Liquid, well...
Puppy's like, I got all the time in the world. I'll wait for you to come back this way.
Yeah, I've been playing this game for 15 years, son. You're going to have to juke a bit harder than that. Well, plus level 1, by the way. So just looking to play off of Crystallis with the rundown. Definitely helps the Razor a lot.
Yeah.
And this Link lasts longer, right? Like, that was the biggest change to this hero. Less damage per tick, but the 10 seconds on the Link. So if you bloodlust this guy up and he just runs you down in a fight, seems kind of toxic, to be honest.
Yeah, that's crazy. Especially, like, as a laning phase sort of thing, it's pretty difficult to get that Link off of you.
Yes.
When you're moving so slow, that's a massive difference at level 1.
Very obnoxious, says Mid1 facing his own set of difficulties here, just getting Anna burned out early.
Yeah, he was using a lot of orbs early on to try and secure CS. And if he gets hit by a single EMP, then that is pretty much all she wrote for his mana until the bottle comes in, which is coming soon.
Yeah, Nisha doing pretty well in these early waves for Quas West Wex here, and burning mid now. But we'll get water runes guaranteed on Puck, so sure he'll be fine. For me,
Radiant's
we're looking
turret
towards
has been
Saberlight.
killed.
For Liquid, one thing I was going to mention is like he picked up a lot of that damage slack in those later fights, right? Slardar is a hero that can do that if he has a really good game, but he is up against some tough spells, and like the Coil, the Brewmaster split that can dispel him and toss him, and the Soulbind.
Yeah.
I almost feel like he needs BKB, but we've seen some of these Slardar struggle to get there sometimes with the fights and the Roshans and the Tormentors and all this nonsense can't go their way.
Especially potentially having a rough laning phase.
I mean, it's just a tough lane. Honestly, I feel like he's doing great, given the early matchup.
Yamich sees the opportunity. They managed to get him a little bit of that brew burn damage. They'll hit him with a stroke as well, but Magic Missile keeps Boom at
Clap
bay.
Still level 1 clap. Huh? I think Liquid are pretty happy with how this laning phase is going. I think Niche is doing fine mid. I think Saberlight's getting a lot down here. 15 and 5 on the Slardar to 14 and 2 for Install. He is suffering and might be dead with the blood grenade.
Yeah, they actually killed him instead of the Razor killing Slardar. This is going to be terrible for Team Secret. His damage is all being taken away, and he doesn't have the bashes, but Boxy's got the damage instead. First blood goes to him.
He missed that life by 1 stick charge because he popped it early. I don't know if he wanted to survive there in the end anyway, but big pickup for Saberlight is, I was saying, his lane was going really well for him. Now it's just going extremely well. 2 points in the crush will get the job done with the extra damage. Even though you lose all your base damage, Slardar doesn't care. Still bashing you, he's still stunning you.
I don't know, I read an essay recently that you should definitely be leveling out the bash. So that's very interesting that he did that.
Yeah, it is. It pays off.
It seems like maybe he knows what he's doing.
Didn't even need the win. Wow, you really threw that guy under the bus, wherever that random person is from the internet.
Some people set themselves up for it, you know?
I hope he's here. I hope he comes up to you after this match.
I would love to meet him.
I didn't appreciate that, Austin. Here's my friend, the guy who wrote the Lion Shard essay.
Now that guy, I definitely would. That guy is an oracle. Hashtag rise above fate.
He knew. EMP will not latch on mid one. Some of his resources up. You'd like to be able to see him maybe he just, or at least ganks in these lanes.
Oh, no, you got Ignite and you're only level 2 in Bloodlust, so no stun to stop that TP away from Boxy. At least they kick him out of lane a little bit of time, but still not stopping the Slardar domination. Top net worth right now.
And he's just a full level ahead of Crystallis. He is well out in front. This laning phase going extremely well for Liquid now. All 3 cores top of the board. And the problem is they just keep burning mid one's resources mid. So like normally you try and, you know, skew some of these lanes and turn it around. Where's the turnaround?
Burst damage, too much to handle. The Ogre was going mid. They even had the rotation coming from Insania. Wasn't needed at all.
It is a costly rotation now with the gate.
Yeah, it was 150 mana to make that little back and forth.
Wait.
Did he only lose it one way?
Maybe there's a
Radiant
cooldown on it?
Yeah, a little buffer.
I don't know.
I mean, that would make sense if they put that in. 'Cause I feel like it would be a little bit too punishing the other way.
Still, Crystallis just hits level 4. Saberlight's almost 6 here. We'll clean up a couple triple wave. I mean, Puppy's just trying to give him as much solo XP as possible. And you can't blame him. But this is also going to hurt his game. He's still level 2.
Yeah, Puppy might just be dying out here. Crystallis has got to come out, bail out his support.
I mean, there's just no real bailout here, right? Like,
If he, one more hit, he would have gotten the bash, and then maybe Boxy would have tried to line things up after that. Foul Rune, first one of the game, does spawn, and Nisha is going to get his hands on a shield rune. Now, that's kind of whatever for him, but the important part is keeping out of the Puck's hand.
Exactly. Mid one's game just continuing to get slowed down. He had to go to base. He's behind on levels, not getting the power runes. Doesn't have the resources to gank or counter gank either of these side lanes right now. This is where Liquid are happy, because when you're winning the lanes, now they are. You just keep building it over time. Get the 6 on Saberlight. You can definitely look for the kill on Crystallis again, especially if Insania is willing to make a gate rotation. I think you look for it here, because once more, he's up far in the lane, and Insania does not have to be top right now. You already have 6 on the Slark. So Midgate is fully independent. In fact, he's going to look for the Wisdom Rune contest. Liquid making plays on both side lanes right now. Secret. I don't think Yamich can fight this, man. He's
going to have to give up his life. An attempted Wisdom Rune. He does manage to get away from him. Mickey will probably collect the kill, though.
Yeah, is that worth? I actually don't know if that's worth, because the Slark gets a stack. He gets extra solo XP. That was your own rune, right? You're not even going to get both.
Yeah, and it's going to speed him along to the Diffusal Blade, which is going to be his item choice.
Now they did
First
dodge
up.
the gank bottom. Crystallis where the rotation off the puppy scouting, so they will not lose the Razor again. Secret dodge that one. They're falling behind on these lanes right now. Like, the move has to come somewhere. I feel like it has to come off the puck, because I don't know if your supports are doing enough damage right now.
Seems like Brewmaster is the one core that is doing okay until he gets ganked by the two-man support rotation.
That evasion.
Well, that'll give him enough, thanks to, yeah, in part the evasion there.
3 points for the Brawler. He's trying to play the lane as much as possible with double bracer, 3 points Brawler. The big commitment to just try and stay alive and get to your level 6. This does not help you fight the Slark at all in terms of aggressive capability.
Good attempt at a dodge, but sadly does not net the power rune over to mid one. That is still controlled by Team Liquid.
It's like Liquid are just winning all these little battles, right?
Yeah.
Even Crystal is having trouble standing on bottom. The early level discrepancy, phase boots for Saberlight as well. The chase down potential's there.
Which is super concerning, given the fact that Team Secret, they lost that game one, but the biggest ray of hope was their laning phase. They dominated that, mostly off the back of Puppy's Nature's Prophet.
Yes. And this Razor has been a hero for them that they've used to try and win the lane phase off an early carry pick. This is not a hero that you really want to, you know, have lose the lane and go jungle. Pretty slow, pretty clunky.
Not a hero that you want to see being ganked like this. Puts himself in a corner. Does have the TP rotations. Good read by Crystallis as he managed to get just away from Saberlight in time. Now they go for the punish. Ignite to slow down. They're not going to fight back into this Brewmaster, so I think Foxy's life is forfeit here. Probably try and go for the neutral, deny, and does not get it.
Almost got it off the clap.
Yeah, that was a close call.
Still good turnaround for Secret. They have to protect Crystallis on this bottom. Cannot go jungle yet. We'll see if he opts for Midas here. I mean, it is a route. But he's
Secret will take this game one against Gaming Gladiators.
Time.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna. He's gonna have a good at least 20-25 minutes, and then it depends if he can, you know, do more with that. It is a pretty good mid-Ruby game, but there's a reason we don't ever see it.
Okay.
There's one crazy enough player out there, which is Thompson. He's not here.
A fun few moments for them.
Secret, Mr. Gaming Gladiators are doing a lane swap-a-roo. They don't want Ace to play into the stupid Weaver lane.
Can Secret get away with this first blood attempt?
Okay,
Penitence. Shard Trap is there. Into the blood grenade. Ace is looking pretty dead here. He's going to be going down. First blood for Boom.
Yeah, nice lane swap, nerds.
Getting very close to threatening this mid Rubik. Top lane is the twin gate move that you
they don't have a lot of ways to use
anticipated.
it
Maybe not
super
so, but the
early,
fact that
but
Crystal is
just
level
roll mid one
4
in off a coil
is
and just
also
guarantee
joining
that
the
extra
action.
stun to the silence.
Very early move here from the carry to join with the rest of the team. This first pick on Druid that Gaming
Been unchecked in this early game and should be fine.
Yeah, mid one might have to use an orb here to make sure he's okay. As he gets silence off the tornado, blood grenade gets thrown out. He's low. Oh, jumps over the side just in time, and the Sunstrike will not land.
Almost walked into it.
Close call, Liquid.
You have to go to base, and the question is, can Liquid pressure this tower? They rotated Ike over. He has a full defusal done, by the way.
Yeah, that is gonna be scary.
There is a glyph up. I don't want to have to use a glyph when there's not even creeps on it. Puppy does not want to lose this tower right now. Echo Saber done for Saberlight. So this Slardar he's top of the board. He could also make that rotation in the mid. Now, last game it plagued Liquid, but I think in this type of game, they just make mincemeat of him. Because nobody is standing against Corrosive Haze plus the Vengeance wave coming through. So much minus armor early.
Yeah, that's a good point. Add on to the fact that it has this attack damage reduction as well. pretty potent tool for these early game fights, which is why Team Secret were playing so defensively around that mid tower, only leaving the Ogre out there.
Yeah, Puppey knows that the fight is coming to them. That's why he's been sitting here for a while. And he wants to be ready for the move.
Liquid have overextended on these mid tower pushes before. And Tornado, good job to be able to stop that lane. This is the problem with playing Razor in this matchup.
Just controlling everything about these fights.
Meanwhile, Boom burned out a mana here. They get the silence onto him with the Inkswell, but Mickey is going to be fine. In fact, Boom may still be in trouble. Thankfully, the Inkswell is too big of a threat for Mickey.
Pick up there, as he's just rushing Radiance, by the way. No Boots Brewmaster Radiance rush. Honestly, might have it at a decent time here.
I mean, he's going to have to do some heavy lifting on damage the way that this Razor game is going so far. Soulbind, Boxy marching up solo here. Does have the help coming in from Mickey soon. Got to start retreating. Mickey. Oh, backstab from Saberlight. Beautiful play by him. Finally making his face show up in some other lane, and it nets them 2 kills for his effort.
Yeah, this game is getting very troublesome for Secret. That rotation from Saberlight is the perfect one, and he didn't even have to do it with the tower still up. The tower died in that entire sequence as well, so gets a free 2-hero backstab. He's going to have a very fast blink here. Just feels unstoppable. I mean, I guess this is why this hero was #1 banned.
Oh no, mid one, not able to get the jump over to the orb. Controlled up for too long, has to use the silence down, but now the urn hits him with a cold snap on top, and that's easily a kill for Nisha. Mickey sets it up. Nisha knocks it out of the park, getting the kill.
Liquid just taking over the entire map right now. Slark does not make these types of map control positions because he kills all your wards at the same time.
Yeah.
Roche is also going to be open very early for Liquid off the Slardar amp lineup. I'm going to have to draw something back. And it's going to have to be off of support ults, I think. Like, get some good multicast ignites going through off a Soulbind with Max Inkswell. Radiance off the Brewmaster, punish an overextension.
Chase down, trying to get off the ultimate. Oh, man! 30 HP.
And he got that off of the Drunken Brawler toggle. He went to the Void Brew for the status resist.
Oh, that's a good
Make sure he didn't get, chain stun off the cold snap. Very
Boxy.
play.
Oh my God, Boxy. He's going to try and get the shot onto him right as he comes back. He doesn't even need to hit him with a shot initially. Slows him down and gets the finish.
Now the smoke did connect on Nisha, so that's still worth it for Secret. I mean, really heads up play by Boxy. A lot of solo XP for him.
Yeah, almost 1,000 gold for that kill.
This Invoker kills the bigger one. It frees up a lot of space on the map. You get some breathing room, get your cores involved. And these deep wards are plaguing Secret right now. Puppey is searching for them, but I don't look like he will find this last remaining dire obs in their jump. Mickey is just controlling the whole other side of the map. Level 11 right now. Get his courier back, so Mage Slayer for him.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. What do you think? I mean, it's a great Mage Slayer game, but it doesn't build into
they removed the scaling on it.
Yeah.
Has to feel worse on carries now, but he just feels like he's probably going to be invincible with the extra resist. And
he seemingly is not wrong so far.
Double link.
Onto 2, they can get the double link, yeah.
Double break.
But they can't actually get aggressive off of it. With Saberlight lurking there in the wings.
I don't know if I like this Mage Slayer. You can't build in it. This feels kind of stagnant in a game where you're leading a lot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it'll save him in some of the fights. Maybe it feels like he's going to have so much damage with all these amplification spells coming through that if he's alive, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly fits the playstyle that he's trying to use this Slark with right now, right? He's being super in their face.
Oh, they caught Boxy.
Do manage to catch him. Okay, Coil's going to be used. They do manage to finish him off. Mid one's going to be a little bit low here, but the stacks are not quite there for the Slardar. Deals with that Phantom before he starts backing away.
He's really looking for another Blink Age, maybe, as Mickey just TP's out, so he's just going to abandon the fight.
Okay, Secret getting more than just a pick off. Managed to get 2 this time.
Mid one finally completed that Witchblade, and now they have a bit more damage, a bit more kiting ability. Slow down this Slardar. I mean, you got to remember, like, I still feel like the Slardar's team fights are difficult. For Saberlight to blink into Coil, Soulbind, potential Razorlink, Haze, Radiance, Burn with Evasion. It's still a bit annoying unless he wants to commit for BP. It's just his game is so damn good now.
Yeah.
Good, he's just untouchable. big question for Liquid is how early do you want to try and Roshan in this game? You have so much map control. You have all the lanes pushing in. You have the night vision advantage. I gotta think they're thinking about doing it early.
Big crush, almost bursting him down in time. The Soulbind's gonna keep him at bay a little bit here. Mid one can't jump to his orb in time. It wasn't gonna go far enough anyway. Just too much damage too quickly for the puck to be able to operate with.
I'm gonna go more.
12 Saberlight. Yeah, that the Alacrity combined with the Spartar's burst to the bash against a hero with no armor.
And that's a 2 points X-Orb Alacrity, so that's not even close to online.
Yeah,
like that's 22 bonus damage. So we'll see you in about 10 minutes here, and that slaps a bit harder.
Wait,
Radiant's
going solar?
Done for Boom. Almost level 12. So this is a big Brewmaster timing.
Haste.
And he's picking up a Pavis, yeah. Isha thinking about Solar Crest. Maybe it's just a value item now.
I mean, a value item maybe, yeah, but curious. I mean, I guess he doesn't need to do any damage, right? He's got 2 cores that could do it for him, so you support utility items.
I mean, this is an item that's been built on Invoker. Not out of the realm of just generally good.
Coil after the Dark Pact here. Mickey's immediately going to snap it again, in part because that Mage Slayer, he's tankier than you would expect.
I mean, Secret want this level 2 brew. Like, this is like Boom's strongest timing for a long while.
Difficulty is going to be finding enough heroes here. Swap's actually going to be used on the Mickey. I'm not sure if that's what they actually want out of this. Insane is definitely dead, and Secret want to be able to find more fights. In fact, they've almost got him. Soulbind is controlling.
That's a really good one.
He got up his ultimate, but it's only going to last so long. The Plasmid Field almost finishing him off, but they don't continue the chase. They go for the Invoker instead, who slips through the trees, but now he's got the Inkswell on him. Do they have the detection? Got him with the dust. Pull him back in. Nice use of the Void Panda to push him right into the full team of Team Secret, and Saberlight now comes back in with Mickey, but with their Invoker already dead, and Mickey's in trouble. No ult. And here the Glimmer Cape buys him a little bit of time, but it's not enough. Team Secret, a massive win, as instead of just cutting their losses, Liquid try and save everybody, and instead lose 3 heroes when they could have just lost 1.
Really nice smoke from Secret. Maybe just catching Liquid off guard with how that started. I mean, Insania swaps, and I feel like at this point, you're just getting out. The Soulbind was incredibly nasty here as mid one scouted that TP just at the edge, and Yamich catches both the cores you want to catch. That is the setup that is going to lead to success in the team fights. For Secret, if they can just run everybody down with some extra buffs from, the Ogre, giving you Bloodlust, giving you the move speed, giving Crystallis a bit more damage, just catching people in an isolated position. I mean, you're just watching each other die at this point if you're Liquid, and Mickey makes a bad leap in with no ult.
Yeah,
Slayer
was
not saving.
Blunder and a half.
Yeah, that's a big misstep here as he was having a very free game. And I feel like that's going to hurt his build as well, right? Like, you go this early Mage Slayer on the Slark, you want to be winning these fights with the Slark playing super aggressive, putting Secret in a position where they can't come back. Now, this item, I don't want to say it feels like a dead item, but
certainly can't afford to be dying. And Aghatim's going to be slowed down, which means the Razor is going to feel all the more potent for this window of time.
I don't know, it feels like Secret just have better spells. Unless Saberlight is controlling the fight. Like, he's the big fighting force here.
Yeah.
And as I said, I think he needs BKB to be able to stick in there. If the Brew gets split off, Saberlight can't take the long fight. Because he's going to get Dispelled, tossed. You can't really burst the Brewlings yet, I think. If they get to that point, it's a very different story. But this Radiance is doing a lot of work. And that level 2 Brew ult just prevents Saberlight going in along with the Soulbind. So he kind of needs BKB to man up, and that's a ways away here.
You can see armor is the name of the game here. We have 3 different dragon scales. We are going to have just a little bit of audio issue, and we'll get right back into this game 2, where Team Secret, I mean, it was kind of looking at this point that, or not this point, but 5 minutes ago, that they could just get shut out pretty hard. Team Liquid, they dominated the Western European qualifier, and they easily came in first. Team Secret, they managed to limp through the lower bracket, and the way this series was going, it looked like Team Liquid was just showing we're the superior team all around.
I mean, yeah,
this is a big turnaround.
10 minutes ago, you could have said this game might just be over.
Yeah.
But now I actually think they're probably favored here for like the next 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, they've got a good window on Team Secret to make things happen.
Yep.
One of those things is probably that big man on screen right there, the Roshan.
If they can steal Roshan, that is huge. Their lineup's really bad at doing it. So
yeah, They have to like win a really big team fight.
But even if they stall out Liquid from taking it, like this is a game where Liquid could have done it if 15's rolling over.
Yep.
The fact they get these team fight wins means that's going to get delayed, and that's a good sign for them because they can contest the later Roshans, the early ones that are probably the more difficult. And we're looking at that man on screen. That's an Ogre with a Midas.
Oh, okay.
Puppey has caught up in this game. He's almost level 10. He's got that Midas roll. He's ready to scale, baby. I mean,
he's going to go Lotus next, help deal with the Corrosive Haze. There's a lot of single target, actually.
Yeah.
Magic missiles, swaps.
His items can be super impactful this fight if he gets to the Lotus Orb, extra armor items like casual Vlads, anything like that, 4 staves. If he gets to Hex, Hex is cheaper now. Ogre uses a lot of these offensive items better. E-Blade, they got buffed, for example.
Yep.
You could get really far, man. Just the fact that Puppey recovered in this game, I don't even know really where he got that recovery from. He's the highest farmed support in the game, off of him being like level 2 at 7 minutes, right?
Yeah, he was giving Chrysalis all that solo experience. Maybe it didn't work for them in lane, but he found a footing.
Frog.
Now let's see if they can...
Observing his monstrosity.
What, the Slardar?
Everything's a monstrosity.
From your initial gut reactions, what do you think is the one thing that is like immediately going to be nerfed in the B patch? What is the first thing Ice Frog puts in, you know, like the notes?
Other than Shadow Shaman -1 base armor?
No, I think the Shadow Shaman from last game kind of showed that the hero's not OP yet.
Hard to say. It's probably items, right? I feel like items. He starts to become viable on like these flex positions and core ab and stuff like that. I'd be interested to see if that hero has a place in this meta because he's just been out of meta for so long. I don't even remember the last Abaddon.
He does level 1 curse. If you get to the 4 stacks, it does 135 damage.
Yeah, it's a lot. Like it's a lot of extra damage to just give a hero out of randomly, you know? See the rundown here. I mean, this is why you skill the points in Crush, right? The lesson of that. Oh,
yeah, I mean, if you can't win the trade-offs.
It's just a Crystallis death reel. Is that what we're doing now?
It's going to brief recap of the game. Well, it's going to be a recap of Team Liquid killing heroes for like 15 minutes straight. And then a couple of turnarounds from Team Secret.
Yeah, the one thing about this Liquid lineup that maybe slowed them down a bit is I don't think their supports were the best at enabling the start Mickey. Which there's not a lot that necessarily do it with the Slark, but I'm thinking of like IO Slark, right? Like let's say this was an IO instead of Avenged running around with the Slark.
Yeah.
I feel like you'd have to be up more gold and just controlling the map way easier. It's just the supports for Liquid are a bit clunkier, so they kind of have to choose who they play around and choose their fights a bit more carefully. And I think it maybe hurt them a little. Not that it's like the biggest factor, but it's interesting to see these as Mid One will get his double dodge here. Oh, they didn't see this one. Okay, no highlight reel for you, sir.
Looks like we are about ready to go back into the game soon here. So get some more Dota underway here. Shout out to everybody who's here at the stadium. Man, you guys really showed up at the stadium nice and early, man. Friday at noon is usually not a time for a stadium to be filled out. Shout out to all of you guys who made the trip, showed up nice and early to watch all of the tournament here.
I mean, it's Southeast Asia. They have a legacy of the best fans to uphold, you know?
Exactly. That's why we love coming to see in the first place is you guys, the fans, make it so fun to be able to cast in these arenas, in these stadiums. Everybody's so loud. Everybody shows up.
Not even a rookie in the game, let alone the crowd.
Yeah, is that hero getting any...
I don't even remember if that hero got changed.
Mana cost rescaled on Tricks of the Trade.
Yeah, so basically, you know,
good
luck next year. Yeah. Maybe we'll see Ricky at 0.35.
2035.
He's on trajectory.
I hope Dota's still around by then. I hope I'm still around by then.
Well, you might not. Dota will outlast all of us, I have a feeling, in some capacity.
Not sure if that's good or bad.
Puppy maybe not too happy about this puppy. All the memes coming back
That's
on
an
him
old
today.
meme right there.
The
That one
headsets, the
checks out.
pauses. The Ogre Magi.
I asked Puppy about what happened with him in mid one. When, you know, how he come back into the fold
That's a straightforward
for Team
question.
Secret. Yeah.
Hey, Puppy, you guys still have mega beef or?
I mean, something, you know, like if you guys split apart and you come back together after such a long time, there had to be a catalyst, right? There had to be something that triggered
I don't even remember another instance in Dota where that's happened with like such high profile players that had a good as run as they did.
Yeah.
They were the dominant team and then like 5 years later they get the player who many consider the best player of that year.
Yeah.
Like going into that TI and that run and all those majors, it was Midway. He was dominating it, right?
Yep.
And then to end up back with your old captain on your old team like 5 years later. Pretty crazy.
And you know what it was? It was this last TI. The team that Mid One was playing for, they were having some visa issues, right, at the time.
Yeah.
And there was the potential Puppy was supposed to stand in for them.
Yeah, everybody thought he was going to show up.
Yeah, and they got the
Like a
visa.
WWE entrance with the machete out of nowhere, you know. But,
Exactly.
didn't happen.
Yeah, John Wild, the last second, got his visa like literally the day before,
Yeah,
something like that. So
maybe they had a talk. You know?
well, more than talking, they were scrimming together, right? Because
That's
you know,
true.
Puppy's going to be playing. You got to start practicing. And so he was playing with them, and he said that he really enjoyed playing with Midwan and Afu. He had a lot of praise to give them.
Makes
Said
sense.
a lot of their attitude and perspective on the game was something new and fresh to him.
That helps a lot. Like
Yeah.
honestly, one of the biggest factors in Dota is feeling like you have new ideas and new ways to go, and you're not stuck in this bubble think tank that you've built over the years. Because it's very easy to get stuck in that in a team environment. It doesn't take long, even a couple months sometimes. You stagnate.
Yeah,
it's one of the biggest reasons teams like bringing coaches in, but it's also a reason coaches sometimes lose value over time.
Yeah, I mean, they had a duo there, Puppy and Heen.
Yes,
for a long time.
One of the
on Team
longest,
Secret. Yep.
actually. Dota.
And they recently switched things up for this season.
Now the longest running player coach duo in Dota is
Arteezy Volva.
That would be correct, I believe, yes. And Arteezy Volva still together.
Yeah.
Been like 6 years almost.
We'll have to prove their worth with their new roster.
Sure.
Yopaj, Kid Track, both coming in. Didn't get to see them for this qualifier, though.
Biding their time. Waiting in the shadows. Waiting,
Waiting for Tundra to move to Western Europe, so it's completely uncontested.
Yes. Yeah. All according to plan.
Yeah. But yeah, he said, on top of that, he said, you know, Mid-One, obviously it's just been a long time. So he said Mid-One's matured a lot. Said he has a very, like, this guy really wants to win, but he also considers, you know, everybody's perspective. And,
I mean, I'll tell you, the #1 way you can humble a Dota player is kick his ass.
Yeah.
You get humbled real fast when you're sitting out there on the sidelines for like 3 months. You don't get a call from anybody. You have to come to the realization, okay, I'm not good.
Even worse, you go and try and do your own thing, captain your own teams.
That's the other way. Yeah,
and then you're the captain, right? And you have to deal with all the bullshit that goes along with captaining, you know, 4 other Dota players.
1000% true. All these cocky core players in the world, they think they can just go captain a team. You're like, I can do that. I can draft and strategize and tell people how to play and get people together. They do it for like 1 week. They're like, get me the hell out of here.
Mid-One probably aged like 10 years within that one
It really
season.
is, dude. You have gray hair. You don't have it going in, but you got it going out. It is a tough job.
Yeah, so...
You know, it goes back to another recent Reddit meme thread about pro players are just kids pushing buttons. Somebody has to wrangle those kids pushing buttons. You know, someone has to teach them all these things and study all these games. And that's the coach or the captain. That's it.
All right, well, there's a lot to be taught, a lot to be learned in this new patch. And we're going to take a little break to, you know, catch up on some patch notes. But hopefully our game 2 of Liquid versus Team Secret will be coming back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Fixing things real quick, and we'll be back.
Rune will be spawning soon. Tofu is here. Good move.
Be an easy enough setup onto mid bomb. A stun here.
Radiant's middle
Control
tower
a
is under
tofu.
attack.
Careful how much farm up here as Crystal is still very deep close to the tier 2. So they're sort of playing around their vision, maybe seeing if they get any sort of catch. Bottom lane, Sideracho and Celery get aggressive on towards Boom. She's getting blocked up as well by the illusions. A nice little micro hit from Duracho to keep Boom in range of Celery. Got the final touch from Quinn. Top lane, Secret. They will manage to catch out Ace. They're very patient.
You know, hook shot, Cogs get the Macropire getting in there. Hook shot somewhere.
Trying to get
on
onto
the creeps.
mid-bot.
Stolen hook shot. Get him, bro.
Does he want to go back in with it? He does. Got in from mid-bot. Into the Fade Bolt. Yamich holding back Quinn and Celery. The backups here from Boom. They've got the X-Mark set up on towards Quinn. Quinn turns with the Laguna. The snowballs there. Drag back into the boat combo. Yamich, he's going to be able to step away from this. They brought down Tofu. And once again, it's a repeat where Secret, they're ready to dive tier 2s. Crystalis in nearly up towards the tier 3. The uphill miss keeping Quinn alive. When the last few misses have gone in, they really have to get a perfect hook shot. Tofu onto Yamich, but the snowball's there over towards the creep wave. Yamich is going to be able to step away from this. Tofu continues to try and chase forward. Puppy's coming in from the side. Penitence is in. Should be fine this time round. They were ready with the potential Ice Puff if Secret continue to chase, but it looks like they still continue to hang around. Tofu does end up getting caught once again here by Secret.
And like really take down this map from Gaming Gladiators.
Crystalis and Yamich, they're making plays around the tier 2 over towards Quinn.
Tag team punch.
They've got the punch up. Quinn's caught by the shards. He's gone. Light Strike's not going to be able to clip Crystalis. They've got the hook shot in over towards Yamich, so at least able to punish in some. I think maybe find one of these cores. You know, Ace of Duracho that's been getting away with quite a bit of space.
Just scanned out Ace.
Gonna find Ace. Straight in with the burst. But of course, get the ult off. That extra bit of HP. Bear sent over towards mid one. And from the low ground, Dragon Slave over towards Yamich. Yamich is going to get left behind a little bit, but the Hand of God is there. Light Striker Ray still catches onto those. Yamich will fall. Macropire out over towards mid one. This time round, Gladiator's able to punish. Secret, considering fighting back into this one. Boat comes crashing in on towards Celery. Quinn ticking down incredibly low here to what was the stolen Macropire that the mid one was able to get out before he dies. A couple more hits from Crystalis takes out Quinn. This could end up being quite the cleanup still here for Secret as Quinn is going to lose his life. Crystalis finds the bear. He was into the jungle, still catching out Duracho in this situation. Tofu and Celery are here to try and hold back the two of them. But Crystalis turns over towards Tofu. They've got the snowball in, closing the gap over towards Tofu. Shards in. As Tofu will fall, another stack hit for Crystalis and Deso. Maybe even more. Brings in with a TP, but the Light Trigger is going to be off the mark. Crystalis turns over towards Duracho. The Fade Bomb's there from everyone, and now they can turn over towards Quinn.
Zap him.
He's caught, burst down by the stolen Laguna. A couple of them has been scanned out by Gaming. And if anything, that scan hitting on the road share may have meant that Gaming did not expect this sort of move around mid. Backup does come in immediately though from Gaming Gladiators as they will punish mid one. Looks like Boom's ready to anticipate this, but at the same time, Gladiators, they're ready to sweep pretty deep here, and they will catch off Boom on his attempt to retreat. They're in with the silence, was able to put that blade mail, returning quite a bit of damage with the stun control, won't be able to get off any further spells. Take down Boom. Crystalis logs in from the side, the Bear is going to get the first hit route on towards him. I'll put the time lapse, caught by the ice path. Crystalis, he's going down the once.
They're gonna have Orchid for him.
They can catch him off here on the respawn. They can. Light Striker Ray comes in. Crystalis taken out the twice. They've got the Cog. There's a Cogs on the Puppy. The song there is where, well, this time it's Gaming Gladiators that want to dive towers. As they ignore Puppy, they look for the big kill, they look for the mid-one Rubik, and they'll get it. Gladiators double kill for Ace. They may even get Puppy as well. They know he's hiding into the trees. The silence is there. Gladiators, they'll take the kills, take the tier 2. This is not what Secret expected moments after they were the ones to pick up the Aegis. The deaths might continue to rack up. The kills and assists, not so much. Not easy as the minutes pass here for the mid Rubik.
They know that that's the real one. It's snowball, punch,
and they burst him. The lift up into the Laguna and the boat. It's a lot of spells that have only brought him down to half HP. The song's there and off on the side. They've lost Puppy, and not only this song is going to save Duracho, it's going to allow him to set up aggressively onto the three of them. Ice Path into the Macropire from Celery. A Secret hit, burning and surrounded by Gladiators. As Boom, they'll put the blade mail, try and run, they get the drag back onto Yamich here with a harpoon. Boom, caught by the hook shot. It's going to be 4 kills here for Gladiators.
Under attack.
Poke to tier 3, why not?
Grab back. Straight into the side. The corner Crystallis, they're going to jump forward and try to save Crystallis. Having to get the BKB off the tunnel away. Will push back Dredger, and Ace is there. The stun's out on towards Yamich. Yamich, he's going to go down. Crystallis, he'll have to Shikuchi away from this one. A secret, they can't take any of the lives of Gaming Gladiators. They lose their support here, and maybe even more as the dragbacks from Ace into the silence. The ice pump, they're on the boom. Snowball save will come out. Yamich with the buyback, trying to keep his team alive, but Boom will not be saved. He'll still fall, a dieback on Yamich. A song set up as well here from Zeracho. Will they be able to catch out Crystallis after this Shikuchi? They might just settle for mid one, the easier kill. It's around the Rubik. Dual rep on a boat. They get the start. In fact, Quinn, he'll set up for the triple. They catch the both of them. Triple kill for Quinn. As Gladiators are cleaning up Secret, they've had enough. They tap out. GG is called. As Gaming Gladiators back to form here in this game too, as they get the 26-minute win.
It's kind of like before. For 20 minutes, you just have one team that's just rampaging over the other. And then Game and R online. 1-2 kills, boom, easy comeback. It's like the entire game just flipped.
And connecting Falcons, I think, is going to be the big factor here for Falcons and kind of trying to uptick that tempo and
give me a
not fall
prediction,
behind.
John. If you were to pick a draft for this game, number one, who would you say is favored here in this game one, John?
I'd probably go towards LGD.
The Gyrocopter as well, having an extremely good time as Shiro. Take a bit of damage on the way out. In fact, he could be in danger. Blood Grenade is going to land. Shiro's still trying to run, but Crit going to chase him down along with ATF.
No way to cut off that chase. And again, very durable, no stun ray up.
Oh, top lane snaking. He's got no tether available. He just used it. Gonna loop around, see if he can find himself a target, and he has found Skidder. Skidder looking for a toss back here from PYW. We'll get to New. New setting up perfectly. Is now Skidder. Really has nowhere to go. He'll try to run towards the T1 top tower. Does have stick charges and now snaking. Barely saving the day. Is Skidder gonna try to turn while You Smile is gone. In comes Crit now, looking at New. I mean, he's gonna get the beetle placed on him, and he is just as good as dead. Dive away, but Crit is right behind him. They want to try and make the jump in. It seems like they will. Y can do nothing about it. And in comes Skidder now. Shiro, he's in pretty big danger. He'll go for the Infest play away, but the arena is down, and ATF is not going to allow him to get away, though Shiro does rage to run, but Crit is just keeping up all the vision. Gets the blood grenade. Shiro, he's just got no gameplay.
Have to wait for these item timings, have to wait for these level spikes.
Oh, ATF, he's found another one. He's got the Enigma now, New. Gonna go for a bit of a run, but in comes Skidder and snaking, running right towards New as the hands are up. Here you go, they do get something, but here comes Falcons top lane. New in trouble, jumping there from ATF. They've got the spear out, and that's a much better kill. Kind of game here for LGD, just drag this out as long as possible. Are gonna get scouted by PYW. They'll go for the avalanche and the toss combination. ATF gonna drop the arena here, trying defensively get the hell out as the Laguna is there, but ATF, he just casually walks out. No problem. This is just all wasted time for LGD. They're just stuck waiting around this area. Look at Crit. What's Crit up to? He's just messing with them now. In comes PYW. Does get the avalanche into the toss back, and Crit. He does get the time lapse, but they'll land the light strike array. Crit. It's just demoralizing to watch them. Like, you've got 4 heroes around a support weaver, and now Shiro. Not Shiro! He gets infested, but, well, Shiro, he'll run, but he's down. God. The Arblet Toggle not going to work out for him. Is now New's in trouble. Skidder just getting tossed right in, but he won't mind. Well, Willie, the egg is down, but they've lost New. They've lost the Phoenix as well, and it seems like Falcons may have just made LGD lose this game, because it's for his team, but Skidder, I think, just accepted it. Thank you very much for the free ride, and just cleans up. It's just so tough as now New getting caught by ATF. I mean, you've got the black hole if you want to throw it out, but you know, New's just gonna run. He's gonna try to run as ATF. They'll keep the chase up here with snaking. They've got the homing missile. I mean, New, I suppose at the very least, is buying his team a little bit of time. Does not get intimidated by anyone. He's always gonna go for the jump. Just look at this. New force the BKB up. Here comes the cavalry. Black Hole is committed though. New, he might have turned this one around. They're going to trap that snaking on the IM, but no! Oh, snaking, he finally goes down. But what is it going to cost LGD? There is a target top lane. They're going to find Crit perhaps, but Crit, he's a slippery man though. No, they found Skidder. BKB pop. Skidder, he's going to man up. Black Hole is there. They do at least find snaking, but can they do it? Skidder, he's just giga chatting it up. They cannot get the damage out. Shiro is gone. So is Emo in the back. Genius call.
Oh my god. I mean, that was just the worst timing you could ask for.
What a mess
from LGD. They see the TP in, they feel like they can burst him down. With the Satanic up and the side gunner, it's just too much sustain coming in. They commit everything again, right on top of that IO and Gyro. And sure, they find snaking, it doesn't matter. With the Satanic, he's self-sufficient. He doesn't need the support help at that point. And plate nail.
Yeah.
Unkillable.
Literally unkillable.
We haven't seen it in the pro game yet, but I'm looking forward for that revolution right here, right now.
It's gonna happen. This
gotta
game,
happen.
Jonathan. It's gotta
If
happen.
it doesn't happen, then you know why LGD lost.
Yeah.
They don't have plate nail line.
We're watching UP will say it. Well, even with the chase onto the snap, it just means nothing. Is now bottom lane. New gonna try and jump in onto Snaking. They will find a great kill onto the Pugna. Skidder also in a little bit of danger, but now Shiro in trouble. Spear gonna land, but it will not end up landing onto a tree. So no stun to come out as PYW. Bit off the mark there with that Earth Spike. Never mind though. You're still chasing him down with a great hoof stomp out. Skidder is gonna go down. Just allows him to get those free hits off onto the mid-tier 1 tower. And it will force LGD to also start rotating supports to help out Emo, though Emo getting caught by crit. Great positioning from the Snapfire, but they can't get the follow-up. In fact, now Emo gonna turn around with the Chaos Meteor onto Malrine. It could be a huge kill, and it will be.
Right enough. Good punishment for that chase down from the side of Falcons and LGD. And this is something that
Hold on a minute. Shiro, be very careful here, sir. Go down towards the bot lane. Of course, that's where the last outer tier 1 tower is, so they will just rush towards that area. TF and Crit. Dynamic duo looking to find New here on the Centaur. New, he does have the Stampede available, but they land the cookie. They've got the spear out. You can still have the option to pop the Stampede, but they'll just drop the arena. No messing around from ATF. PY does.
They've got this really good tempo.
And if you get punished here, surely you do punish, as ATF does get caught by the Earth Spike and is going to go down. Plenty of space on the map to farm, and now New does get caught in the arena of ATF. Just so much damage. The kisses, no!
It's too close.
It's way too close. Crit gonna get caught. Chaos Meteor out onto Malrine as well, though everyone somehow still alive, still surviving just for a little bit longer. Crit finally goes down. But it seems like they'll be able to get Malrine away, though. ATF, he did jump in aggressively, and it seems like he will be punished as the life train is keeping alive. ATF still running. The suck, it's too powerful. Why you smile? Dropping low, so is Shiro. Was ready for that one, but in comes Crit and Malrine from the side. ATF still chasing down the Lion. Arena down as well, catching out Shiro. But do they commit? Shiro's got the backup. In comes New. ATF being targeted. They've got the Mars down. Perhaps this is the team fight LGD has been looking for. They'll rush Crit, but in comes Skidder. Why you smile? Just copping a shotgun blast to the face. And now Shiro. Oh, Shiro's been stunned up.
They just can't afford to put their foot off the pedal.
Emo. He's going to be feeling quite emo here, John, as he's looking to go down to the kisses of Crit.
Starting to shove in on the tier 2s in both lanes.
Malrine getting caught New. A great double stun coming out. Snaking being targeted first, and now Malrine will be the follow-up.
A lot harder to play through that sustain here for Falcons. You expect the Pugna to be further behind.
Got Skidder infested here on the Mars. Emo is being watched very carefully by ATF, and they jump in, but a nice Cyclone is there onto the Mars, though Emo accepting the fact he does need to fight. They'll drop the Sun Ray, they'll drop the...
Isn't too far off, considering this kind of game.
Oh, Emo, no. No.
Oh, boy.
Not Emo.
Again. The same exact move.
Excuse the pun, John, but this is getting rather depressing for Emo.
That it is. It is. Maybe he's starting to rock out in that My Chemical Romance. Shadow Step?
Yeah, jump is there. They'll at least punish ATF. To them, though, ATF now showing himself, but the Earth Spike not going to land. Still New, at least there, to follow up with his own stun. But do they have the damage output? They're going to try and drop the egg here onto ATF, but he does get the BKB off in time. So PYW and New chasing them down with the Stampede out. They'll run right into the high ground, but there goes PYW. Now the arena drop, though, completely whiffed, but it was perhaps a little bit defensive, as Why You Smile is going to go down a boot in the river. New trying to get out of here. The chase is on, though. Malrine probably going to find him. Skidder jumps out with the infest and... Lane. Emo probably going to want to stay off Reddit after this series.
Yeah.
He's gone. Bottom lane, LGD, they're also going to go for a 5-man smoke. This could be the last-ditch effort to try and make this game work. LGD looking for a target, but I don't think you want the Dragon Knight You need the support at the very least. As New, he's going to try and jump in, but he's stunned up immediately. He found no target. Why you smile? In trouble again. He's still surviving though, as ATF now being targeted on the mast, but he's just not taking enough damage. He is not taking enough damage. They'll buy back on Why You Smile. Looks like they've poured out Shiro. Does get rid of the nice Matcher illusions as the Earth Spike landing on two, but Maori with no hesitation jumps in, taking down the Lion. He just absolutely explodes. But we'll buy back. Another 5v5 engage. Mind you, Skidder, he does still hold on to the Aegis. No mana though, as ATF going to jump in onto PYW looking for the dieback. He might just have it as well. PYW, he is gone. He is just well and truly down. 4 heroes up on LGD trying to defend their tier 4 towers. Falcons, they could not care less. They really couldn't.
No. There's just no play. LGD, they can't find these angles. They'll try.
They're going to try and jump ATF. ATF, though, just healing up all the way.
Panic.
Who's in there? Crit. He jumped in by himself, but he'll eat the cheese. He'll survive another day as ATF jumps back in. They're onto Shiro now. Shiro by his own Ancient underneath the tier 4 towers, but he's the one getting taken down. He's gone. We called, and so is this game. GG is called. LGD, I mean, they had some sort of a game plan, but it does not work out in their favor. And well, Falcons, I'll tell you what, John, there was some doubts about this new roster, but they are looking absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, they look fantastic in this game. It didn't look like much contest coming out from LGD. Maybe one could argue it's a little bit down to the draft opening up with that Phoenix twice over.
Bow before me, or prepare to meet your fate. But the deathless cannot die. This would make a great survival if you were going to live.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Unnatural death.
Radiant's middle tower is... Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Execution style.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Outrage.
Fuel for my fire. Dire's top tower.
Secret versus Liquid. Game 2 is back underway. We are 20 minutes into the game. A 5,000 net worth lead, 14.
Attack.
missed out on the first shot there, so Boom's gonna be A-okay.
They have to find a way to back into that zone, right? That was working for them, which was pretty much the team fighting. Made a really good move off the level 2 Brew ult with the Radiance. If they can keep going with that off cooldown, you want to make it work while you can. Continue to scale up. You have Bloodlust on your side, and you have a Grimstroke that still is a very effective soul line.
Still going for this kill onto Boom now. His ultimate is just about to come up, and he's gonna get it off in time. Now Saberlight's gonna be in some... Just without a response whatsoever. The Inkswell's going to stall him up long enough for Chris to be able to grab him. And yeah, that Razor Shard made it so he didn't go anywhere.
Still has coil too.
He has a blink. Is he going to be able to blink? Wait, no. The orb was right on top. Good swap from Insania, though. Will bail him out. Boom is still going to look for him with the Brewlings, but I think he's more than far enough away, so they'll just have to content themselves, taking away the Aegis, get the Venge kill, and take it a tier 1 tower. Not too shabby.
Yeah, for free. I mean, you come to Brewel, but who cares? Already seen the power of that Razor Shard. Another spell that's a problem for the Slardar in the actual engagement.
Yeah.
And also really nice for Slark if you ever catch him without the pounce.
Puppey, they're going to try and burst him down real quickly, but Yamich does have that Dispel thanks to the Inkswell, and Puppey's not too afraid of turning back around now. Mercape gets rid of that silence. Boxy, though, still going to be caught in the coil.
Saberlight aggressive blink here.
Gotta be careful against this Razor. Doesn't let him build up too much damage, just 58 stolen.
So Ag's finished for mid game. This is where some of the fight setup can change. You can start to let the Slark go in and build up some stacks, go back out. But you gotta have somebody start to deal the damage here. Are just going up against a brick wall. They've had troubles committing onto the core, so I think they're going to try and force the issue a bit. It is daytime for a little bit. I mean, these Solar Crests are interesting, but I also wonder if this... I'm assuming that the Solar Crest buff is like a normal buff, so it can get removed as well from the Brew Storm Pan.
Yeah, we Dispel, and
so, like, there's a lot of buffs that are getting dispelled here off the Storm Panda if Boom just cast it off cooldown. And something to think about, because Boxy's also going utility on the Muerta. He's not building the, like, Atos, Lothars, you know, old school scale build. This is a Glimmercape core staff Muerta here.
Yeah, that is interesting. You would have expected somebody else to be trying to scale, and especially, I mean, goes to show Liquid's mindset. They, between the Mage Slayer on the Slark, this double Solar Crest, the utility on Boxy, they really wanted to be able to win this part of the game. And while they're certainly not losing it, they are not dominating it like they were for the first 15 minutes.
And it's a question of where's the scale going to come, right? If you're not running this game over with the Aegises that haven't done much for you, if the game is kind of stalled out, are you happy with your scale going into this later portions with the Slardar lineup? I think you're pretty happy as long as the Slark's continuing to get big. You got to remember, you can still throw this Alacrity plus a Solar Crest onto the Slark in these fights, and he's going to gain that attack speed that the hero really wants. He's just going to go to town. And the other factor here is we haven't seen a fight where Liquid have gotten BKBs yet. That's a big deal. Like, this secret lineup is thriving off the spell power right now, but a lot of that goes out the window if you get the double BKB up between Slark and the Slardar. And Nisha's is already done. So they're actually just going to commit for triple BKB timing here, try and line it up for that next Roshan, get that Aegis, and do a lot of damage in that window. This negates a lot of Boom's impact, negates a lot of Yamach's impact, unless you get a really good Soulbind to kite it out.
Speaking of Boom, he's level 16, man. He's doing great in levels, and he's approaching some very coveted levels, right? Level 18, so you have the level 3 ultimate, but then also right after that is the level 20, where you get the Bruling health, 1200. They're going to be pretty untouchable if they can get that faster than the BKBs you're talking about.
In Secret Scale, I feel like is almost it's split between the Puck and Brew as much as it is the Razor, right? Like, if this Razor gets 6-slotted, of course he's going to be the biggest damage beast, but 5 or 6-slotted Puck in this game could just be an absolute menace. And Brewmaster, we've seen this hero do some serious right-click damage, and you got to remember, he has a Bloodlust to back him up.
Radiant's bottom
Very interesting game as it pans out. It's just going later, and it feels like it's going to be going later here. Look for a quick flank around tier 2 top, looking for Nisha up
It's
here.
going to be a hard catch because he's in the trees. Big spot. Thanks to the plasma field, he immediately pops BKB. They still almost beat him down in time either way. Losing that BKB charge right after he picked it up can't feel good for Liquid.
Little static link nerf coming into play.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Not sure.
On the tier 2.
Yeah, it doesn't. You're talking about the fact he doesn't amp up the damage as quickly.
Yeah, a bit slower. I'm not saying it saved him there, but it will affect some of these like burst scenarios. Sure. Octarine done from mid one. They're getting to like their, you know, third set of items here
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
in this game static. However, BKBs are finishing for Liquid as Saberlight has finished his. You have the one done on Nisha, and Mikke is closing in here. So you have to imagine when that third BKB comes out for Liquid, you got to make a move. You got to get a fight. And you want to get close to this Roshan spawn. You can transition into total map control. You still have 2 minutes of nighttime as well. If you can get this BKB finished on Mikke and use night for the fight, that would be ideal.
Is under attack.
How does Team Secret approach fights against triple BKB?
Dire's middle tower is under
Kite it
attack.
out, right? You got to Soulbind on 2 cores, best case scenario. But if you can't get that, you just have to survive the initial jump and kite it out. Play around Crystallis as much as possible. He's going to be pretty strong in his BKB duration. And of course, Brew Split is not bad because I don't think Liquid are just bursting down these Brew. I don't think it's where their lineup necessarily excels until in the ultra late when, you know, Nisha's just right-clicking everybody into oblivion.
Tower is under attack.
Arrested folk from mid one, he just wants to scout out some heroes.
Is under attack.
He also went for a Nep first.
Seems like everyone wants this item now. Could be the
12% damage
overtuned
damage.
item of the patch.
Yeah, it's not bad, I guess. Looks weird on Puck.
It'll be interesting if he continues to scale into more of the right-click damage, right? He gets like the Aghanim Scepter and
Could
stuff.
go that route. Yeah, for sure. Both breaks and Link is already out.
It's a Soulblind
Yeah,
on
that's
it
a good
too.
one.
They only have one drain. They do have the swap to be able to defeat that, so they get Saberlight out of here.
Yeah, but it
Still
re-blinked.
trapped. Actually, okay, now he was able to blink himself away, but both the supports, they're going to be run down.
Crystallis felt untouchable in that. I mean, the second you get 2 heroes in a Soulbind, that fight is almost over unless you have Mikke coming in with a shard maybe later or something. And there's still no answer in terms of directly fighting this Razor. Like, you have all these buffs on Liquid side, but nobody is there to stand the ground with it. It doesn't matter.
Radiant's
You
bottom
have to use Split for that, by the way, and that's a level 3 split as Boom is already level 18 here.
And hitting high ground. Already tier 3 tower. Or down to
Glyph
half
out.
health. Glyph is gone.
Mikke finishes his BKB and will take a tier 2 bottom. So they're going to wait for the heroes to be up. And they have triple BKB if they want to take the fight. Crystallis does not have his here, so there's no way you commit to this if you're Secret. But you are very happy with how this game has swung in the last 10 minutes.
Rolt's coming back off cooldown, but Liquid want to catch them as they're retreating, TPing out to their outpost on the side of the map, and then trying to sweep in and see if they'll find anybody from Team Secret. Not the case here. They retreated all together back to the triangle.
It has to start with Mikke in the mix. Like, either he's initiating with the pokes off the Ags, or he's there to follow up on the Slardar clutch.
Oh, he'll be right in the mix. They actually got the clutch onto the Razor. So, yeah, the pick off on Over
Yeah, no
is great,
BKB.
but a kill onto the Crystallis Razor is so much bigger for Liquid.
Perfect smoke. You get a high ground ward, you get a really good angle. Secret just I mean, Puppy's expecting it, but the crush on the back line just seals the fate for Crystal. And he was on cooldown for 3 more seconds off that fight top. So Secret not respecting how fast Liquid can get to that side of the map, and they didn't even have to use anything for it. All 3 BKBs still online for Liquid. As you gotta think about this next Roshan.
Mid one, hopping away, is going to be going for that Aghanim Scepter. He's going to be cutting creep waves, which will help them with controlling this Roshan. It's going to be a late one, though. 2.5 minutes left.
The shard for Saberlight also helps these initiations a lot. It was a missing component, because he wants to go in and just crush the puck, get the amp, and not have to waste time casting his ult on the puck. Guarantee you can just bash him off of a primed bash, something like this. It might be enough where that little bit of chain stun guarantees you the pounce in, and it's only going to take 1 hit from Mickey.
Yeah.
Like, this puck is going to disappear if he's amped, and anybody's hitting him with the alacrity, the minus armor debuffs, the Venge aura coming through. There's no armor on this puck at all. In fact, he's taking extra damage from the curse, so... What is it, 14 armor with an 8% amp going through on 2,000 HP? Good luck. You're just going to have to dodge it.
Be a test.
Elder Smoke.
Mid one's capabilities on this puck on a role that he hasn't been playing a whole lot in his career. Was playing the off lane for the last couple of years.
It's all about Roshan. We'll have Radiant side control of it for now.
Kind of awkward for Team Secret. They have this control of it, and it's not actually spawned. Meanwhile, Team Liquid getting really good control of the other parts of the map. Foxy's pushing in mid aggressively. Top's going in as well.
Yeah, they'll just clean up a quick Tormentor, or will they? They were like, Top's not.
Yeah, you can't do it nearly as easily now that the Tormentor can't go into negative armor.
And we're seeing some of the new itemization, the Veil for Boom. Like, this is going to be built into a Shivas for the Brewmaster, though. Seeing Veil on this hero with, Radiance Burn, Haze going through, doesn't seem too bad.
No, no.
And their lineup's all magic damage. Now, it's pretty weak against triple BKB timing here.
Yeah.
But
you were already bad against triple BKB timing, right? Your whole plan was to kite it out, so. 6,000 net worth lead for Team Liquid. This game is going to break one way or the other over this Roshan fight, which, since it's such a late Roshan, may end up even coming down to being on a dire side. We'll see. They'll have about a minute of a stalemate around that Roshan pit.
Liquid can't take that risk, though. They have to smoke and contest this. They do not want to give it up. It'll be a daytime fight, so no Slark Vision, but you have Hex on Nisha to start the fight off. Something that can surprise Secret here, and you have the Ags finish for Saberlight on the Slardar, so if he goes in, he's going to be way tankier than last time. But it's all about the lead off.
And one breaks it. Jump in from Saberlight, doesn't get it, immediately pounce in to follow that one up, but they got This is perfect for Chrysalis. Oh, he's going to be able to help with the so much damage. This out. They're turning around. The physical damage is too much. Chrysalis got to get out of here. Back into his death. Too much for him to handle, even with the damage being drained away from Mickey and Saberlight. It's not good enough, and Secret start crumbling around the pit now. Boom still has his ultimate out here, and he'll try and collect. Oh no, there's that Hex, and the puck is in trouble, but the pounce didn't quite get there to follow it up. Mickey needs to be able to, oh no, Coil only latching on to the Invoker. Mickey's still okay for now. Gotta be careful of that silence. Mid one, cannot get caught by a single disable, otherwise he's gonna die here, and almost gets hit. The figure here on his maybe one doesn't know. He hops away to his orb just in time. Saberlight almost gets him. Meanwhile, Boom is going to be the offlaner that gets brought down, is eventually back into his full form. We actually managed to get Nisha. Min one stays alive and gets a kill. It's the only good thing in that fight for Team Secret, as everything else goes the way of Liquid.
Costly buybacks here from Secret. Is that initiation, it wasn't the best. I thought Secret were going to get way more out of it because they got a double core link, double link. Crystal's had 2 link buffs over 120 damage each. I thought he was just going to start melting people, but you're stuck in the puddle, and Nisha's hitting you from the back. Saberlight's bashing you. You're getting stacks stolen off the Slark. He just disappeared. He needs more survivability in this type of fight. Liquid able to capitalize off of the big item pickups for this engagement. Really make them work. The Hexes and the puddle did a lot for Liquid's cores. Not to mention Mickey surviving all of this time. He's just building up the stacks, man. He ended up with like 30 stacks at the end of this.
Roshan did end up going to the other side of the map after that team fight, so Liquid going to be playing in some way to their own advantage. They didn't have to use any buybacks in that last team fight, so this is going to be an incredibly tough fight for Team Secret, but maybe they feel like this is an all-in. They have to do something here. Silence though keeps on landing onto the puck. The Soulbind, sure, but the puck is already caught and killed, and Chrysalis has already seen that Soulbind isn't good enough for him to just charge headlong into this Slardar, who cuts down another one as Yamich falls.
Maybe anyone would rather have this dieback go on cooldown now outside of his base, but another costly death here, and yeah, the calling's just wrecking him in the fights. He has no way to deal with the extended silence that just keeps rocking on him, especially if he gets hit by any sort of slower bash. He needs a 4-staff bailout, right? Only one. On Yamich, that's it. So if you don't 4-staff this puck out of the silence, he dies incredibly fast. The game has turned once more as 17k gold lead out of nowhere. Sean controls. Slark will now take this Aegis, exactly what Liquid want. For Mickey to play as aggressively as he wants as he finishes Disperser. Yeah, the damage is starting to pick up now.
It is going to be so tough to bring this Slark down once, let alone twice. So he's got free reign to take all these tier 2s.
And Alacrity is fully online. You have Max Exort plus the level 20 talent. You're looking at like 115 damage attacks. Just incredibly nasty.
Yeah, Slark may not be the best building hitter, but with an Alacrity, he'll chop it down pretty quickly. Glyph is going to go out immediately. Saberlight looking for an entrance, does find it. Yamich dies in an instant. Now they jump on a Boom as well. Thanks to the scythe, they're going to be able to burn him out of the mana thanks to the MP. He has a little bit more, but he has no chance to be able to pop his ultimate. Crystal's going to come too late. Tornado intercepts them, so no real rebuttal from Team Secret. That's just going to be a lane of barracks guaranteed for Liquid, it seems.
It's going to be a lot here as Yamich dies again.
Oh, dive. Yamich, that is terrible for them to be able to have. The coil is there. They're going to be able to take the first life away from the Slark.
Yeah, but that Link was not the Link Crystals needs to commit into the fight. So
yeah, 19 damage stolen.
Just going to be a Rax, and they're going to linger. They know Yamich can't come back in this fight, and they likely know that Boom does not have buy based on the fact he bought out the Shivas.
Pull back in, trying to mant it off. BKB immediately has to go out to Mickey. He's pulled back in. They need to steal as much damage from him as possible because you know he's going right back to hitting those buildings.
That's the Razor BKB, however. Big item to get out of their side as Mickey still has his, Nisha still has his. I mean, you commit for Megas here? Like, are you that afraid of anything? You have the Depth Shroud to bail you out if things really go wrong. Oh, you don't have a wave.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's what you're afraid of, is they're just going to have to retreat. I think that might have been Megas for sure almost.
Or at least it would have forced Secret into some
a really bad
potentially terrible fight. Yeah,
you don't have the Razor BKB, you have to take some play like that. Secret will survive. 2 lanes, 25k gold lead now. Loaded here. And another set of items that Liquid can fall back on. They are just stockpiling the auras. And we were talking about Boxy becoming another core. I mean, he started off with Glimmer 4-staff. He's now up to Pike Moon Shard. So this Morta is packing a punch. Also took the level 20 and level 15 damage talents. Honestly, Boxy is he's gonna shred Crystallis in these fights as well. This matchup is terrible for Razor.
Take that.
Pounded by the Pierce the Veil. Can't ever really go on him.
And he was taking some time there. Everybody's picking up their neutral items and then taking a while to choose what they want because, yeah, they've got to probably read what they do. He chooses the Ancient Guardian, which
4 damage.
Is an interesting one. It's 50 damage, but then it's an extra 50 if he's within 2,000 range of an Ancient. Not your own Ancient. It could be the enemy Ancient too. So they go into the...
yeah, so just blink in their base and kill everybody, right? It's a very interesting 50 damage on block. I think Secret are probably going to opt for much utility or survivability they can get, more evasion, but it's going to have to be damage out of Crystallis at mid 1. Like, that is what you're going to have to scale into here, because you are battling up against a Vengeful Spirit lineup with a Vlad's Drum that Insania has built. It is a lot of extra damage coming through across the entire lineup, which are basically 4 right-clicking cores at this point.
Yeah.
This is where this lineup just thrives. Like, it's hitting peak damage capability right now. Not going to have a lot of time to react in the fight. I think leads me to believe that Secret need to start finding the jumps themselves. Like, I think playing these fights reactionary that work a decent amount early on, it's just not going to work anymore. Because the damage is just overwhelming. Puppy picks up his own Vlad. Trying to counteract it as much as possible, but it's just going to have to be the evasion out from Boom on the front line. And once more, I think Yamich is still the most important piece. Soulbind and the Ink Swells. That's what's going to win you these fights and kite out the BKB duration.
I'm also looking at Puck. Just scaling for Team Secret, because obviously they're not going to be able to take control of this game and end it anytime soon. Somebody's got to help this Razor push to late game, and I don't know if Brewmaster can do it for you. Puck's got to do something here. But
still struggling versus the calling.
Yeah.
The biggest issue for mid one. Like, his scaling is going to come out decently in the damage, but the survivability is what I'm still worried about here. Can mid one actually stick in the fight and not get caught by Boxy? If I'm Boxy, I'm almost just holding that spell for the fight. Like, I'm waiting to see when he goes in, just hold it for him. I don't need to throw it out on maybe the Brewmaster if you think you can jump the Brew, burst him off the chains. But otherwise, just make mid one's life as hard as possible, and I think you're going to be very happy with that outcome. And of course, Liquid, they can close in on these level 25 talents as well. Slark's talents are great, but I'm looking at the Slardar one here. Undispellable Haze, if you really want it, is extremely troublesome in a lot of games. Honestly, this other 25 talent is not terrible either, but I think Saberlight's looking at the Undispellable Haze. Yeah. Like, all these Mantas go out the window, right? The Haze is going to stick on the Brew, it's going to stick on the Razor. Just nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, when you combine it with the Shard and the initiation he's been getting time and time again, they're going to look for another one here. Didn't actually get the smoke on a Saberlight, but it may not matter. Mantra pull him back in there with the Harpoon. Lotus Orb bounces back some spells, though. They're caught inside the coil. They're going to snap it. Okay, with the Dark Pact, is going to be able to get away, and the Soulbind actually latched, but it was on the Venge who died.
Unfortunate latch there. Almost wanted him to live longer, maybe, but that Lotus did some work. Reflected a Venge stun with the Shard, so it bounced to both of them. He'll take the freebie for sure. I think you're happy about that one.
And that'll get the Puck closer to that, I believe he's getting a Parasma, right? Upgrade the Witchblade.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Just more damage to come through off the right click. Somebody has to help pick up the slack.
Yeah, I mean, amplifying magic damage is not a bad play when your Brewmaster is doing quite a bit of it. His Radiance and such.
An AC for Crystallis. I mean, Secret's path to victory in the fight is like that fight extends, right? If you get onto the other side of the BKBs and the Slark doesn't have a lot of stacks, you still have the stronger spells. That's never going to change. Your spells are just flat out better, but you have to be in a position where your heroes are still alive to use them.
Yeah, draw it out against the Slark. Don't feed away too many stacks.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's very difficult. That's why Liquid want these late game talents, push the advantage ever more in their favor. Nikke will pick up a shield rune here.
Dire's
Complete a full Bloodthorn. Stacked right now. Ninja gear on top of it, so guarantee the initiation for him. And we'll see Crystallis here. He's all alone.
Let's take away some of there's that new item.
Yeah, Parasma. Time in Dota's history and competitive.
Oh, and maybe having a 0% win rate after this.
Don't jinx.
Nope, I jinx.
An interesting item. Like, you reduce magic resistance, you're dealing more magical damage. Projectiles go out faster. There's some armor in there as well.
Seemed like there was quite a trend of just a lot of magic damage going around, right?
Yes.
They amped up, what's that? I always forget that other item. Now you could do magic damage, toggle it.
I like how the tool for this, while we're paused, you hover over Parasma. It just says new item. 7-3, new item.
7-3, new item.
And then devastate. That's the word.
Devastating. Period.
It's like they ran out of time for the patch. Yeah, just throw it something. Devastate.
I'm just new. Well, you're doing all right for yourself in this game, Boxy.
Yeah, I think Boxy's.
Oh, he's got the Shard, and he's already got 2 stacks on him. Look.
Bad.
And a little bit of extra spell in.
He's scaling. And like I said, this matchup for Razor is one of the worst in the game. Like, I think they had an option where they could have played carry Muerta because the Razor matchup is so favorable for the Muerta, but Boxy can get there on his own from afar. Even better.
They picked all this to, I mean, you were talking about at the start of the game, this Slardar is not supposed to have a good game, but Saberlight has excelled.
Yeah, that lane, I think, went a lot better for Liquid than they maybe anticipated or it should have, and it just catapulted them past a lot of the mid-game problems. Like we saw in a lot of those fights, his team fight impact in the mid game wasn't that high, right? But if you get over that and you get to the late game, then it starts to become a big problem again. Zero is always a menace with these late game talents. Shard, Ags, you just become incredibly tanky and hard to deal with.
I mean, this guy's untouchable, man. He jumps in. If he's in the water, crushes from his Aghanim Scepter. He gets all this bonus armor. He's got a cheese.
He's got an AC of his own plus a
full out
float.
AC.
Yeah, this man's backpacking a full harpoon, so he's living the life right now.
He's trying to buy an Aghanim's Blessing next, just open up one of those slots. That's how good of a game he's having.
The Secret going through the gate. Smoke that like didn't hit everybody, but trying to find any sort of pick off, any sort of good ward to prepare for next Roshan. Catch Liquid off guard. I mean, Liquid, do they know they're all up there? I don't think they do, but the thing is you have creeps in your base right now if you're Secret, so the issue's getting forced a little bit. Nonetheless, Mickey's gonna run in and someone's gonna get surprised here.
And it's gonna be boom. He jumped on, looking like they could probably bail him out. Being pulled back in.
That's a double link.
Mickey, yeah, he's getting a lot of this damage, and they just can't break those links fast enough. That problem is,
you have to force the fight if you're Secret.
Yeah, Liquid's just resetting, and Secret is gonna run out.
And your base is getting hit. There's Forge Spirits in your base, so Crystallis, he has plus 360 damage. If you can't take the fight with the double link damage, you're very sad. And Liquid have identified you don't have to force this that hard, I think. Like, they're happy playing around the night vision off the Slark, letting this lane push in.
Secret is
Roshan's up,
around. Yeah, Roshan's up, but
right, now you have to force it.
They do have this amplify damage on mid one. He's gonna do a lot here. Doesn't get hit by the fear shot. Good face shift. It'll leave him a little bit awkward as he gets to the side. There goes that force staff, but Saberlight with a big entrance into the team fight. Went straight for Crystals. Got to swap back out. Breaking out that swap, and there goes Mickey right onto the Razor and finish him off. Just like that, Liquid take full control of the fight. Now they're just going to run down whoever's left. They don't lose anything for this. Well, okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Boom does manage to clean up that one kill on the support, but
Homage came back in. He's going to die back here as mid one also goes down on the backside. This Hex from Nisha has disabled the puck completely, and that'll be a swift Roshan here as damage numbers, they're just starting to pick up across the board. Like, you're looking at the second most damage coming out of Liquid. It's Boxy. It says Pierce the Veil Muerta sitting there, just dealing with Crystallis. He does not have an answer for all this damage coming through. I mean, AC is something, but it's not nearly enough. Just getting outmatched. In fact, he is now behind Boxy in net worth as this Muerta is truly a carry. That'll be an Aegis.
They gave him the blessing too, so just one more bit of control against the puck or the Razor if they want it.
We're in full control of this game, and just a matter of closing it out now. 30k gold lead. This lineup showing no signs of slowing down as they have all their level 25 talents now. So extra Essence Diff duration, Undispellable Haze, double the effects for Invoker. And of course, Mega Creeps to back it all up, but I don't think they're going to stop there, and why would you?
Another 15 seconds till Yamage is back up, so Liquid. Boom dies fast. He went into that one side of the fight, so they won't like it with armor, they can get it now back. They have to get something out of this. It's going to be Kuala on it too. Yamage coming back up. They love that soul line. You know, we had the legend there. It is soul line now out. And it's one thing you're part of. Play. Crystallis is getting a lot out of this one. He's managed to take down two of the cores. The problem is Mickey's still up, and he is slicing and dicing through Crystallis bit by bit. They do manage to take him down one time. Second life coming back up. Now the control of the soul bind. They have what it takes to be able to get Mickey. Mid-one gets popped, has to buy back immediately, but they can't stop Team Liquid from retreating. Team Liquid are the ones to buy back. They want to try and end this game here.
Double buyback from them. This is all in. They did lose the Aegis. They still have two cheeses.
Trying to burst out the Earth Bandit, doesn't quite get it. Boom, back into play. Mickey jumps into this one. Problem is that they just can't get through this calling with all this other AoE. Fortunately, Boom is pretty tanky. He's getting away, but no, he didn't run out now. Dead for 2 minutes. Crystallis barely able to survive. Boxy goes for him, trying to manage to dodge some of those shots. Boxy eats the cheese. He stays alive, but Crystallis, time is a problem. You can heal up as much as you want, but the Ancient is a problem that you cannot ignore, and he gets swapped back into his tomb. Buys back immediately, but the glyph is now expired, and Liquid will end it 2-0. over Team Secret.
Devastating amounts of late game damage coming through from this lineup. I mean, Boxy turning into that fourth core really just pushed it over the edge. I think Crystal's gonna have larger impact in those fights and maybe break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What is this madness?
A gift from the goddess. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower. Dire's bottom. Radiant's courier has been killed.
I was meant for more.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant victory. Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yes.
Prepare for battle.
As you say.
Oh, yes. This one, my friends, is in the bag.
"30 seconds to battle.
Yes. Yes. Vile advance.
The battle begins.
A touch of venom. To the fight. Agitation. Going. My venom flows.
First blood.
Impaled. Not so. With vim and venom. Quick as venom. A touch of venom. Going up. Agitation. Yes. My venom flows. Vile advance. Deadly to the touch. My venom sacks run empty.
Like a stone.
Let the skies take you.
Yes. With Vim and Venom, no. Quick as Venom. As you say. Sweet toxin. Yes. I'm under attack. A touch of fear. Yes. I only wanted to kill everyone.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like a blight, I return. With Vim and Venom. Quick as Venom. My venom flows. Ooh, ah. Yes. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Vile advance. Ever more venomous.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Impaled. Agitation.
I'll
As you
take
say.
that. Haste.
Vile advance.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A touch of venom. Yes. I'm under attack.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Regurgitated into the
Has
world.
fallen.
Going. Yes. With Vim and Venom. Agitation. I am envenomed. My venom flows. As you say. Ooh, ah.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Back from the brink.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quick as venom.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Quick as venom. Concentrated.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Ah, scepter.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Agitation.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Yes, plague our enemies. My venom flows. Taste my venom. Going. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Venom's vengeance. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm under attack.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
An exquisite toxic.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
With vim and venom.
Your top tower is under attack.
Vile advance. Quick as venom. Impaled. As you say. You were a fool to oppose me. Going. Yes.
I was meant to have this.
Yes. Violent dance. With vim and venom. Ah, sweet toxicity. I venom glad I'm under attack. Agitation. Yes. A touch of venom.
In my way. Triple kill!
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
My venom flows again.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Quick
Your
as
middle
venom.
tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack. Radiant victory. Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Venomancer. Going.
Prepare for battle. Thirty seconds to battle.
With Vim and Venom. Yes.
The battle begins.
To the fight. As you say. Impaled. A touch of venom. Vile advance. My venom flows. I'm under attack. Yes. Now. My venom flows. Impaled. With Vim and Venom. Yeah. Vile advance. Going. Cloaked and daggered. Back from the brink. Quick as venom. Yes. Denied. say. A touch of venom. Toxic, I'm under attack. Envenomed. Yes. Agitation. Move them off. A touch of venom. Watch this spot. My venom flows. Was there a bounty on me? Going. Yes. As you say. My loyal ward. Quick as venom.
Your top tower is under attack.
Impaled. Yes. Yes. Venom pays. Ooh, ah. Plague our enemies with vim and venom. Vile ghost cold.
Leave us.
Agitation. Increased potency. Well warded. It's in my nature. Violent lands. I'm under attack. No, Titus. You may fool others, but not me. Back from death's door.
Your top tower is under attack.
Double kill.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
A touch of venom.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Don't fear.
Rabid venom.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My venom sacks run empty.
Your top tower has been denied. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Bargain hunting.
Your bottom tower has
Regurgitated
fallen.
into the world. As you say.
Stupid me.
Impaired. Yes. With vim and venom.
Your middle tower is under attack.
In your
Agitation. The plague on our foes. Yes, venom. Going.
Selling my
Yes. Yes. Beautiful. Mmm. Violet Vance. Going.
Your top tower is under attack.
As you say.
Secret fate.
Your top tower is under attack.
Agitation.
You're doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Plague our enemies.
Your top tower has fallen.
The world loses an exquisite toxin.
Triple kill.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
With Vin and Venom. It's not time yet. My loyal ward. Impaled. Ever more venomous. Quick as venom. A touch of venom. Well warded. Impaled. Ward them off. Not yet. Quick as venom. It's not time yet. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
It's not time yet. Yes. Go for me. Ruination. With this.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Concentrate.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Plague our enemies. Attack.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Not the plague on our foes. A sweet toxin. As you say. Violet Vance. My venom flows. Agitation. A
Your
touch of
bottom tower
venom.
is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I'm under attack. Yes. with vim and venom. Quick as venom. Increased potency. As you say. Agitation. My loyal wolf. Impaled. Yes. My venom flows. It's in my nature. Yes. Violet Vance.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes. A touch of venom. Agitation. Yes. As you say. With vim and venom.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Immortality!
Quick as venom. It's not time yet.
I'll take that.
It's not time yet. I'm not ready. Yes. Concentrated venom. Watch this spot. Yes. Violet Vance.
Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Nice counting!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Like a blight, I return.
Your top barracks are under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Wicked soul.
My venom flows.
Monster kill.
Impaled. Not yet. Going. Impaled. I'm not ready. My venom flows.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Silence.
Toxic attack. The plague on our thirsty blood.
Your top barracks are under attack.
Silence afflicts me.
Let me get my axe back.
A touch of venom. Quick as venom. Yes. Ah, sweet toxicity.
Аппарат ультуй туда.
Yes. Agitation.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
With vim and venom.
Regeneration.
I'm not ready. As you say. Agitation. Violet bands. A touch of venom. my venom. Quick as venom. With vim and venom. My venom flows. Going. Yes. Impaled. Yes. As you say.
Го-го, пойдем, выкупы у всех есть?
4 минут не будет.
Yes. Yes.
I'll take that.
My venom flows. With vim and venom. Quick as venom. A touch of venom. Hold them off. Not yet. Yes. And in bits.
Пробовать снести эту.
As you say. Yes. Going. Agitation.
Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barrack has fallen.
Impale.
Radiant structures are
Watch this
fortified.
spot. Quick as venom. Going. Yes. Yes.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Playing our enemies. Immortality bitter pays. Agitation. Yes. With Viv, I'm under attack. A touch of venom.
Your middle tower has fallen.
It's smoking here.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Your radiant is under attack.
No!
The Blue Heart offers
Who's
power
ready
to
for
those
a
who
fight?
fight.
The first hit is free. Anyone?
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Dripping venom, I arrive. What? Prepare for the wave of terror.
Prepare for battle.
Feel my cold embrace.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Quick as venom. A touch of venom.
The battle begins.
Going to the fight. Ooh, with Viv. My venom flows.
First blood.
First blood. Violent dance. As you say. Agitation. Yes. Impaled. Yes. I am envenomed. Vile advance. With Vim and Venom. Agitation. A touch of venom. Close, but not quite. My venom flows.
Ты можешь на них скиллы юзать, придурок?
As you say. Yes. Quick as venom. Impaled. Taste my venom. No. Yes. Going. Ooh. Yes.
This will do.
Quick as venom. Vile advance.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My venom flows. As you say. Impaled. Agitation. Concentrated venom. Not yet. I'm under attack. You were a fool to a... Going. Ruination. A touch of venom. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
With vim and venom.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Quick as
Your
venom.
middle tower is under attack.
My venom flows. Vile advance. Churn. As you say. Utter death. Watch this spot. Agitation. Deadly to the touch. Toxic attack.
Regeneration.
Going. Yes. A plague on our foes. Yes.
Dire structures are fortified.
from the brink.
My favorite customer.
With Vim and Venom.
Double damage.
With Vim and Thy Venom clans. Yes.
I belong in the sky. You belong in the ground.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My loyal ward. My venom flows. Coil for my efforts. Yes. As you say.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Quick as venom. A touch of venom. Going. Plague our enemies.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Under attack. Agitation. My venom flows again. Well warded. Attack! A plague on our foes. It's not time yet. Venom's vengeance. Yes. Yes. As you say. Darkness. Yes. Watch this spot.
Your middle tower is under attack.
With Vim and Venom. Going. Well warded. Vile advance. My venom flows. Quick as venom, ward him off.
Dire's structures are fortified.
A touch of venom. I'm under attack.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Agitation. Quick as venom.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Yes. Ward them off. Yes. As you say. Vile advance. Going. Yes. My venom flows.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
With vim and venom.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Yes. Agitation. Yes.
Dire's structures
Go
are
for me.
fortified.
My venom flows. Watch this spot.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Sweet toxin. quick as venom. As you say, I deserve this.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Run you down. Going. I'm under attack.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
It's not time yet. You can't run from the venomous one.
Your top tower is under attack.
Agitation.
Your top tower has fallen.
Quick as venom.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower has fallen.
Enemies.
Radiant structures are fortified.
My venom flows.
Double damage.
As you say. Yes.
Драквилл задуэлить, ну... А, у него вина.
A touch of venom.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm under attack.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Back from death's door.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Attack.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Quick as venom.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Vile advance. With vim and venom. Agitation. As you say. A touch of venom. It's not time.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Under attack. What a burn!
Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Dire victory.
No!
many bloody evangelizing for my cause.
Dire's top tower is under a courier has been killed. Radiant's courier has been killed.
We're up. My sprites are with us. There you go. Nature attend us. I'll do better next time. Heal us.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's turret has been killed. Well done.
Gotcha.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Heal us.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Spies are with us. Dire's middle barracks is falling. Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Did you guess?
Dire's middle barracks is falling. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Puppy. Yeah, I mean, there's no better true 5 position in the. This guy's GOAT. This
True.
guy's
There's a reason he's
longest
picking
running
Venom.
GOAT player to be able to make it to DI.
Yeah.
Was it like, you know, a team NP, like somebody didn't gel with Jackie?
That team had a lot of problems. I don't know if I'd say Shell was the biggest problem.
Was it one of those Quincy crews? I mean, you guys brought in some players that maybe didn't fit in with the structure that you
nobody
had.
cares about which one of my terrible. They care about these teams, and that is a first blood.
Okay, I do agree with that, but I think one thing about Jakiro that you should do is just be spamming out mangoes. I think this is a hero that you have to win your lane.
Look, he's dead. If he had taken Liquid Fire, he would have been playing way far.
Situation where he was, you know, they were playing a team fight.
But in a lane like this, where you have Spectre, are you really aggressively going on Tide Shadow Demon?
Oh my god, the Centaur stun.
Well, he could have Liquid Fired him and saved all the mana. What did the attack speed move speed soul do?
Well, listen, the mana is not a problem because Carlo might just be dying twice here. He's getting free refills all over the place.
This is not good. Like, this is genuinely not good for the lane. Doesn't feel that great either, just staring at Crystallis up here, and he'll bring Puppy back and he'll gale you up.
And Puppy probably doesn't give a damn if he dies.
Crystallis is
going
going
so
in.
much damage back into them. Crystallis hitting all 3 of them, but now the Spectre is level 6, and Crystallis has made an error here, perhaps. Nice deny. Does have his ultimate. He's going to turn back around, see if he can kill something with it. Damage a bit lacking, and as soon as that ult wears out, we'll die.
Weird. I mean, where mid one just doesn't have a TP. That's a fight where the Primal comes in with the DD he had earlier. He cleans house. He said no,
and he missed. Zeus is very scary to fight into now. Even these tanky heroes like Tide and Primal Beast got to be careful with the phylactery damage that comes in. They all in on this shield room. Bring in the off lane, the entire off lane over to the table. Wrap up in the hammer's going to land on 2. Very nice. Mid-1 can follow that up, being able to grab the Zeus. Pound him down, not quite enough damage though, and Ahmed turning it around. Kristen's going to join in on this fight though. The carry coming in to complete this fight to the favor of Team Secret in the end. Now look at this big rotation coming in top lane. Puppy is scouting out for Crystallis here. It's like, don't worry, you're all clear, but the truth is they're all behind.
Save me.
He's just going to turn and fight. Here's going to hit him. He does manage to get off his ultimate, though he's feared at the same time, so it's not that great. The plague does slow down everybody, but ultimately, Crystallis has no chance of high execution. It doesn't have the best cast range to make that happen easily. Good Ravage trying to cover Yamage here. Yamage still going to be in some trouble. So is the Spectre. The Centaur stun will help out. Raven is going to retreat through the macro pyre, and Secret are low to be able to walk through that one. Abed given a little bit.
Damn it, you don't have good answers to him until the pipe is out on the Tide or you jump him with your bruisers.
Trying to jump onto mid-1 a second time here.
Yeah, but you can't because you got Noxious Galed because you gave Puppy his hero.
I don't think anybody's saying you gave them Venom answer right now, but...
Capes, all this stuff, right?
Raven got him on the anchor, and now he's perched up as well, just to make sure he's going.
Raven's life just got that much harder. I mean, if you're Blacklist, you got to go for some aggressive play. I don't think you can play these fights just letting Secret go into you anymore. You have to jump them. You have to find them, jump them, create a numbers advantage.
You have to catch them in the pit is what you got to do.
Yeah, that would help get some like
somehow
crush.
Yeah, get the Slardar to steal the Aegis.
Puppy's gonna try and break here.
And he's gonna be maybe doing so successfully. Looping around the side here, that ward. I'm not sure if it actually sees the Slardar here. If you got the timing,
to go pit.
I mean, it would just have to be a miracle from Gabby. And he doesn't jump in time. Now Team Secret can turn their attention to catching whatever heroes they can find outside of Blacklist. It's gonna be 2 supports. And Gabby.
You're right. I agree. Like a lot of these Blacklist lineups have had really good kill threat and pickoff, and they find those, but what does it translate into, right? And maybe this game it was supposed to translate into Slardar giving them Roshan, but if Slardar game is impossible, how do you ever get there? And again, there's Cleanse, there's Lotus Orb. You know, nice jump.
Back into it again. This time Gabby's gonna jump with the Bedlam on him. Stalis half health and can keep on hitting the buildings. Gabby may have that puddle, but if they just ignore him and hit the buildings instead, that 15 armor won't do crap. So that's going to be Megas and Blacklist. They're going to have to decide now if they want to play for a 70-minute comeback.
I don't know if they're going to get given that option.
Maybe. One's pushing real close to that fountain.
No, Hobbit's done.
Okay, Hobbit's gone.
This just feels like an out trap. I don't know. Like, you first pick Slardar, the Slardar got mega countered, and then you have Spectre Zeus. But the Spectre Zeus have nobody to set anything up for them. There's no lane shove coming out from your other 3 heroes. They're just like random skirmish spellcasters. Your only initiation in this game is the Slardar, who has the worst game I've ever seen of any Slardar in the world.
For these teams, because Team Secret has a chance to leapfrog over Blacklist in the rankings, knock them down into the bottom 2, and keep themselves in the tournament and into the playoffs.
You know, I feel like I'm so used to NA Dota that we've seen this hero just carry games hard. You like throw this Doom in there. The Doom's the wild card for me, because I have not seen this hero perform too well. I think it's a great anti-carry hero. Like, it's going to shut the Morphling down if you can ever land that. But we did see Blacklist struggle with it earlier, because it just feels slow, right?
I can safely say I've never seen First Blood happen in this part of the map.
Yeah, that's a weird one. Wins lane because he has 92 base damage. You throw some extra Lunar on top of that in the later points. It's playing nasty, but hey, 3v2, it's unfair.
Yeah, exactly. It's the onslaught to be able to get to the rune. That rotation's again coming through. Tim's going to be a bit late to the party, so a 2 versus 3 is going to keep commencing here. As blast after blast is not slowing down Secret. They want to be able to hunt down the rest of these heroes. Tims does have a Lotus, though, and he can turn back around against these heroes with the Nether Ward trying to protect him. Tims, he'll tick out. The burn from the Panda was too much, and Carlo, the smart little wrinkle in that game plan. Again, here comes that Furion. And this time around, Tims isn't going to be able to even TP in, so it is a guaranteed bad fight. Try and counteract what the Primal Beast is doing.
Hobbit got a haste, so maybe that'll make it happen.
Yeah, maybe. TP coming in. Boom, not quite level 6. The Furion is going to TP in and help finish off Raven, so even though they have this great setup from Abed, they may not have any damage to really do much more than kill Yamich. Being
up in 5.
Up in 5, okay.
This is a pretty good move. Again,
yeah, skewer him into it or just RPM it. It's a freebie season so far.
I mean, it's definitely getting better, right? Like, that's all you really want. If you're investing in a player and you're willing to play them long term, you just want to see the improvement.
Well, that's a pickoff. He may be punished for it, though. Boom's gonna come on over here. Doesn't have his ultimate, but they are gonna be able to stop the Raven TP away. And frankly, they don't need the ultimate with Boom rocking the kind of damage he has right now.
And this would be a 4th death for the Luna minutes.
And it's pretty much guaranteed at this point. Smoke breaks. They know he's somewhere in here. Yeah, and the TP is not even worth completing.
Yeah, there's no help in this man.
Stopping a 5-man Secret that is all very
and look at this ward mid. This is a great ward for Secret, but
got the blink first. RP and Doom both being used on the Brewmaster, who is a massive threat now. He does have his twin form, so he's a little bit difficult to bring down, but Raven is here to collect, and they'll be able to get Yamich there as well. So Secret finally get
Abed top again.
skewers through. Rodabeto's gonna catch him. Oh, okay, that shockwave helps delay the initiation for mid one, but they'll catch him eventually.
It was a skewer, but it isn't very strong. If you get stuck in a bad RP fight, Blacklist get to clean up.
Yeah, as long as it's not multiple heroes. If they lose like one core to an RP, I think it's kind of okay. They're gonna run into mid one here. They do manage to get the RP onto two with the Eclipse brought in. They'll quickly clean up these two heroes. Can they get more? Yeah, with the Doom onto the Brewmaster, that'll be a third hero down. So, interesting opportunity with Furon giving him the vision. Now, they've already picked up the Aegis, but there are some low health heroes, so they can surely clean some of this up. As Raven maybe losing his Aegis right away, trying to get away thanks to the Decryptor find the heals. Tims will help him out. And swap back in. Still in trouble, trying to use the movement speed with Mask Madness, but the Magic Missile cuts him down, and he's going to come back in and probably just die at that time.
What a great read from Puppey here. He did so much damage in the pit with like Curse of the Old Growth off the Sprout in the pit. Atos damage reduction. Not insignificant as...
Oh, missed out on that skewer. A little bit awkward there with the terrain. And as a result, Tims and maybe even Carlo are going to be in trouble. Raven's going to be the one who's going to be chased down by Crystallis. They're going to swap back on Abed as well. Yeah, they finish up the Luna. Now Abed is making a run from it from the base. He's trying to skewer the exact opposite direction, but he's going to be caught no matter where he skewers.
You hope you have enough damage. There's no split still for 80, so if you can get the fight now, Boom is just walking in.
Tempted, BKB goes off mid one, and Abed gonna be caught. Killed before anything else can go out. Carlos said as well, they managed to grab the Luna, so no physical damage coming out from her. In fact, she's gonna make a run for it. Rodabeto's Manta managed to dodge some of that. The BKB is only gonna last so long. Well, meanwhile, it looks like the Morphling is gonna die to the Doom, but Boom is still going for it. Hurricane, again, a missed skewer, just really not working out. He died to the Radiance tick.
Team, stop the Manta, please.
All of these heroes, but could not stop Boom from running down their carry.
Still, I think this is gonna be a salvaged.
They're gonna have to go through this base and these buildings the hard way.
All right, Shiva's done for Gabby.
Okay, there's the skewer back. No
That's a good
swap
one.
just yet. They got it for free.
Look at the clump.
Immediate RP, put to use on a mid one. They're clumped up as well. They're gonna be able to come back from Crystallis. Gabby trying to chase after him, but I think at all these other heroes that really letting the Morphling get away is not a problem at all.
They are just building the HP on these heroes. Another high ground ward for Blacklist, and another great Doom.
Again, swap back out though, but Ahmed is there on the other side, grabbed by mid one before he can get off a good RP. Still has a chance though. Managed to skewer them together, now hits that RP. Crystallis is here on the side though, and he's challenging this Luna. Raven's gonna be in some trouble when mid one is still running rampant through many of these heroes. Raven's on the run, Gabby has to run out from mid one, and with this BKB is gonna trample down this Doom. They clean up Tims as well. That fight did not go the way that Blacklist hoped on the start of it. 31-16, 27,000 net worth lead for Team Secret. They are just about to put themselves over Blacklist in the rankings for this group stage, and perhaps secure themselves a spot in the playoffs depending on their series tomorrow.
And these Pandas are just doing the work.
Yeah, Raven's already at half health. The Overgrowth goes out, but they have plenty of things to be able to deal with. The BKB's Manta's all going out. A Doom being put onto the Primal Beast, probably the last hero you wanted to Doom in this situation. Gabby will walk away in shame, and their drone is going to be exposed here. Skewer back, grouping up some heroes, but again, without their carry, there's not a whole lot of damage, even if they did hit a 5-man RP.
Yeah, it's probably an impossible fight, but even so, like Raven bought out for Daedalus, just dies without getting anything off. Rough day for Blacklist, man. After a very strong day one, they can't find a single win on game two. In a variety of drafts, a variety of play styles, just nothing really working for them. And Secret continue to show that, like, okay, they've had some rough games.
I'm feeling great. This should be one of the best series we have here in the group stage. And from two teams that, maybe not so much for G2IG, definitely for Falcons, is to be expected. I think G2IG has just shown us that they have really risen above in these roster shots for Malrine with a value point in the chain.
On the Boca, bottom lane, going to be saved right now by JT. A snaking, the one to give away first blood, and now the bash is coming out. JT, how lucky can we get? Give it a crack, JT.
One more? No.
He won't find. Sometimes the gods are in your favor, sometimes they aren't. Jonathan, and oh, nothing to say. He kind of just walked into Maureen and...
Concerning for the Shaker.
Lane, there is a rotation coming in from Crit. Nothing to say, already dropping low. There goes the tanking from Maureen, just taking all the tier 1 tower hits as Crit moves in. With the toss out of Maureen, able to secure another great kill onto Nothing to Say. This time around, though, it seems as though Falcons have read the movement, so they will back off. Though had Nothing to Say mid lane. Has he read this move? Toss back from Crit once again into the Timber. The Blood Grenade also going to land, and now with the chain forward, Nothing to Say. He'll survive a little bit longer. Hoping for a level 6 timing, but not going to find it yet. As the chase is on, they'll even get a silence out from Snake King. Or not as it should be.
Yeah, he also chooses here that Cans hold solo as they jump mid.
Absolutely. Crits in again. They won't find the kill, though, this time around as Baboka barely survives. Nothing to Say he's going to go for a bit of chase. He's got the Echo Slam available now. Snake King gets caught out, and there's your Echo committed. Nothing to Say, not wasting any time, but now the turnaround. Maureen, he'll find Nothing to Say, but it does cost his own life. Crit in the meantime, also getting charged by JT, so you're going to find a third target.
JT finds a good angle here.
It would be a massive kill for G2IG to find. JT just needs the vision for the charge out. Seems like he's got the information. Meanwhile, top lane, X-Nova does get caught. Skitter has also been caught out there by the looks of it. A Skitter dropping low, does go down. That's a fantastic trade for G2IG.
A good fight just yet to transition into a tier 2 push.
X-Nova gets jumped by Crit, but he has plenty of help around the corner. This could be a team fight that G2IG wants to take. There's Nothing to Say, jumps in. Crit is blown up immediately. Maureen, he's getting very, very low. He does need to retreat, but Monet is not leaving a beam. Monet continuing the chase, but the Doom is out. Still Maureen is gone as JT does get the charge off. Now ATF copping the Nether Strike. He needs his own way out, but the bash comes just in case he needed it.
They definitely won't. The Falcon vision is still mainly aggressive, not defensive for farm. They try for the Tormentor, and well, Snake King this time around is our victim. It does happen.
Skitter though. Oh, Skitter's a much bigger deal. Nothing to say. Oh, we can smell him.
Can find an opening. They've got the output with Molly now.
Bottom lane, who have they got? Oh, they found Monet. That is huge by Falcons. Monet just farming underneath an observer ward of the Radiant as JT now charges in. Should be okay to back his way out. The Crit is still chasing him down, but does think better off. He'll go after X-Nova instead. Avalanche toss up. Nothing to Say, gonna jump in and help out. Taking down Crit and now the Soulbind. Locking two of them together. X-Nova dropping low, but Baboka trying to heal him up, but it's not gonna be enough. X-Nova is gone. IG, they still want to go for the fight. The charge is in from JT, but here comes ATF, and here comes the Eclipse of Skitter. But where's the detection? The Glimmer Cape, it just saves JT. He'll walk out for now as Maureen, he's gone too deep. Cool. Nothing to Say will punish.
Top flank, top right flank.
Oh, Echo committed. They have found Snake King. Snake King, he is down, and Maureen not looking too healthy either, but he will be able to walk away for now as they'll make the jump in onto ATF. ATF, he is down. 2 gone for Falcons. They will buy back on Snake King, but not quite on the Doom yet. They are giving farm priority over to ATF as mid lane. JT does get caught out with a great avalanche toss, but JT gets the BKB off in time, and now the Hand of God, and now the Echo! Oh, Nothing to Say! What a setup!
Oh my!
Snake King and Maureen are both gone.
That, again, not the ideal. Like, ATF somehow managed to doom JT while he was charging. That's not the target anymore.
Oh, JT?
JT does die in the fountain, sure.
You see, he does get caught initially. Just so much committed onto the SB and Nothing to Say. More than happy to jump in as here we go again, mid lane. Who have they got? X-Nova is gone. There goes your Aegis onto Monet as well. So that's 1 life gone. There's now Nothing to Say. Dropping low, loses his own life. Monet needs to run. It's a 2v5 situation, and it is not in the favor of G2IG.
Just trying to set up the map for when that Roshan is back up. And now they've got the better position as Roshan is close to spawning.
X-Nova does get caught, and they've got committed, somehow still making it up for now as JT. He charges right in, the Spirit Break. What a Giga Chat. He'll cop the Doom, but he's just TPing out. JT, he's fine. Monet, he's the one to jump back in. Crit is gone. Maureen, he's not looking safe either, but he will chain away for now, still making it, and barely does escape. But you've lost the support duo. Falcons, they can buy back on Snake King. They cannot on Crit. And Roshan, it is up in 10 seconds.
Force a fight. That's some really quick reflexes on Falcons to break up that initiation, but
They're not right in. They don't even want to wait for the secondary Echo Slam. They're just jumping right in immediately as Crit is down. That's a great start. The Crit does have buyback this time as Maori. He'll blink it. Chaining right back alpha. Chipping away at the Morphling. G2YG, no fear in the world. They'll move in again. There's nothing to say. Look at the jump in. The Fisher. The refresh. The 4-man Echo out from NTS. Just locking them all down. Falcons, they'll buy back again. All 5 heroes up. G2YG, do they want to keep this going? It seems like the answer is yes. They will get the bottom racks. Monet, he'll move right into the mid racks. Malrine, he's going to try and stop the mid racks from going down, but he cannot deal with Monet. Instead, they'll throw the Doom out onto the Morphling. But Monet, G2IG looking for that opening. Nothing to say. He does successfully get onto the high ground. Falcons have no idea. And the Echo Slam, STS! You monster! Oh, I can't believe it. He just sneaks right from the backside. And they just melt. The buybacks are coming, but doesn't even matter.
No.
It doesn't seem like it. Nothing to say. He doesn't need to say anything this game, John. He showed everything. Skitter still trying to fight, just getting annihilated. So nothing to say now, getting tossed back. Maybe they can fight this one out. They've lost the Earthshaker, but Monet's the big problem now. He's the one you've got to deal with as Monet takes down 3, will retreat. A triple kill for the Morphling. And GG is called. They've seen enough. That's it. Game number 1 to go the way of G2IG. And my goodness, this mid Earthshaker, you cannot give NTS his hero, John. I mean, NTS, I'm not sure what happened. He joined G2IG. I'm not sure what they've done to the lad, but he's woken up, Jonathan. He wants some revenge or something.
He looks like a monster. Every single slam was massive. All the movement coming out.
Maybe against an Enchantress, maybe in the hands of Baboka, and maybe when you're guided by MLP and John X Fire.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. Jonathan, game 1. It was a pretty rough game. The side of Falcons, I mean, G2IG looking absolutely fantastic.
You're seeing that reflect now in CS, nothing to say, almost double what you have on Malin up top.
Jump in onto X Nova. X was out, Blood Grenade lands, and with the hoof stop there, ATF is able to secure a very nice kill for himself on the Centaur. Considering how well Skitter is farming on this Lark, he's going to have a pretty strong start as ATF now, speaking of strong starts, has found X Nova mid Icarus dive. X Nova trying to run, does go down, but Crit now in danger as well, though a nice Earth Spike. He'll land on 2, but it won't matter. Snaking, maybe able to pincer in here JT Magnus, though JT the one to skewer him back towards Baboka. Snaking though very, very tanky, and Skitter going to be around to help. They do have the RP to play with, but there's just too many heroes coming in from Falcons now. They've got the numbers, and JT is gone. Baboka doesn't look like he's too safe either. The Earth Spike will land, and Baboka eventually going to be fed the way of Skitter as he does pick up a double kill on the Slark. He'll cop it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Snaking being chased down. JT can commit the RP if he wants the kill. Crit in the meantime going after nothing to say. Skitter just getting so many Essence Shift stacks. Snaking in the meantime going to force the RP, and JT will not pop it. Nothing to say in the meantime. The slowest kills in the world. There's nothing to say. Still giving stats away. Going back after Crit. Puts the hand up, but he will go down.
Revenge here. The guy's very singularly focused. Doesn't find that Ench, doesn't have RP. We'll get the nice clip though.
Very nice ATF.
No blink, no TP. He's stuck there.
He'll put his hand up. He's a good sport, Jonathan. He'll wave him goodbye. JT, thank you very much. ATF, he's got TP unavailable for 50 seconds. So this is a rather unfortunate situation for ATF. JT, oh, JT! JT, this guy, I don't know what it is, but he's always doing something special in every game we see.
That's revenge. He couldn't kill the damn Enchantress twice over. There you go. That's a happy lad. You got him.
Turns out the mouse is still working, John. Good news.
What has happened to JT in this tournament? He's just insane. Every game.
This is the one tournament Arteezy can sit at home. He can enjoy himself.
2 for 1.
Look at these idiots getting clipped. Look at that. ATF and ATF. What if you could just keep him on the cliffs here, John?
I mean, Snaking doesn't have a TP. Just kill his career.
Just can't. You know what? The supports don't have a stun. This is the losing play though for G2IG. JT? What do you mean?
What's happening?
JT? What do you mean, JT? JT, what are you doing? The circus is here in KO, John. in trouble now. Crit's gone.
Oh, Snaking got his TP. They couldn't kill the courier. What is happening? They went for crit. Courier came in.
Oh, here comes ATF. Nothing to say. Gonna be chased down. Stun is out. I doubt they have the damage, though, to be absolutely fair. They'll keep going. Here comes Skinner. This is the damage you're looking for as the Laguna comes out. There goes Nothing to Say. He is down. There's Monet. Uh-oh, wait a minute. JTC, you've got to be careful, boys. We've seen this one before. He's looking for the angle. ATF runs. Snaking. He's getting body blocked. Monet. Does he set up for JT or does he just take the kill? I think he sets up. JT, no, he'll just go for the easy play. Just get the kill for Monet. Scoreline for him on the DK. Meanwhile, ATF, though, being stalked by JT, he will go for the skewer back into Monet. RP committed to boot. They are not messing around. They will take the Centaur kill very easily. And Nothing to Say in the meantime in the mid lane. He got away. I say that. Never mind. Past the comes in. NTS does get caught out. Pops the finger. And he is as good as gone. As he can afford to. Like, it's not much of a game so far here from Falcons, but they do jump in now onto NTS, and they just blow him up. They'll even make the jump in on Baboka now. Baboka, he'll survive through the Invis. In fact, ATF, he's the one to get caught out. He does pop the Stampede, but he is down. Meanwhile, the egg has been dropped, but it won't matter. They will burst right through it. JT, I believe, sadly did not have the blink off cooldown to go for the RP underneath the egg. They did not have that option available, so Falcon finding a great fight. Onto Monet now. JT, he's around the area, but I believe he just escaped.
Just finger Laguna straight up, delete that one hero, and then you can take this prolonged fight with your Slark. He builds up the stats.
Get up, walk it out. They've locked him down, and this will be a big one.
Okay.
Skidder getting caught on his own. A mega kill streak going back the way of NTS, and these are they know exactly where JT is moving. Apparently, as JT, he just cannot escape the radar of Falcons. He's the big boy. You can't lose Skidder. ATF, another big target if they could catch it, but they want the slot so damn bad if they go in. The RP is out. Skidder, he's caught and he is blown up. No chance. As Monet immediately jumping out. Maureen blows up Baboka and barely escapes. As Crit will follow in real. Losing the slot like that is not going to feel good. He has no buyback.
No, this is going to be the high ground for sure. Not going to take long. Amar?
Yeah, he's onto the DK. Nothing to Say. Still just taking through it as now the skewer back. They've caught the Lena. No, in fact, it was the end. Maureen's fine. Snaking will want to go down, but they do trade NTS for that. G2IG, they won't mind. They're still going to go through the bot racks.
Might be able to intercept nicely here.
Crit may get blown up here by Baboka if he's not too careful. In fact, Crit does get the Ghost Scepter in time, makes the jump in onto the Clinks. Baboka still alive, and now the stun! Skidder! He's alright. He does get into the ult. Egg is dropped. X-Nova chasing him down, and Skidder, he is gone.
This sad Slark further in to the clutches of our DK. Now to high ground again. With all this damage, it's just not going to take too long, although Amar.
Yes, being targeted again, though this time they don't blow him up, and now the RP, they've caught the Lena, that's the big one, and Maureen is gone. Buyback available. ATF now being targeted. Monet, no hesitation, does take him out. In fact, X-Nova was the one to claim the kill. G2IG now in a 5v3 situation. 15 seconds just about for the slug, but the skewer back. Catching Snaking for a moment, but he is still on the high ground. Meanwhile, Nothing to Say.
As the fight goes on, you're losing all your mana. You're not able to fight back. So it does make it a little bit of a challenge on the high ground if you can't find a back. Skidder?
Yeah, Skidder's trying his absolute best to catch JT here. No. Skidder's the one being caught.
No, not like that. He does. So he can focus on his buildings. It just doesn't take too much time at all.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, here we jump is there. NTS is the target, but he is just a very, very tanky boy, not taking enough damage. That Laguna committed, I think it wasn't to Baboka, but Baboka could not care less. Snaking now, in a bit of an awkward scenario, does try and jump away, but can't quite do so yet with Nullifier on him. He won't be able to walk. However, Crit, on the other hand, will just go down underneath the tier 4 towers.
Well played, Bounce.
Unfortunate. G2IG onto the mid-ranks. Monet still jumping into the tier 4s apparently. Does retreat, not finding the target he wanted. Onto the top racks they go. It is completely exposed.
It's just going to be Megas. There's no contesting this. There is a respawn coming shortly, so you could try to hold for a little bit longer. G2IG, I'm not sure if they're keen on coming back.
Oh, nice skewer back, Snaking here, being caught. He is down without buyback. They've got the Slark up in 5 seconds. They need him desperately too. ATF with a nice hoof stop, but there's just no backup. In fact, now ATF in trouble, pops the Stampede.
Oh no.
But he's stampeding right into the graveyard. Skidder, here we go again. Uses double pounds to jump in. Gets the ulti off. Tries for X-Nova. X-Nova just standing his ground. Does go for the egg now. Into the Sun Ray and GG is called. GG is called. They have seen enough. And my goodness, G2IG. JT is having a great night.
He is a happy man today. G2IG, two tough opponents.
You'd think with the amount of smiles this guy's had this game done, you'd think he'd have his teeth whitened recently or something. He's just showing off.
Yeah, perhaps that's it. You know, he had a great time. G2IG having a great time here overall in the group stage. A great evening of games for them.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Venomancer. Yes.
Prepare for battle.
Yes. Impale.
30 seconds to battle.
Yes. My venom flows. Going.
The battle begins.
To the fight. Going. My venom flows. Yes. Impaled. Yes. As you say. A touch of venom. Coin for my efforts. With vim and venom. Agitation. Vile advance. Yes. I'm under attack. Quick as venom. Agitation. With vim and venom. My venom flows.
First blood. The first of many
Caustic
of London.
Whoa, look at it go! A touch of venom. Taste my venom. As you say. Turn. Quick as venom. Yes. Vile advance.
Look at it go!
Going. Yes. I'm under attack. Impaled. Plague our enemies. With vim and venom. Yes. Yes. Nothing for your troubles. Ah, sweet toxicity. Go for me. My venom flows. Vile advance. was promised in venom.
With an apple in your mouth.
It's in my nature. Concentrated venom. Quick as venom. Agitation. As well warded. Impaled. I only wanted to kill everyone.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Back from death's door. Touch. I'm under attack.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yes. A touch of venom. What a burn!
Your top tower has fallen.
With vim and venom. As you say. Venom's vengeance. It's in my nature.
Mega kill.
My venom flows. A touch of venom.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Agitation. Ooh, Ward them off. Yes. Impaled. Vile advance.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
У всех такое нахуй появилось, какие-то стрелки, блядь, неизвестные нахуй. Направления, блядь.
Your bounty is mine. Going.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quick as venom. Watch this spot. A plague on our foes.
As if one of me wasn't already more than enough.
Is decided.
My venom flow. My loyal wolf.
Stop! Take me!
Vile advance. I'm not ready. Yes. Ward them off. With Vim and Venom. I'm under attack. Agitation. Quick as Venom. Agitation.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My venom dissipates.
Our thanks. Your middle tower is under attack.
Increased potency. Vile advance.
Unstoppable.
As you say. Yes. Yeah. Watch this spot.
Your top
Quick as
tower is under
Venom.
attack.
Not yet. The plague on our foes. Impaled. My loyal ward. With Vim and Venom. A touch of venom.
What?
My venom flows. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes. Impaled. As you say.
Bullseye.
Going.
Run, coward!
Vile advance. A touch of venom. Yes. You can't run from the venomous one. With Vim and Venom. I am envenomed. Yes. My venom flows.
Your top tower is under attack.
Plague our enemies.
Your top tower is under attack.
Coming.
Your top tower is under attack.
Like a flight, I return. Agitation. I'm under attack.
Your top tower is under attack.
Growing.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
More venomous. A touch of venom.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
You're down. Agitation. Yes. My venom flows.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Quick as venom. Vile advance. Move him off. Envenomed. Watch this spot. Ruination.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Ooh, yes. It's not time yet. Vile advance. Well warded.
The prize is mine.
Yes. Quick as venom. Agitation. Going. My venom flows. With vim and venom. A touch of venom. Ooh,
Your bottom tower is under attack.
yes.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under
Face to face.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Your chronology.
Your top tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
For the records, I did retreat.
Your ancient is under attack. Dire victory.
My venom is over.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I come, the venomous one. My future was set in a time before
Prepare
memory.
for battle.
Victory here is fated for me. As you say.
30 seconds to battle.
Yes. Yes. Vile advance.
The battle begins.
To the fight. Yes. As you say. Impaled. With vim and venom. Sweet toxin. Denied. Yes. A touch of venom. Toxic attack. Going. Agitation. Ah, sweet toxicity. My venom flows. Concentrated venom. Deadly touch. First blood is the sweetest. Quick as venom. My venom flows. Yes. caustic blow. Attack!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Impaled.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quick as venom. As you say. Going. Yes. Vile advance. A touch of venom. Deadly to the touch. Ooh, ah. Attack! Ruination. My loyal ward. I'm under attack. Agitation. When you get to hell, tell them I said hands off. Go for me. Well,
Your middle tower has fallen.
quick as venom. Vile advance.
Really?
Impaled. Watch this spot. As you say. I am in venom. Churn. Venom's vengeance.
Your middle tower is under
My
attack.
venom flows.
Oh, 4 bottom.
That was unreal.
It's in my nature. Run you down.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
In venom. Ever more venomous. A touch of venom. I'm under attack. Attack plagues our enemies. Yes.
Light.
My enemy succumbs. Agitation, a plague on our
Dire
foes.
structures are fortified.
I'm not ready. With vim and venom. Yes. Yes.
attack.
Oh, Mask of Madness changed. Damn.
Your top tower has fallen.
Vile advance. A touch of venom.
Dark light.
Not yet.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Zap.
It's plague our enemies. Yes. Agitation.
That was unreal.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Quick as venom.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My venom. I'm attempting venom.
Yeah, they did.
Shadow wave.
My enemies will taste my venom. My loyal wolf. Yes. As you say. Watch this spot. Sweet toxin. Going. With vim and venom. As you say.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Plague on our foes.
Your bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Increased potency. Agitation. Ooh, I'm under attack. Run down.
Okay.
Toxic attack. Insects run empty.
That was unreal.
What you sow. My venom's restored. Going.
Yeah, I know.
Your top tower is under attack.
Impale. Should have heeded my advice. Bounty. A touch of venom. Go for me. Violet Vance. Quick as venom. High venom clans in gold. More of my life unseen. Yes. 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 Quick as venom. Agitation. With vim and venom. Venom's vengeance. Ooh,
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Bounty.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's not time, my loyal womb.
Your bottom tower
I'm not
is
ready.
under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Necro is fucked up right now.
A touch of venom.
Me also. Border here.
Your bottom tower is under
Become a feast for the flesh fly.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Like a blight, I return. Violet Vance. Impaled. Coin for my
Your
efforts.
top tower is under attack.
Taste my venom. Yes. Impaled. A touch of venom. I'm under attack.
Man, Dazzle, man, dude.
That was unreal.
Yes.
Тише, мальчик.
With vim and venom. Not yet.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Concentrate.
Radiant
Quick as
structures
venom.
are fortified.
Going. High venom
Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Your fate was calling.
Your top tower has fallen.
Ooh, ah. Well rewarded. As you say. Yes. Ooh, ah. Now to speed my ambitions with vim and venom. Coin for my efforts. Quick as venom. Impaled. It's in my nature.
That was unreal.
The stench of death is upon you. Much to learn from that one. Back from death's door, my venom flows. Going. Vile advance. A touch of venom.
Your shard has fallen to the radiant.
Yes. I am envenomed. Ooh, ah. Go for me, yes. Yes. venom. Agitation. Violent dance. Under my protection. Dazzle. Go in. With vim and venom. Quick as venom. As you say. My venom flows.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Toxic attack.
Okay.
Чуть-чуть не хватило.
Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Quick as venom. A plague on our foes. Dark light.
Dire structures are fortified.
Go away. Agitation. I'm under attack.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Violent.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
Not just plague our enemy.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
That was unreal.
Spoils.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You cannot hold me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Vengeance on toxic creation. Ooh, I'm not ready. Wave. With vim and venom. Yes. 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 Illusion. My loyal ward.
has fallen to the Dire.
Mortality.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
A touch of venom.
Back. Back, don't die.
My venom flows.
Don't die.
As you say.
I need my buyback.
A touch of venom. I'm under attack.
That was unreal.
With Vim.
Go, I will TP on someone. Go. Go finish. Go, I will TP on you, Queen of Pain. Just to heal.
My enthusiasm is infectious. Quick as venom. Comes from the heart.
What the fuck?
That was unreal.
My venom flows again. Agitation. Fortified. Growing. I'm under attack.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your ancient is under attack. Dire victory.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
No.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The venomous one.
Prepare for battle.
Mm.
30 seconds to battle.
A touch of venom. My venom flows.
The battle begins.
To the fight. Quick as venom. With vim and venom. Agitation. Yes. As you say. I'm under attack. Ruination. Yes.
First blood. Death's code in place.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Going. Vile advance.
I steal from the slow.
Impaled. Going. Stop it. Quick as venom. Increased potency. Attack. Ooh, ah. Venom's vengeance. Yes. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You're not going anywhere.
My venom flows. Oh, what a burn!
Rest warmer next time.
Back from death's door. A touch of venom. Agitation. As you
Your
say.
middle tower is under attack.
With vim and venom.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Impaled.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My venom glands in go. Agitation.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Quick as venom. As you say. Yes. Yes. I'm under attack. My venom is no more.
Interesting. I think the anti-global strat, which is what Blacklist were going for, right? You give the Furion and then you pick a bunch of global heroes in the Breaker and the Spectre that can join any fight. Just outnumber him when he tries to outnumber you. It's an interesting idea. And then have some like independent laners, that global ability. Hard to tell as we switch. But we saw the early obs off the teleport from Celery as it's just going to force a fight on their vision, but they kind of left the hill and they're going to give up first blood instead.
Yeah, it is going to be traded out with Tim.
One of the reasons Blacklist took it in that second phase. Like, they did not want to give it.
Like you said, they're trying to pull the lane back, but that also leaves an opening here for Raven to potentially get caught. Instead, it's going to...
Yeah, like that classic combination.
Celery maybe in a spot of trouble here.
Oh, the bash.
Managed to get one bash. Where's the fear shot? Finally it goes out, but Gabby's already left.
Yo, Gabby.
He was like, I thought you weren't going to use it. I was waiting for so long. Oh, and Carlo was making the rotation too. They're actually going to TP the Furion out, which does leave Duraccio alone here.
Oh, he stays the bash. He knew.
Easy kill to get. Very nice.
Gabby knew, dude. He didn't want to waste that bash on the support.
Did he get 2 bashes and 2 hits? 3 hits, maybe?
Yeah, we'll give him a little 60s.
He actually got out-rotated by Train Protector.
Yeah.
So
Blacklist did a decent job defending those early moves, and that has pushed Furion down on the XP board.
Carlo making a run for it. He's trying to pull the creeps off the tower, but he's going to be caught before he gets back to the jungle, back to the forest from whence he came. He'll die, instead head back to the fountain. Abed has made a rotation, though. He wants to hold this tower.
Oh, he got zapped!
Oh, no! That is unfortunate.
Breaking with full Skelly boys. His tower's just going down. So the onus is on Blacklist right now to make the exchange happen. And Gaiman gonna respond.
TP rotation coming in from Quinn will at least
have Pierce the Veil. You don't have the tree and ulti here. Those are some of your big damage healers in the team fight. And I mean, Quinn he's just running you down right now because there's no control for this Rolling Thunder until you have Overgrowth.
Yep. Okay, this swashbuckle puts himself in range of Abed. Now he has the Rolling Thunder, but may not be expecting this rotation from everyone else on Tinker.
Oh, over Tinker. Why do people hate Tinker? I don't get this obsession, man. Chilling.
Understand, you're a pro gamer.
Overgrowth's gonna try and bail this out.
That is not gonna be enough, but Abed can get some return kills. They're gonna get a 2 for 1 so far, but Abed can keep chasing down more of these heroes. He's gonna go for Quinn, but Gabby was going for a different target, and now they're missing the disable and the damage to perhaps get both of them. Okay, bumps him into the fear shot. Celery. Yeah, they're trying to push him straight into those, through the little doors for the kobolds.
Get in there, mine me some gems.
Well, he'll be farming him for sure. Abed takes away the Wraith King reincarnation. Does need some help if he wants to get a second life.
Just what your lineup tries at. You have the Midas Breaker, you have the Spectre, you can get the pickoffs.
And that information.
Now this map is not proving to be too fun for Gaimin to play right now, and the burst is so close.
Very nice. React to this turn. Celery might end up dying here as he's a little close to Abed, who is going to collect some of these neutral items, see if he gets away from this. Nice. Abed making a really good read there. Doesn't actually get away from the stun in time, sadly, but waiting up.
I think you should play for the pick off the Manta helps you farm, it helps you push out the map, which also helps you pick off.
Got him.
Yeah, he's going to get there in time, but
stuns aren't going to last too long. Well, looks like his W just ran out. First damage is enough before the charge can...
Yeah.
you can't say that with a straight face.
Cool, though.
Quinn, Blacklist need to take a little bit more of a trek to get here, so this is going to be delayed. I like that. Spectre waiting for somebody else to show before finally jumping. They do manage to get, again, the counter to the Rolling Thunder. He does have the Illusion Rune, though, so he's going to be okay. Or, excuse me. Looks like they want to make the move to bottom lane on Blacklist already.
The Atos.
Ah, the Atos. There it is. He's stuck in the Ghost. That was a ton of burst damage. Damn. He's going to die twice.
Yeah, he's gone. Whirling death. Way too strong.
Garagio, he managed to get the break onto the Spectre. No Eclipse bounces onto him, though. A little bit unfortunate. He gets bashed up a second time. That is just unfortunate. He just did not get the damage on the hero that he wanted to go on there. Also outnumbered by a large amount is Blacklist. Had already killed one and had all 5 of their heroes, and now they're going to be rewarded with a fan. You better run, or your team better go through the portal to join you. Oh.
That was... Who's going through who?
Gabby? Okay, Gabby's gonna go for it with his BKB. They're gonna jump onto the Furion. Immediately, Tim's gonna put him down. Meanwhile, the Eclipse on the high ground.
That Overgrowth destroyed them there.
Yeah, it did. It controlled all of those heroes. They couldn't get any sort of rebuttal there. Now the control is wearing out.
The BKB on Tarachio. It's a big factor here as he wants to force the fight.
Or jumping onto the Spectre. It is an easier kill.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Five seconds remaining.
Venomancer. Vile advance.
This prepare for battle.
Ooh, yes.
30 seconds.
A touch of
to battle.
venom. Going. My venom flows.
The battle begins.
To the fight. With vim and venom. Agitation. As you say. Ooh, yes.
Пока экспу пососу, пацаны, подожди, ща уйду.
Quicker. Vile advance. Increase fear. Yes. Ah, first blood. Impaled. With vim and venom. Envenomed. Yes. Going. Yes. I'm under attack. Ah. Vile advance. Quick as venom. Yes.
Whoa, look at me go!
It's not time yet. Ever more venomous with Vim and Venom.
You have my respect.
A touch of venom. Mmm.
Спасение без сути.
Attack. Agitation. My venom flows. As you say.
Your top tower is under attack.
It's not time yet. Move them off. Agitation. A victim of violent fans.
Know your weakness.
Quick as venom.
My thanks.
Goodness.
Yes. As you say. With Vim and Venom. My venom flows. Impaled. My enemy succumbs. Yes. A plague on our foes. Concentrate. You are a fool to oppose pain. A touch of venom.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Impact my loyal ward. My venom flows. Not yet. Yes. It's not time yet. With Vim and Venom.
Your top tower is under attack.
I am envenomed. Yes. Vile advance. Agitation.
Who's the number one now?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
My venom flows again. Quick as venom. Watch this spot. As you say. Ooh. A touch of venom. Well warded. Going. Yes. I am envenomed. As you say. Gold for me. Yes. You can't run from the venomous fire. Death is the only antidote. With Vim and Venom. Sweet toxin. My venom flows. Yes. Ruination.
Goodness.
Vile advance.
The enemy's bottom tower has been denied.
A touch of venom. I'm not ready. Quick as venom. My venom glands engorge. Go with me. Impale. Skeleton City.
The Winter Warrior.
Agitation. Is no more.
A penetrating cold.
Another triumph.
My queen.
Weep not for me. I'm under attack. A touch of yes. With Vim and Vim. There a bounty on me. Impaled. Nothing touches the heart like iron. Ever more venomous. Yes.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
It's not time yet.
All mine.
Bounty.
As you say. Quick as venom.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Agitation. A touch of venom. My venom flows. Quick as venom. Yes. Not yet. Plague our enemies. Impaled. Going. As you
Your
say.
bottom tower is under attack.
With Vim and Venom.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Yes. Vile advance.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Mine at last.
Agitation. You can't run from the venomous one. Yes. vim and venom. Going. A touch of venom. Agitation.
Kill the dead. Kill the dead.
As you say.
Dire's structures are fortified.
For my efforts. My venom flows. Impaled. Quick as venom. Vile advance. Well warded. Yes. 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 Going. I'm under attack. Yes. A touch of venom. My venom flows. My loyal ward. With vim and venom. Yes. Yes. Vile advance.
The enemy's top tower
Agitation.
has fallen.
Quick as venom. Impaled. Ooh, ah. Venom's vengeance. With vim and venom.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Back from the brink. Impaled. I'm under attack. Is
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
regurgitated into the world. Watch this spot. A touch of venom. I'm not ready. Agitation.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
My venom flows. Yes.
Silence.
As you say. Vile advance. My venom flows. Yes. Yes.
Dire structures are fortified.
A touch of venom.
The enemy's middle
Goodness.
Dire structures are fortified.
As you see,
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm under attack.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Goodness.
A touch of venom.
Radiant victory.
Victory!
Team Liquid, turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
To deal with the physical damage. He may not need that now though, because Nether Toxin does do attack speed slow, so you could hypothetically fight in it with your corrosive, with your passive. It's like a lot of attack speed reduction. So there's maybe some new Viper builds that we'll see.
I'd love to see this new toggle Revenant's Brooch.
Ah, yeah.
Because like you turn Universal level 25, then Universal Revenant Brooch. I mean, I don't really know if the toggle is useful because I feel like most of the time you're just going to use it on one person in a fight anyway.
Yeah.
Concept.
Yeah, I think any hero that's agility or universal is going to have mana issues with that item. Like
That's true.
For most heroes in the game, but we are seeing like Viper. When we're looking at the ban and the Slardar, so we might be needing to see an ATF hero earlier on in the draft, just in case none of them are left.
There's still a Doom though. I think Doom is still pretty strong in this current patch. He kind of got buffed, right? You can't deny the Doom right now.
Yes, and then they also made Infernal Blade better.
Yeah, they lowered the cooldown.
Yeah.
I mean, Bench is also a hero that got buffed pretty nicely, so now you don't have the damage reduction, but you do have the barrier, which blocks magic damage or physical damage once you swap your target. And if it's an enemy hero, it does 150 damage at level 1. So it's either 150 damage or 50 barrier for your teammate.
Yeah, mid game, that's like a lot more damage for a hero that kind of operates on those thresholds. Like she has a limited amount of burst damage, and giving her that extra 100 level 1, extra 250 level 12 with the ulti, I think that's something that Venge would rather have. I think the save aspect of Venge is nice, but the Like the displacement of it is more important for her teammates, while the damage is better against enemies.
Yeah, but you think about it, what happened to the Disruptor in the past? He got a buff, Glimpse does damage, and the hero just became so good.
Yeah, exactly.
It can make a difference for sure. Liquid did play Venge earlier today. Falcons grabbing that instead, and Liquid with the Muerta response. I think this is a decent response because if you are worried about like Avenge lowering your armor, you just don't care if your ult is active.
Yeah, and
anyways.
it's also the silence is pretty annoying. The level 1 swap 800 range, more or less you're going to get caught by the calling most of the time. So it's pretty difficult to play against the Muerta if you're a support bench.
Yeah, you just put it in the place where your opponents are going to run through to save the guy. That
It's just very hard for the bench.
Like
they're so slow, running in your cast range shot, and you see the ghosts running around in circles, and you're just praying you don't run into the ghosts, you know.
Yeah, they're very spooky.
I think the neutral items might be a significant buff for Muerta. Like, we see Boxy earlier today just go like Hurricane Pike Moonshard and then took the Ancient defending item, the one that gives you 50 damage at minute 37. Like a hero in the support role that benefits from these damage items that they've released, I can't think of a better one than Muerta. And even though she's a support, people are just building her to scale still. So that part of the meta has not changed.
The game should be faster now since they removed some of the economy from the creeps. So technically, those pushing heroes would be position. Heroes got buffed in the patch this morning, and you have Solar Crest for those heroes, which is also really good now. It gives you a barrier. So you can just ball together and push down towers.
But that's another reason that Muerta is kind of cool too, because if you flex it to carry, if everyone's buying something that gives you a 300 physical barrier, who cares? You're doing magic damage anyway. So in some ways, and I feel like I saw this in some of the games throughout the day, Solar Crest seems really good, but if you're just doing magic damage instead, it's not nearly as effective.
I mean, do you think you should buy it on the core or you should buy it on a support right now?
I mean, it seems valuable. A lot of offlaners are buying it, supports are buying it as well.
Yeah, we see two on the same team sometimes.
Yeah, that's very different than old Solar Crest, right?
They don't stack, right? You can't use two on the same guy, right?
Yeah, but you can refresh the barrier if the first one goes away, probably.
Yeah, it's not 100% uptime, so it probably is if you have two of them.
But it seems good. It's HP and mana, and then movement speed, attack speed, and
armor as well.
And armor, and lots of mana regen. It kind of just gives you a little bit of everything. Makes your heroes very tanky, very fast for pretty low cost.
It kind of gives you an idea of how much these players think about the game when it comes, like, it's like 6 hours into this new patch, and they're already like, yeah, this item seems clearly better than all the other ones. They changed so much in the game that there's going to be a little bit of
my favorite part about that is first game, straight away, Lion, let's go. That was the first thing that came to my mind was when I was scrolling through the changelog. I'm like, this sounds fun.
Yeah, it's one of those where you don't know necessarily until you play it in the game. It's always about theory crafting and then what's the reality actually look like. But I like the fact that it happens so quickly, and yet every day we're going to see something new.
Yep. So they have like a bench Razor. Every time you have bench, you want cores that can abuse the minus armor. Razor's one of those heroes, and he did get like he got a slight buff, right? Cooldown. Wait, the drain is
duration
longer.
On the drain, yeah.
The downside is he can't torment her as easily now. He's one of the heroes that really abused minus armor, so it can't go below 0, so you can't necessarily solo torment her anymore, but still a fantastic hero.
So basically now you always need like three people to get the torment.
Razor could probably do with just one, especially if it's Venge. Like
one extra, yeah.
Razor can like easily solo tormentor. You get down to maybe like 30% HP at the lowest, so if you have a Wave of Terror on top of that, I guess it's not more minus armor, but just needed some body to tank, basically.
Yeah, this is already very scary. A lot of physical damage. Bench, Razor, and Tuskar. I mean, you would expect a more magic-heavy draft with the patch, you know, but the Falcons think that the minus armor strat is still a viable thing. I think you as a carry player, if you see this kind of minus armor strat, would you just straight up want to play the Muerta as a carry?
I'm going to be Terrorblade here if I was in this game. I think you want like a high armor illusion hero. It's good against both of these supports and Razor, so I would be pretty surprised if they don't pick one of the illusion heroes here. And I think out of all the ones Mickey likes playing the most is Terrorblade.
Do you like PL though?
I couldn't believe they nerfed PL, man. He's one of my boys, and he wasn't even
get nerfed.
Yeah, he got nerfed. He wasn't even getting picked. Yeah, I'm biased though, so I can't be too salty.
But he did get the diffusal upgrade. That's better though too.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So he did get a buff. I mean, the nerfs to him were not big. They changed his 10 talent, I think, and they made the Ags Spirit Lance slow a little bit worse. Yeah. So it's like it's pretty small if his diffusal blade is better. It's more agility. So just straight up.
So at the end of the day, do you think he's happier?
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah. Good.
So they go for the Visage that they used earlier. It's not an illusion hero, but it is a summons hero, and since the Falcon Falcons is all like single target burst. That Grave Keeper smoke is nice.
The supports can't really do much to the familiars. Like as Venge and Tusk, you see the birds, you gotta run. You know, you have to buy those scepters, you have to buy 4 staffs. You just need to make sure you stay alive in the team fights long enough to cast your spells.
And it's natural Vladspire, so that's a lot of armor for your team to help offset what Razor
that's true.
and Venge are doing. I mean, we've seen Vlad's a lot today, despite the fact that it effectively got nerfed by that it's not in the Helm of the Overlord anymore. They just buy it anyways. I think the armor's up to what, 4 now, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes,
yeah,
it is
so
4.
That's a huge amount for your squad. It really offsets the kill potential of the Razor and the Venge Wave of Terror.
And Soul Assumption stacks now calculate pre-reduction, and so if you have a big minus armor draft on the enemy team, and you build a lot of armor, then theoretically you should be able to build a lot of Soul Assumption stacks without going down to low HP.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, this is pretty ballsy, I would say, like picking the Void without seeing the lane. You don't know what's your lane. I mean, he's kind of okay against Razor. I guess if Razor's an off lane, you can always jump away from the static lane.
I mean, it is the ATF special. That's one of those heroes that he would play often in the off lane. It was like that Razor Viper off lane meta.
I kind of feel like they probably should try to pick a matchup that wins for him, you know. If I have ATF on my team, I don't want to give him like a losing lane matchup, you know. I always want him to have that higher priority in the draft.
He's just built different. He still wins them, even if the matchup's not good.
Yeah, why not give him an easier time, you know?
Who's putting damage into this Chrono, though, because, well, I guess Boxy, the way that he gets farmed on Muerta, he's going to be basically a core at a certain point.
I mean, you mentioned Soul Assumption.
That's true. Also that one.
I'm really liking this Naga pick. I think this Void is already going to have a tough time with the Chronospheres because the only follow-up damage they have so far is coming from supports. Like, I don't think Visage is going to do meaningful damage unless his teammates are doing damage with Soul Assumption. So Naga matches up well against Visage. Like, Illusion heroes always do well against him because he's a single target physical damage summons hero. So Illusions are always good against those. And then at the same time, you have the Naga Sleep against the Chrono, Natural Manta Buyer against the Global. Like, it's just going to break Team Liquid's combo. And I think Team Falcon's sustained damage throughout the course of the fight is going to be much better. And so as long as this Naga doesn't get caught in the Chronosphere, and even then they have a swap, I think it's going to be very difficult for Team Liquid to execute fights in this game.
I mean, he's going to need Lotus if he wants to use the swap against the Global Silence.
Well, then just buy a Lotus.
Yeah, buy a Lotus, sure. You know, bench support, you can easily afford that Lotus.
It's a very good point, though. I mean, the Void is sort of already countered a bit between Song and the Venge.
I mean, you pick it blind, you know, he's going to get countered. Yeah, but the Venge, I feel like he kind of thinks that because he has Silencer, he doesn't care about the swap.
I do kind of like Time Dilation, though, and based on how Team Liquid played earlier today, which was like very low cooldown, constantly fighting. Time Dilation is one of the spells that gives you a massive advantage in those circumstances. The talents got buffed a little bit. I don't expect they'll necessarily grab them, but that skill is like sleeper OP in some teamfight circumstances.
Yeah, especially that you are playing against like something like a bench can be very... You just want to leave the game.
I would love to see him potentially on Faceless Void on Mickey go for like the Maelstrom Ags build, because that's less reliant on the Chronosphere and better against these Illusion heroes in longer fights. So that might be something we can look out for during this game. And then my question is since Void is, other than Net, they don't have reliable lockdown for him. So I'd like to see that come out of the mid lane for Malrine here. He is going to be blind picking, but they might do Puck, DK, that he picked a bunch of times in a row.
He has been playing a lot of DK. Mid laners are on the agenda. Lina gets banned out, Tango gets banned out, Dazzle gets banned out. And I don't know, I'd be a little bit afraid of Anisha and Invoker plus the Faceless Void, but we'll see what Falcons chooses their final ban.
Does that fit the budget, you know? Invoker mid?
I think Sableye can play Visage cheaper than he did previously, and so then I think he can fit in the budget.
That's screaming a melee hero since they banned Dazzle and Necro.
Yeah, that's true. DK, probably.
I just assume the Dazzle is because to protect the Naga illusions. So yeah, they do end up picking the DK.
What's left for Mickey, or for Anisha here?
Is Huskar in the pool?
He is.
Huskar is in the pool.
Never really thought of him as a Huskar player, though.
You do what you gotta do, Brian, to win the game.
No, Nisha's honorable. He would never do such a thing.
No, he just wants to win.
I would like his hero to deal with Naga, so maybe Leshrac? I would actually like...
Oh yeah, Leshrac got a pretty nice buff today. The attack speed.
Yeah,
attack speed slow on the lightning now. So the laning phase is much stronger.
Plus Bloodstone does more AoE, which is literally...
Oh, they actually win Huskar. Wow. Okay.
Filthy.
I don't think I've ever seen Anisha Huskar. I'm excited.
Well, now you do, Brian. Now you do.
Let's go.
Okay, but we've seen Huskar to mixed success. I suppose whenever he's able to use the mid lane, life is good. And if he gets railroaded into being a side laner...
They're changing lanes though, Neil, sorry. DK is going off lane.
You're right, and it's going to be Razor mid.
Good choice, good choice.
So the one thing about this Huskar is I was worried about how Mickey was going to enter the fights for getting the good Chronospheres off, but now you're making it so you can kind of just barrel down lanes with that Vlad's drums timing from the Visage, the first or second Roche from the Huskar. So now it's more so Mickey can play a counter initiation game rather than having to initiate for his team, and he can wait for them to go on the Huskar or the Visage. So that makes it a little bit easier for them, and I think Liquid has a clear timing, but at the same time, I'm worried about their laning phase. Like, I think the Huskar got swapped lanes on, Razor does fine. I don't think Void's going to be able to bully DK. He's going to lose his tower. Are they going to have that momentum?
And what are they going to do, you know, if they lose the lanes with the Huskar, you know? Like, that's a worrisome part for me. You have a Visage, you have a Faceless Void on the side lanes. Both of those heroes don't really like to fight too much, you know. They like to fight when they are strong or when you have Chronosphere.
The damage on the Radiant side is a little one-dimensional. The Falcons, it's like a lot of physical. Dragon Knight has some mixed or whatever with Breathe Fire and his little corrosive poison, but like I just feel like the Solar Crest is going to help offset some fights. It's going to be about keeping the Huskar alive when he does get gone on between the Vlad's auras and the defensive items. So if they can do that and keep him getting kills and snowballing a little bit, that could be the momentum that they need to clear Naga illusions and, you know, take the Roche banner to help offset the Naga and all that good stuff.
Oh, the Roche banner.
That's right. We saw it used to great success in that previous series, and we'll see if this game's going to go that late. And let's get more 7.35 games underway with the boys. It's Mike and John.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. We do get into it. Game number 1 between Team Liquid and, of course, the side of Falcons. Jonathan, we've got a new patch on day 1 of the main stage for these two teams. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, we've had a couple of series already with a patch. It's not much time still. You know, there's still a lot to figure out with this patch, and I'm keen to see how it affects these teams.
Highly based from Valve, by the way, Jonathan. Who cares about the pro players and how they feel? Let's just throw the new patch and let's see what the hell they do here for day number 1. And it's going to be a very exciting day of Dota. Of course, one of these teams goes to top 6 straight away. The other, sadly, has to go home, Jonathan.
Yeah, that's the tough reality once we're here in the arena. Starting off with the lower bracket matches, and at the least we're 1 round in at this point. You know, Liquid has managed to take one team away first. Falcons being knocked out from our last day of groups, as we've seen before. One thing with this game and one thing with this draft coming out from Falcons is, in that series, or one of the series we saw of Falcons before, we did see Amar play the DK, and it's one of those series that it just felt like Amar was a little bit slower on the DK. I'm keen to see if he's adjusted, perhaps learned from that last game. We saw him bring out the DK, maybe play to the tempo that Malrine tends to do so, just from the off lane, go for less farm-intensive build-ups and go for more of that pressure, more of that push.
Somehow I doubt it, Jonathan. We know ATF, but the man likes his gold, Jonathan. I don't think he's going to be changing for anyone, but we'll have a look and see if he has indeed adjusted here for this game number 1 between themselves and Liquid. For now, it seems like Falcons and Liquid are just going to stick around the mid lane, hoping for perhaps an early team fight. Well, speaking of Liquid, Jonathan, the Dirty Huskar last pick did come out. How do you feel about that? We don't get to see Nisha playing this too often.
We don't get to see him play it too often. I feel like you know what to expect out of the Huskar. I like the lane swap from Falcons. I feel like the Razor should be able to manage it in the first few levels, and then it becomes kind of a really tough time either way. But you can always protect yourself with a static link. So you have that to play with. You've got Crit with his threat of rotation as well, which can open up that tempo on the mid. I think the one difference is we tend to see Malrine go for the push.
Oh, bottom. Faking. Oh, he's already gone. First blood to go the way of Saberlight, and something we've been seeing quite a bit here from Saberlight already on this new patch, this Visage, seeming very, very strong.
Yeah, the change to Soul Assumption is pretty big. It's just, you fill up your Soul Assumption charges a lot quicker with those changes, and it just allows that output to sustain itself. Taking a look at that mid lane, again, Malrine on the Razor, up against Nisha on the Huskar. Not a fun time for the Huskar in the first level. You can't really shove Malrine away. It's going to take some levels for you to push back. He does start with the Inner Fire value point for a little bit of pushback and lane shoving. But as long as Malrine has the static link up, he's going to be able to charge for it. In that interim period, you can trade a little bit better. I'm keen to see Falcons kind of commit onto the mid. It's a little bit trickier this game, because again, whenever we see Malrine, for the most part, he's on that DK, rotation onto mid, forces the push out. Razor doesn't quite achieve that same tempo.
Yeah, he might be the one to need to rotate over to the top, perhaps here with ATF. You are seeing Malrine having a pretty tough time against that mid Huskar. Still top lane. Mickey, of course, with Insania against Crit and ATF. Dragon Knight Tusk combination, not too bad. We have seen this before from Crit and ATF. Definitely a kill potential here on Insania with the double stunts to fly out, but we do have to wait for those levels to come up.
Yeah, it's a hard lane to really pierce as well. Like, the Faceless Void can dodge out a lot of damage. I like this combination of Time Dilation plus Arcane Chris. It's just a really good feedback loop to get some aggression out the side of Liquid and just holds off any sort of movement out from Crit. It makes it a little bit riskier for the Tusk to push into that lane, and it should provide enough space for Mike to juggle around that use of Time Walk if need be.
Yeah, and there's that final lane, of course, Skitter and Snaking against Boxy and Saberlight. Of course, Saberlight, we talked about his Visage already, but we saw this a lot during the NA DPC from the guy. Like, he really, really likes his hero. So when the patch came out and I saw the changes, I'm like, oh, Saberlight's gonna have a very good time.
And that he is, and that is something we have already seen today, the previous series of Liquid. So far, lane going fairly stable. This is, it's an all-right lane for Skitter. You know, it's still a Naga Siren. It can be a little bit harder to shove away. And I think the big thing is contesting into that push. If you push that mid-tier 1 or bot-tier 1, contest the jungle. Because if you do leave this Naga alone, a couple of those new items, the Change Disperser, could feel pretty good for Naga to hit some early tempo.
That's the fun of the new patch. You just never know what's going to come out, but I can't wait to see. For now, only one kill going the way of Liquid. Neither side really getting too aggressive. Seems like both sides just happy to sit in their laning stage and just farm up. Well, Skitter is having the best time on the map right now, 13-1 on the Naga Siren. Even with that kind of broken Visage combination, Skitter has not been too much, but they are going to try and jump in now. Snaking going to ensure that Boxy cannot go for the dead shot or the calling, though Snaking could find himself in a bit of danger trying to go for that 3-minute timing on the Lotus. He does not end up getting away with it. Snaking in huge trouble, but Boxy now being turned on, and both of them will go down at the same time as Skitter. They try and go after Saberlight for a bit more damage. Skitter cutting through the tree line. Saberlight taking a fair bit of damage. One more hit will do it.
There you go.
Find it. Very nice here from the bot lane of Falcons.
I like this realization from a lot of carry players and Skitter as well. Going for the end snare. In fact, going for 2 points in the end snare. Recognizing the value in just this chain stun. You've got the Venge, you've got the minus armor. You can still farm with lower level illusions. Not going to be as quick. But you have a lot of potential of just bullying out this Visage. While his Soul Assumption stuck at level 1, while his Grave Chill isn't that big of a threat at level 2, it gives you much more to play with to, again, set up for that tempo from your Naga, and also prevent Saberlight from hitting critical mass a lot faster. You know, just prevent what we saw from that last series. This is not the same start for Saberlight.
Speaking of critical mass, ATF having a real good time to the CS department as bottom lane Snaking and Boxy now going to go at it. Boxy still messing around here with Snaking. Deadshot not going to be on the mark this time around, so still running. Snaking, he's got another stun in 5. He really wants the kill, and Boxy, he may have overstayed his welcome. If Snaking can get within range for this, I believe he's barely there. He just needs the vision, and Boxy will cop the stun. One more hit might do it. Still running. Deadshot is going to land, and Snaking wants to continue the chase, but Boxy does have the salvo. Bit of an awkward scenario positioning here for Boxy, but looks like he's going to be fine.
He bails. He doesn't quite have a TP for a few more seconds, so overall you're still kind of happy with this kind of skirmish coming out for Snaking. He's in position to steal away this Water Rune. Boxy could try to sneak around, but it's a little bit tougher. You've already gotten what you've asked for here on Falcons. You've still got this really stable mid lane starting up from Malrine, although you've built up quite a lot now in Nisha, which again, after you go past the first 2-3 levels, the Husker starts to feel better. And Falcons, well, they're starting to send some heroes in. It's making his way forward.
So much pressure into the mid lane. Nisha, realizing they are around, will retreat for now. Snaking trying to wrap around, so will Crit, but Insania is already prepped for this. They know they're coming around this timing, and they will continue to keep Nisha safe. The calling will be dropped here from Boxy. Snaking was spotted on the Venge, but it looks like he's looking to retreat, though a nice dead shot going to drag him back into the loving arms of Nisha. And Snaking, he's going to continue the run. Nisha, one more hit will do it. Snaking looking for a deny attempt, is not going to find. Nisha will be able to secure the kill.
It's a decent attempt coming out there from Snaking, but a great read from Team Liquid. This is what we've seen from Falcons time and time again. Just collapsing mid, playing with Malrine, getting an early kill into a bit of a shove on the mid-tier 1, and opening up the side lanes. The side lanes still open up off the back of that movement. Again, you're still getting basically a solo lane for Skitter, a solo lane for Amar. No threat to kill off either the Naga and the DK. And then that normally plays into what Falcon wants anyway. Like, they just want Amar and Skitter to farm up as much as possible until they're ready to go, until they're ready to take some of these tier 1s. Maybe on the top with Amar this time.
Absolutely. You saw Boxy go for that 6-minute invis rune, does manage to pick it up for himself here on the Muerta, and we'll just move back towards the bottom lane. 3 heroes here from Falcons, though. They might be able to set up on Boxy or Saberlight. Saberlight obviously the primary target, and in fact they are going to move in. Ensnare will lock him down. They'll drop the calling for the silence, but I do not believe it is going to help. Saberlight is down. Is Boxy? Oh, he's not going to make it. That is unfortunate.
That is just so much to bleed out onto Skitter. And again, this slower start for the Visage, this timing into the Solar Crest, into the Vlads that we've seen, it's not going to be at the moment that you'd want it to launch off. We heard a panel, they need a launching point with a Visage and a Husker to buy space for Mickey to kind of just build up and get that map control going your way. You've got a lot more to play with on Falcons in comparison. And they're already applying some decent pressure with Skitter down bot. Or Naga is already
Saberlight.
to the Manta.
Look at this, they're just cutting him off as well. They're not letting him get towards the tier 1 tower to try and defend. I love this play from Falcons. They know how important this Visage is to the side of Liquid as they do jump in again. Crit is going to get the shards up to lock him in, but the TPs are coming. Crit dropping low, but Saberlight is gone. Now Mickey trying to move in, but he does not have level 6. Mickey's in trouble. Mickey is looking pretty dead to me as he does go down. He moves in without level 6, so Chrono was not available for Liquid.
I mean, he makes that move. I'm really surprised that he went in with his laning build. 1 level in Time Walk, 3 levels in Time Lock. Because he's trading with a DK, that doesn't make it safe for you to leave that lane. You have to sit back and farm. They wanted to punish the movement. Instead, this is that tier 1 tower timing we're talking about. Skitter already ripping that block, went to shreds, leads to an access point into the Wisdom Runes down the line, leads into access into the triangle, and the Naga can just steal away a lot of that farm later on.
That's a fantastic start for Falcons, 6-3 with a 2k advantage going their way. And the one saving grace here for Liquid is Nisha's had a very good time in the mid lane in terms of the CS game, but we are going to finally see some movement coming up from the man. Up towards the top lane he goes. ATF is by himself at the moment of the DK, trying to push out the top tier 1 tower. Mickey gonna pop the time dilation. In goes Nisha. Dragon Tower will be there, but it should not help ATF that much. ATF surely is just gonna die, as Nisha will finish up the kill.
It's an important kill to find. It relieves some of that pressure on the top tier 1, already less than half HP. So in terms of just setting up the tone, setting up for Falcon's next move for the objective, Amara still has done the job. Again, you're freeing up space for the Naga. You are relieving some of that pressure you're experiencing on Mickey and starting to launch Nisha off. You have to watch Falcons. They know you've committed a couple of spells. They know that you've just rotated your Huskar. You might not be too keen for the next move. They've smoked up with Crit and Snaking, looking for their own move now.
Certainly have Mickey. Big target if they could catch him. Crit for a snowball attempt will not have the vision. Snaking will not see him either, so Mickey backing off at the right time here will remain safe for now. Problem is you can set up with the tier 1 top tower push anyway, just with these supports being around. Allow ATF, once he does have the Dragon Form up, to start that push once again. Mind you, ATF is still about 30 seconds away from that, so it's going to take a little bit of time here for the support to just kind of sit back and relax and ensure he does remain safe. Doesn't really seem like Liquid's going to be prepped to try and defend that top tier 1, though. They'll probably just allow it to go.
They can't really defend it all too well. You don't even have level 6 up on Insania to help you with some wider teamfight control. You do have the Chrono, but damage inside, it's mainly off of Nisha at the moment. And it remains to be seen if they'll really have enough as we start to approach closer 6 marks for Snaking with the swap available. I think the big issue for Liquid is really just that they're looking up top, they're leaving bot just all the way alone. And this pressure coming up top is mainly just from Mar and the support showing their faces. No one else is keeping Skitter safe. No one's scouting down bot. Saberlight's not even playing the lane, which is understandable after the threat from Skitter, just having that early control with Ensnare. I'll be forced to play more conservatively.
Chrono, top lane, they are going to try and defend. ATF going to cop the Chrono as now Nisha does move in, and it seems as though ATF once again will be punished for sticking around. So Liquid do indeed decide they will defend. And it seems as though the rest of Falcons, they're okay with this. I mean, they do rotate 4 heroes up to make that kill happen.
It takes a lot of effort. It opens up this push now for mid, just a little bit of a shove. Not the quickest. Again, they're not connecting with Amar onto that tier 1. Instead, they're just allowing Amar to soak all the attention, open up the mid lane, open up their bot jungle and bot lane for Skitter to free farm. And this investment is paying off. Like, this Manta for Skitter is going to be online in 1,200 gold. He's going to be able to dispel off the gold, the global silence. He's not going to caring about that too much. They've got some good stacks built up here as well for Malorine, who's going into his own Yasha for a little bit more chase potential as well. And Liquid, I mean, they're getting space out as well. You've got the full Solar Crest for Saberlight. They're grouping up mid. They need to find some of these objectives, open up the map so they can move across the river to make these moves.
The T1 tower would be very valuable. TPs are coming in. There's your jump in from Nisha onto the vent. So that'll be one door down already. Snaking, not going to quite make it. In comes Crit with the snowball, but Nisha, he's more than happy to just man up here against the side of Falcons. But they do ensnare him up, but the armlet toggles are keeping Nisha alive for now. He will not drop, as it seems as though Skidder does need to retreat, but the stuns are coming in from Saberlight. Just will not amount to much. They will get away with the Venge kill. The Liquid turning back around towards the mid-tier 1 tower do not seem done quite yet. They want that tower down, and Nisha looks like he's just prepped for a team fight. He's ready whenever.
They've got to open up that mid. Now they can invade down bot. They can make it a little bit less comfy for Skidder to play this farming game, get some forward vision, buy some space out for Mike. Maybe shove Amar away, although Amar will find that top tier 1 in the end as the DK. Overall, a very even game. Map state would be slightly favored for Falcons in terms of just the objectives. Only the mid-tier 1 standing for Liquid is keeping Falcons' access across a little bit rougher. At the same time, again, this build-up coming out from Falcons is lining up. You do see Amar, he's gone for the Midas as he tends to go for. And I just really want to see Amar take more activity here. He's dragging attention in, but once he has a blink with BKB, he's got to go.
Onto ATF, Nisha. He's alone for now, but the help is incoming. Sees Crit trying to tank the gank here for his off lane, and it seems as though he successfully will. Crit does get a snowball off, but does not have anything like a blink to try and get away, though he will try and use the Pavis. His team is not coming, so they are just going to let Crit go down. At least he does save ATF, though, so well worth his life.
You need the gold to start flowing into Amar now as well. You know, to just hit, again, that blink or the Manta timing, or maybe possibly the BKB here for Amar in this specific game. Liquid, they've got some good timings. They've got the full Sange up and running on Nisha. A little bit more durability coming out on our Husker will allow him to base tank that control. He's not going to be as worried about just the chain stuns from Snaking and from potentially Skidder when if he does join in. And they'll smoke off the back of that.
Snaking looking for a swap on Boxy, does catch him. Boxy gonna pop the ulti straight away, move in onto Snaking and try to get some damage off. Not really much being dealt quite yet, though it seems as though he might have his way with this Venge. Snaking still trying to back his way out. There's a magic missile thrown. The Skidder in trouble with the familiars. He just wants to get up, pops the song. In comes Nisha now. He'll be put to sleep to boot. Snaking will be able to TP away, but Skidder, how does he get out of this? He's got no TP available, so the chase will continue. He will not try for the Twin Gate, instead running towards the west of the map. But Saberlight still chasing, will not be able to catch him. The song does pan out.
Yeah, buys them space. It will allow this tier 1 push to come in from Liquid, but they're using the space wisely on side of Falcons, shoving in mid, getting Amar again, a little bit more farm in the triangle, and just playing the build-up game. So Liquid take the opportunity, don't find too much further trouble. Tower take does even out map control a little bit more, but they don't have the vision to back up all these objectives just yet. They don't have forward vision. The mid-tier 1 will fall to Malorine, and with the forward vision that Falcon has, in comparison, it can lead to some opportunities down the line.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking Roshan right now. They'll sacrifice the tier 1 mid tower and just say, screw it, we want the Roshan. It's just more important here for Nisha, and it certainly will allow a momentum now from Liquid. Start just moving in onto the side of Falcons very aggressively. Because Nisha already queuing up the Aghanim Scepter. Good, and once you've got that up, life does become extremely hard if you are Falcons in terms of dealing with this guy. At least for another 4.5 minutes, seems like Nisha is going to be relatively safe as he does TP into the mid-tier 2 tower. Seeing Malorine there for a moment, they wanted to fight, but instead they're going to have to settle with Snaking on the Venge. Snaking, no way out for him. He is going to tank the game.
It's a small little take, just taking back control as well in the jungle. Snaking did take the opportunity to try and drop a sentry, figuring they were scouted out. Doesn't find anything further trouble. And Liquid, with his spike on the Aegis, should be able to apply more pressure on the map. You know, they can start hunting with confidence, maybe, again, waiting for that Ags that you mentioned here, for Nisha to truly have that big jump in with Life Break. You're starting to get some damage pouring in as well for Mike in that Chrono. At least the Maelstrom almost done. Well, maybe around 500 gold left. But key things for Falcons are coming out now as well. Blink for Amar is flying out, so the initiation is lining up on Falcons outside of just trying to catch out with a magic missile and the snowball here, so relieving some of the pressure on the supports as well, holding on to perhaps make a counterplay in Chrono if the positioning's just right. Again, we've seen him more on this DK offlane before, where they hand it to him.
Bottom lane, Mickey, does he know? It doesn't seem like he does, though. He is trying to look towards retreating towards the T2 tower. Swap is there. Boris punch out as well. Mickey, he'll pop the Chrono. He does find 3 targets with that. The team is incoming. Mickey, they weren't too fast to begin with. Mickey still alive, is eventually going to go down, but Nisha, he's going to try and trade, see if they can find an effective team fight as they do take 2 for their trop. I'm not sure if you really want to call that worth here. 2 supports for the sake of a carry, but I suppose in this kind of game, Nisha might just be the real carry anyway.
That is fair. Like, the tempo of the Husker is much more important. Faces Void can just catch up later on when space is created. It's still not the best trade. I'm sure Falcons are going to be more than happy about that. They don't lose anything. On Skitter, the Chrono was very forced coming out from Mika, which is understandable. It's a panic situation. Chain stuns are coming in. You tell your teammates to come over, but damage risk it's too lacking when you're already halfway through your Chrono duration when the TPs come. So missed opportunity for Liquid. Falcons, you lose too, but it's the 2 heroes you don't really mind sacrificing. You're still playing this greedy game. You've still got Amar just sitting back, building up. They will group up with that full blink up on Amar though.
Yeah, it's a question as well of whether Skitter actually wants to get involved as he pops the song. Nisha right out of range of that. Gonna avoid them completely. Unfortunate here for Skitter. Just song now on cooldown, and seems like Nisha is still a man on the run, though, snaking right behind him. Nisha will be able to move towards the east of the map and get to that high ground, as it seems like Falcons gonna move into that dyed triangle, maybe finding Saberlight. The Saberlight backs out in time. The Falcons getting nothing for their trouble. Will draw a line up towards the top lane, but by the time they get there, the smoke probably will just wear off anyway. It doesn't really seem like they're going to find anything out of this movement.
Nothing big. Going down south when their visions up north was maybe a bit optimistic. Amar?
Yeah, they will catch Insania. Insania getting caught, trying to take the Watcher for himself. Does 4 stuff, but will not get to the low ground. So Insania will end up going down. ATF, he'll take him off a free position 5.
He'll take the freebie. And should be able to get some rewards as well. It's a good control, completely taking over the top area as much as possible. And maybe start to look at chipping at these tier 2s. They've got control in the area. They're already invading the top area as well. It's Skitter clearing out the camps. The side of Liquid, though, they're actually in mid. They're not occupying bot. They're not trying to sneak more of the map away. They're looking perhaps for an opportunity with Nisha, with the full Ags up here.
Yeah, certainly Sony even goes for the Eye of the Vizier, just wanting that full cast range for the life break, just being able to go from a mile away. As Crit's going to find out the hard way, he will be the first target of Nisha here. And it will eventually go down. Nisha looking for a little bit more, does head north, but it seems as though everyone just TPing away. They're not going to really find anyone else with just the tusk to go down. But if you are Team Liquid now, you can look towards the top tier 1 tower.
They've got the opportunity to do so. That movement does fully reveal Nisha's Ags. That should allow maybe some adjustments on Falcon. They scout out to look for these openings, to keep their saves on hand, to try to drag their cores away from trouble. They have invaded the triangle now on Falcons. Again, they've got the forward vision still standing with a sneaky ward up top. They can see some movement across if Liquid are trying to sneak across the map at all. 8-11, net worth still tied up rather evenly, and Amar is about to hit again, just all the tools getting ready here on the side of Liquid to start to open up this map. You've got the BKB being built up by Malrin as well. Double BKB timing is going to be a big part in Falcons taking a more active position in these fights. Liquid, they've been trying, right? Like, they understand that Nisha is the launch. And the Aegis, it feels like they didn't get the full value out of the Aegis at all. Like, they don't find any further objectives. They don't take fights that lead into the objectives. Forward vision from Liquid is still not really there. So they're not able to cross the river. And that kind of situation just favors Falcons. They'll play the stall game. They've got a greedy offlaner in the form of Amar at most times. They've got Skitter just being efficient. I mean, you'll take this kind of farm game every single time, and Falcons? No,
they are going to smoke up. 3 heroes will head towards the north. Nobody really around, though, from Team Liquid. The Dire Jungle is not quite occupied. Nisha, he is at the top lane, but not running towards the right direction. Nisha looks like he'll be just fine. You do also have the option for Mickey on the far east of the top lane if you want, and they might actually check this. Falcons gonna head that way. check the corner of the map, see if they can find Mickey, though Mickey now running towards the south. Might actually run for the next camp, but does decide better on. That's a smart choice. The Spidey senses were tingling there for Mickey. We'll be able to avoid the gank that was incoming here from Falcons. And it seems like Falcons, they're just going to settle for the top tier 2 tower anyway. They're not too stressed in trying to find this fort.
Yeah, they're in position to do so. Bot lane's not really shoving in, mid shoved in their favor. No information coming out from Liquid. They're just kind of hugging the other sides of the map, so they've got the opportunity to go for it.
There is a 2-man smoke. Team Liquid, they'll head up top lane. Lions are drawn out. They want the fight. Sablight's going to connect as well. You've got the TPs incoming from Insania and Nisha. This could be a big one if they can find the initiation. Is all they really need. Mickey is going to have a look around. In goes Boxy as well, trying to get a bit of vision for his team. But it seems as though Falcons for now retreating, but they're under vision. Oh, they are under vision of Team Liquid. This could be a very, very nasty team fight as Mickey does jump in, finds a 2-man Chrono with a nice swap out. Snaking will save at least one, but he cannot save AT. In fact, he can't even save himself because he's been caught by Nisha. That'll be a 2-0 trade here for the side of Team Liquid. Off the back of a very nice ward on the Twin Gate high ground.
Just a clever little play out from Liquid, and they're using the new changes to those teleport durations really well. The outpost teleports are not as long. They can get in position much faster to contest, and that actually makes a difference. In the last patch, this kind of movement probably would have been slower. They get into position nicely, get that nice wrap, that smoke.
Bottom lane, they are having a look. The silence is there. They've got the Void silence up for now. The Snowball, though, not going to be within range in the ensnare. It does barely make it in time. In goes Nisha. Nisha wants to go for the fight. He's onto the Razor. Still Malrine fighting back for now. The Walrus punch out Nisha. He does go down. There is no armlet toggling when you're surrounded by that many units.
Certainly not. Really great song coming out. Really great chase to find that big target. Insania, not too safe here.
Certainly not. Snare will land. Snowball is going to connect as well, and it seems as though Insania will be a bit of a freebie right after the Nisha kill. Bit of a cherry on top.
I mean, that was a really nice move out from Liquid. They chase down, they understand where Malgreen will want to go after that fight up top, but they overextend. You know, they don't have Chrono, they don't have Mickey around as well to try to help, even with just a couple of dashes or the time dilation, and they don't even have Saberlight in that area to play with the auras. So just going in with not the full toolkit, not respecting it.
Oh, they've got Saberlight. The Visage has been caught. Skidder, he's a real problem moving in for the damage, and it seems as though the Visage just has no play. He will also drop. Liquid, one after the other, is giving more kills back the way of Falcons as they do secure the bottom tier 2 tower. Falcons well and truly see him online now with a 4K advantage, but more importantly, this Naga Siren is slowly getting out of control.
That it is. Heart not too far off, going for that Ring of Taras into the Heart of Force, new build-up. Falcons, they've got control of the map now. They've got a really good access point for a bot Roshan span, although it will switch over into nighttime, so they won't have too much control for long. But they can just gun for the Roshan next. The scary thing about fighting into Falcons is if you do force yourself into a big fight, it just doesn't take that long for Falcons to rip into the high ground. And you can't afford to let this Roche go once it respawns.
They are going to go again. Falcons, they smoke up as 4. They're heading right towards the side of Liquid, though Liquid do back off. I said 4, it was actually 5 here from Falcons. Liquid will move to the opposite side of the map. Not interested in the team fight, even with the Chrono up. They are just not feeling confident at the moment. Leave them be for now. Roshan will respawn indeed in 5 seconds. Falcons, they're going through the Twin Gates. They still want the team fight. They are not going to take no for an answer. The Vision should see the Twin Gates being used, so they should be very well aware that Falcons are here in Liquid. They smoke up on their own terms, looking for the fight perhaps, looking for that big initiation from Mickey. Not going to come out quite yet. They'll deal with the Naga illusions for now. Roshan is officially available on the Dire side. So you do have the option to try and start that if you are Falcons, but you don't exactly have the fastest Roshan timing. With Skidder around, perhaps you could try though. So Liquid not going to allow this one to go for free. Mickey going to move back in, trying to bait for his team. Is now Boxy moving forward, getting the vision. Starting out from ATF. They do want them Muerta dead. Silence is committed by Insania, but they do lose Boxy. That's a start here for Falcons. The buyback is out from Boxy, looking to come back towards his team. They do not want to allow Roshan to go the way of the Falcons for free, but the swap is out. Nisha forced to go for the fight. They go onto the bench, snaking in huge trouble for Nisha. He's dropping low. He can't toggle. Chrono is out. They've caught the Tusk at the very least in snaking, but it's only support, and now the song comes out. Oh, Skidder. He's going to turn back around with the Saberlight, looking for the Visage, and it seems as though Saberlight, he'll go for the stuns, but how do you get out of this? You do not. Boxy, he will follow. That is a dieback on the Muerta. And Falcons, they are just not flinching.
No, they aren't. They take this really good position out. They just hug the gate. And Liquid, now they're forced to show first. You know, Mickey goes into the lane, tries to farm up, and then they just see that squishy support. Like, they just find this angling out from Amar. They pop the song. There's no opportunity for a big chrono until towards the end. And the fight was just way too fragmented. You're getting so much value out with how much time your Razor has to just stand in the center with the Eye of the Storm. The minus armor starts to pile in. And just the lack of great burst outside of the Husker just causes so many issues for Liquid. You can't burst down any of these heroes.
You absolutely cannot. If you don't catch Skitter in that chrono, it just the song coming out that makes it so you can't really do anything. Real disastrous fight here for Liquid. Roshan does go the way now of the Falcons, and Malrine does take it for himself on the Razor. 8k advantage going their way. I mean, it's still a relatively close game, all things being said and done, but if you're Liquid, you might just want to sit back and relax for a few minutes.
Yeah, just give it a little bit of time, try to get some vision going in your side of the map. Try to scout out that movement that Falcons would want to take in setting up onto the last tier 2 into the high ground. You've got the amplified damage rune on Malrine, as is tradition after a Roshan take, of course. So that's going to make this push a lot faster as well, maybe even sweeten up that next fight. 8k lead standing for Falcons. No, there's no chrono. They know Global Silence is back up at the very least. One additional tool here for the side of Liquid. But Falcons, they're under no pressure. Full heart up and running on Skitter. Can just start to send these illusions out to keep every wave shoved in their favor.
Here we go. Saberlight's getting done. I'm not sure what ATF is seeing, but he's seen something.
It's Amar. Yeah. You know, he's as he's known, Amar the Filipino, and you know, as we've sorted in our tier list, very Filipino indeed.
He certainly is.
How he plays his spots.
But still playing the avoid game. 10k advantage going the way of Falcons. Smoke is up from Falcons. They're going to try and find somebody on the side of Liquid. They know that they're south somewhere, and it is Mickey who is farming that Radiant jungle area. That's a huge kill if you can catch him. TP away though, Mickey seems to know something is a little bit awry and does just leave the area. Nisha will do the exact same. Do they go through the twin gates again?
There's no vision to scout them into the gates here. They wanted to take that risk. Why TP out over instead?
ATF's going to go through the gates. Instead, the others will TP towards the top lane. Insania hanging around this area. He's going to run towards the south, trying to avoid the side of Falcons, and it seems as though for now, he's going to be just fine. TP away. Does he make it? Malrine going to get the vision and Insania. Oh, that's so unlucky. What can you do? It happens.
It's a lot of space, though. Like, that's a lot of heroes rotating up top, only finding the silencer. You've got some safe room to
top lane, Mickey. Oh, he's going to be able to time walk away. Now, this is where things get a little bit spicy because Falcons, they want a little bit more. They know Liquid are hanging around this area. Nisha going to back his way out to boot. Okay, just going to go right into the corner and just hide in that area. A Skitter still going to have a look through the northern side of the jungle, realizing that the camps have been farmed. And Mickey, he may just get caught. Oh. Right into the Naga, and they do just silence him up. The Void Mickey's looking like he has no chance to escape. It's the side of Falcons just getting so much value out of these rotations. And they move on to the top tier 3 tower. I mean, why the hell not?
There's not much threat stopping them. No chrono. Global Silence is back up with Insania spawning in, but what are you going to do with that without the additional control that you'd need from this Faceless Void? Nisha alone can't get this done. Does have his fresh BKB up, but this tower just melts.
Jump in, ATF, right onto Insania, getting the damage off with that Ancient Black Dragon form, but we'll back off. Look at the tier 3 once again. They just want the safer objectives. Liquid not looking to defend the top racks. You kind of ask yourself the question now, Falcons, do they have an opportunity to go for the mid-tier 3 tower? Just force the defense out from Liquid. It seems as though they might. In fact, they jump in. Nisha getting caught by ATF, but has the BKB available, will have to turn around underneath his tier 4 towers. He'll find at least the Tusk for now. The Tusk, though, still surviving a little bit, but will go down. Crit is gone. So they move in onto Boxy. In fact, the tier 4 towers even being targeted here by ATF, but Boxy eventually will drop. Nisha, that was his BKB committed, and he really just only finds a support Tusk for that.
it's not the best feeling in the world for Liquid. They have stalled for Mika to be back up here, so they've got the Chrono to play with. They've still got the Fortify here as well. But the Aegis is still up for a minute. I mean, there's nothing to fear here from Malmrine. They've got the cheese good, ready to go. They've got the song to bail them out as well. Your tools on Liquid, it just feels like it's lacking.
Certainly does. Now Rain continuing, just draining the damage away from these familiars now as the tier 3 mid tower going to go down, but it seems the Falcons, they have probably seen enough. Aegis is expiring in 32, so they do not want to risk handing over the life of the Razor. It's just very clean gameplay overall, I want to say, from Falcons. Like, they are really not pushing the limits too far. They're just taking what they can safely get and playing very conservatively.
I don't know how safe it was to dive into the tier 4s. It's very confident and controlled.
The ATF is just another day.
It's Amar. You know, he's feeling himself when he feels himself after a little bit of farming. You know, his team buys in space. Yeah, he's set to go. Liquid. It's a weird situation to be in when you don't get that opening you'd want with a lineup that's trying to buy space for your Faceless Void. Yet at the same time, you're starting to approach into the 40-minute mark, that point where Chrono is going to be this be-all, end-all spell. I just don't see the damage coming in for Mika just yet. You know, Mjolnir is going to be farmed up next. I don't know, there's so much he has to worry about. He has to worry about Snowballer, he has to worry about a punch from the outside if it's just on the edge. The swap's there, the song's there. He's basically asking for at least like 3 heroes, 3 specific heroes to be caught in Chrono, and that just feels like a near impossibility with how Falcons positions themselves here.
Situation for Liquid Falcons. 18k advantage now, perhaps just waiting for that next Roshan respawn. Liquid, they'll happily take the time to keep that farm going. Just remaining grouped up here is Mickey. Sadly, time walking into a bit of a tree line there, getting stuck, but we'll be able to get out eventually. Mjolnir almost available here for the Voiders. They will take back their Dire Triangle. I mean, so you look at the other side of the map, it's just completely controlled here by the side of Falcons, and they are just moving very confidently on their own, understanding Liquid will not go for any kind of a gank attempt at the moment.
No. Everything's under their control, every lane shoved out, even this bot lane that they're trying to correct on Liquid is barely crossing the river. So you've got all the room for Falcon to just do what they want. They've got fresh build-up coming in. The Satanic disassembly for Malmrine is ready if he wants to with the Mask of Menace. So.
Close call here on the Tormentor of the Dire. Nisha will be able to pick up the shards though, so happy days for him. Gonna help having that stronger inner fire as Liquid. They do need everything they can get right now. It seems like they'll hang around their Dire base once again, as we're even gonna start seeing the Ags of Crit coming out. So you've got the Walrus Kick online, and that's when things get even scarier, because now Crit can just set up every single time for his team, and with that kick, it's a pretty big one.
It really is, and it just relieves pressure as well for Amar to kind of play forward. Crit can start to play forward and just safely reposition someone out, take care of the silencer before Global Silence is on, and that's just one half of the team fight of Team Liquid taken out of the equation. I mean, there's some timings here for Liquid if they want to stall out. This might be a little bit of cope, but you know, you've got like Husker 25, right, with Burning Spears, pure damage. That can be nice. You can start to hope Boxy gets that build-up we always see on support Muertos going into damage as well, but we're nowhere near that. It's been pretty stark.
ATF, he's gonna find Nisha. Nisha gonna just try and jump away, but still is in danger of the shot's gonna lock them in. They still are okay. Nisha wants to go for the fight, does pop the BKB, but the Walrus Punch is out and Nisha is down. Just complete control over the Husker as ATF gonna have a little bit, look for a little bit more. Gonna find quite anything yet, but can just move into the mid-racks again.
Start to poke into those objectives. It's a little bit funny, you know, Crit decided to kick Insania away just to save him, just to maybe save that treat for later as they start to threaten onto the high ground. Buyback is still available for Nisha. They've got to find an angle in the Chrono somehow.
There we go, ATF. I mean, he was being targeted for a moment. He is a Dragon Knight though, so I would not necessarily recommend it. But mid-racks, slowly but surely, will go down to the side of Falcons. Mickey still trying to find a decent Chrono opportunity, but ATF is the one frontlining for his team, so it's very hard to know who to actually jump. You can't see anyone else but the Dragon Knight and the Razor, and neither option is really the option you want. Seems though Liquid, they'll accept the fact they are going to be 2 Raxes down here in this game 1. They are still within this game, but it is looking harder and harder as time does proceed.
Yeah, this game doesn't simplify in the way you want it to for Liquid. as time goes on. Again, the threat of Chrono being the be-all and all, it isn't really felt because you're worrying about 3 heroes and catching out to just get an effective Chrono in the first place. You're scaling on the Husker. It's still somewhat there to an extent, but it feels like you need more levels now. You need to even consider that level 25 brings your pure damage, if at all, is something you want. And you don't have control outside your base, so next Roshan just goes for free here. 4 Falcons into that pit. They've got the Ag's Blessing ready to go here as well. And that's just going to be more issues. Like Ensnare, True, Spell Immunity is going to be massive. Reel in a little bit of a meme, but it has its utility here as well if they want to.
They'll get the Aegis basically for free here. Liquid kind of just stuck on their high ground, and they will move a little bit south and try to get that farm going. But now 29k behind is this Dire side, and of course Falcons understanding how far ahead they are, they might just move into the high ground, go for the jugular. Team Liquid, it's about time to prepare for this, perhaps this final team fight. They're going to maybe go for a bit of a smoke, and they do. 4-man smoke up through the mid lane. Skidder is around the corner. And again, so is the whole side of Falcons. Snaking, he'll be the one to break the smoke. Mickey jumping in immediately. They just want to blow up one. The Venge is dead immediately as now. They'll go for more. It seems like Crit is going to be the secondary target. Crit, he will eventually go down the Snaking with the Remnant, swapping him out. Crit, he will survive. He'll eat the cheese up. It's that ATF now. Moving in onto Nisha. There's your Chrono committed. But do they have the damage? It seems like they just may, but no, the song comes out. And everything just stops as it seems as though the side of Liquid, they are out of gas here, John. They will try to continue the fight, but it is not looking too good for them. Maureen, he is taking a bit of damage here from Mickey. Perhaps he is set to fall. That is 1 life. Liquid, can they keep the fight up? Back onto the Razor they go, and it seems as though Falcons are going to let the Razor go down. Okay. That's a pretty strong fight from Liquid.
That is. It just cost them a buyback onto Nisha. When you can see the issues again, when it comes down to these fights, you can't bank on the Faceless Void to kind of carry you through. You have to have Nisha finding these openings, jumping in with the damage, being sustainable up front. And honestly, you have to have Saberlight in a really good position to try to get as much from his Soul Assumption as possible, spamming that out, getting good usage out from the Shiva's Guard to burn through those illusions. They hold on. They remove the Aegis threat here from the side of Falcons. And Falcons takes that fight pretty far away from the objective, so they're not able to get much out of that space. And this is where Liquid can start to try to find solutions to these problems. You've got these Shadow Blade coming out for Boxy. He's going into the Ags next on the Muerta for a little bit of that parting shot, which I suppose can be useful in trying to kite heroes around or trying to save someone. The 50% damage reduction it does provide onto the physical body, or 35%. There is some utility that can come in, and the gold is being saved up, although it does buy out something else. It is just the full Shadow Blade. Falcons, for their part, I mean, again, nothing's changed on map state. They still got map control. They might be a little bit more cautious going into those fights. Like, they pop swap really early on. You don't have the swap spam just yet on Snaking. That's a little bit further away at level 25. So you're not always going to have that up when Chrono comes in, and that does lead to, again, openings. You're not able to just spam that damage reduction that swap can provide you as well. And for Liquid, they still have to hug their base. It looks difficult for them to just pop out. To get some forward vision out, perhaps in their own jungle, to just expand this farming area, watch some entry points, and kind of just preempt Liquid. Play very conservatively, wait for Falcons to kind of try to make a mistake, and capitalize on that as best you can. Heck, at this point, if you find one alone and just catch them with a Chrono, you're pretty happy with that, if it's 4.
I mean, you really can't underestimate the damage Nisha was dealing with that last team fight as well. Like, he did 10k plus on that Husker in that last team fight, and it really is a matter of if he can stay alive, if Mickey can get a huge Chrono off, the damage is not the problem. Obviously, your songs coming out from Skidder are causing a lot of headaches here for the side of Liquid, but as the BKBs do come up, especially on Mickey, that will not be such an issue very, very soon, as Falcons now, the ones that are playing a little bit slower, they are going to sit back, they're going to relax. They do not want a fight like that to happen again, because if it does, Team Liquid, they might just have a comeback on their hands.
And possibly, and never say never in Dota 2, especially with this patch and how wild it can be. And Falcons, they're just going to wait until approaching. They lost that fight with Aegis. They're probably thinking they can't do it again without Aegis. And Liquid are the one to try to tempt fate here.
If they saw Skitter there for a moment, ATF also showing. Do retreat towards the east of the map. Looks like Crit will TP out. Skitter and ATF doing the exact same. They will not risk losing this game one.
Look at that
Northwood Ways. Well, yeah, the push is up. The DK illusions are also a pretty big problem for these towers, and ATF just being a real nuisance, forcing Liquid to defend those to boot. Sadly for Liquid, they will not find anything with that smoke rotation. They do, at the very least, force Falcons towards the other side of the map, and you are the ones behind as Liquid at the moment, so you do appreciate the space to farm. That is about all you get.
Just more time to stall, try to find breathing room. Instead of Falcons, I'm actually thinking if teams would start to consider waiting for a later Roche to get, say, the Roche banner if you want to push instead. Right? Like, there's always that utility with daytime Roche, I suppose. I'm wondering if that's something Falcons will hope for. Either a very fast Roche or a very long one that it rolls into daytime. That could be one way to just guarantee that shove in on the bot, set a tower and racks. For Liquid and the part, I mean, it's inching up, right? Like, the damage is starting to come through. You mentioned Nisha having enough damage in the last fight, really because he bought back with 2 lives. You're not going to be able to replicate that, which makes that process for Liquid to go outside and hunt a risky prospect. Again, just no one's willing to take that risk. So it's just going to be down to farm, and Falcons are going to be happy with a farm game. Eventually, you're going to have perhaps this full Ags coming out onto Skitter with a blessing. Just free up the space, get it down, get something to control through the spell immunity, which would solve a lot of your issues in some of these openings Liquid are finding. For the side of Liquid, you're working towards the site of Vice here for Saberlight, which is a huge piece of utility that will help them try to catch these big heroes on Falcons. Like, try to pin down Skitter when you find a real one. That has been the issue. They'll smoke up on Falcons now, though.
Yeah, blind man smoking from Falcons. Trying to move into that dire triangle. Liquid reading the movement quite well for now. Will back off. Mickey, though, shying on a Naga illusion. This could be very, very dangerous, but they were not within range to make the jump in, so the Void will be able to make it out. Though Saberlight, not quite so lucky yet. Crit, he'll kick him back. The Visage in huge trouble. They'll force the fight anyway. Nisha trying to go for the fight, does get swapped out. And now the Chrono. Mickey, he'll find 2 targets. They'll take Crit down. The song does come out. Nisha, he will drop for this. Meanwhile, Maureen, he's going to Satanic up, and Mickey forced to just retreat him immediately as now the chase is on Falcons. They want to hunt this prey down. Insania goes to allow him to get away, but Mickey getting caught out, and the Void is gone.
No buybacks.
He's got no buyback available. As Falcons now smothering the side of Team Liquid. Looking to go for the jugular. Saberlight just going down slowly but surely. ATF looking for his next target. Might find Boxy, but Boxy at least able to TP away. But it's a 3v4 scenario. How do you defend? The tier 4s are basically gone. There's only one left, and the Ancient will be exposed. And I think for Liquid, it's looking pretty rough.
And it is. A full minute. Not enough time.
Certainly is not. They are going to try one last time, but they've already caught Boxy out. The Muerta is down. Boxy, he'll buy back. The Ancient, exposed. Under siege. Liquid, moving in. It seems as though Falcons, they are going to play conservatively. Maybe assuming the buybacks were available, they will not risk it. In fact, Skitter, he's still thinking about it. They do have Megas up, so there's no need to risk it. They'll jump in for the kickback onto Boxy, and Boxy, well, that'll be a dieback immediately from the Muerta. Still 30 seconds without your Void and your Husker. Saberlight at least finding snaking here in the Visage. That's 1 down, but that's not really the big problem, and GG is called. GG is called. Falcons, they will be able to successfully take game number 1. And I'll tell you what, it was quite a smooth ride for them. John Liquid, I mean, there was a couple of great moments for him, but ultimately just not quite enough.
Not quite enough. It did feel like the tempo that you expect Liquid's draft to have didn't really kick in. Like that mid lane for Maureen.
Power of luck. This hero's just so annoying for carries when he's charging through off low cooldown. He's also doing a crap ton of damage now. He has Ceremonial Robe plus the Kayayasha.
Oh, but he sees so many heroes immediately.
Yeah,
Tofu's dead. That's a dieback. This fight is already over for Gaming Gladiators. They got to get out of here. Well, Duraccio, maybe he can kill the Train Protector, pop the BKB at half health here. It's not looking good. Yeah, he gets run over by Tims and Gabby, and oh no, another bash coming through. Does manage to get off the cheese this time around. Quinn jumping down to the low ground with a swashbuckle, caught by the Rod of Atos. Samantha gets rid of that one. Another swash coming up in a second, but the control and damage is too much. Blacklist.
You just got to throw somebody into the wolf's mouth at this point. In theory, it should be Ace. Second life. The wolf is scouting you invis.
Yeah, and he's catching Tofu every single time. The person who's supposed to be able to help them when their front line gets gone on. Gabby with the refresher goes for it. Oh, he actually managed to get away with the Manta, and the stun turned up. He actually does sided blades. Duraccio is getting a man fight that he's actually winning for once. The blades are cutting down Abed. What a fight for the carry of Gaming Gladiators, showing there is still some life in this Luna to actually be able to carry. You surely learned the lesson there. Gabby has to disable the Luna.
Yeah, you focus Luna over this Pango for sure next fight, right?
Yeah. The problem is going to be their 2 lanes of barracks down, and maybe even a third. I mean, they're going to be getting in some sort of fight, but this is going to be a pick-off on the Train Protector, who doesn't have a buyback. They're going to be a 4 versus 5, and maybe Megas. They do have the glyph still.
I mean, Gaming respect this right now. How much they believe in Duraccio being able to just sit here and take the fight. They also got a gem out of that pretty big.
I mean, I would say, screw it. You're 1 fight away from winning this game. Force the mistakes out of them.
Yeah, why not?
Pops BKB, immediately goes for the disable onto Luna, down to half health. Can he get off the Satanic and get the hits in? A bit of fight, another charge. He just can't get the hits in. Just a little bit. Oh, now he's healing back up. And Blacklist have to run. But Tims, well, even if the heroes all get away, it's going to be the buildings that are going to be the problem here. Is, yeah, Tims does get cut down. But the bigger problem is Megas.
What the hell happened in this game? Abed comes back. He's like, guys.
Oh, we were winning.
We're still winning, right? I mean, they got to make something happen. You cannot let them get out of here for free.
Quick refresh to the BKB, but Abed stuck inside the Sprout. It's bad. Inside the Sprout, silence up as well. Yulscepter to be able to help out Raven. He's not able to get this fast kill anymore. Has to jump back. Heroes not able to get this side of Blacklist. It's Gabby and Raven now. No longer have to go for kills. Have to be able to somehow hold their Ancient. Now it's just Raven against the world, and there's no way he has a chance. GG just like that. What a turn of fate. 10 minutes ago, this felt guaranteed for Blacklist.
Southeast Asian Dota, man. I mean, always unpredictable. There's no other way to say it. I think Gaming are a little surprised they won that decisively off of how that game was going, because it felt like Blacklist were just incrementally making a stronger and stronger position in that game. Like, if they get an Aegis on the Spectre or something, they take one more fight, maybe they win that game, right? But a couple things just went wrong. Like, they did not respect the Luna Shard. They ended up with double melee core on top of Duraccio in that fight, which they... It's not like you last pick Lycan to a bad Lycan.
There have been teams that have done it.
I mean, could. It'll work out.
It's a game-winning Lycan. I think that was a big advantage for Blacklist in game number 1, was the fact that they seemingly always had the vision advantage, thanks to their multiple invis heroes.
And I think if Blacklist don't start the fight, it's very
big kill if they can get it. You said they need to be able to shut down some of these heroes. Yeah, it's crazy how that Devour just single-handedly is going to win them the resource war. Take away the mana from Duraccio, give them unlimited mana for Tims to be thrown around. Gabby is going to be in some trouble, though. Decrepify, once again, going to be put to use here. Yeah, it does have a Devour, but that's going to pop out the little golems, and those do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's working well as Alk is top of the board. Arcane rune for Quinn.
Quinn and Abed faking each other out, but Abed does manage to land the combo. The shield crash gives him a little bit of help, though, but the battery assault's going to be able to stop that Rolling Thunder. Couldn't get far enough away.
A lot of this early game.
Seems initially they want to put more pressure on mid, which is where Gaming Gladiators are free to dominate this safe lane.
Yeah, Duraccio just making great moves out of the safe lane the whole tournament.
Yeah, I think he's one of the carries to watch when it comes to using these. I think him and Mickey were probably the 2 carries that use the gates the most.
There's a reason that's them too, right? They're doing it to each other.
Arlo in some trouble. Good use of the Inkswell.
Freeing up some space for himself. It results in this tower just going down without a fight. This is a tower I think Blacklist really wanted to take fights
Carlo,
around.
I'm not sure if you want to be in that.
Yeah, you're in the wrong neighborhood, son.
It is delayed long enough for Abed to be able to show up. But the problem is they're going to be running out of damage here. They have the X, yeah, to pull him back, but into what?
Just TPing out. Good luck, Tims, later.
Clean that throw a little bit more damage around. He does manage to get the helmet dominant.
These are like healthy discussions. You just think about the game. Whenever you think about the game, you get back. That's what ESJ told me. You're going to look for win. They get another isolation. So the isolation kills is where this trio shot.
Yeah. Cox keeping Ace back. Ace may not be able to get a return kill. Good use there of the bird to push him back in. The Hurricane bringing Carlo into striking distance for the Unstable Concoction. Doesn't get the damage because the Decrepify, but Tim's just chased away. He can't heal Carlo.
You can Solar Crest these heroes in as well. Somebody's just dead. Like,
Yeah,
what is the
Carlo just can't even get off a spell there.
Look at the
Stops up
call.
immediately and everybody's running in. No, no, Raven TP'd into this one. This could get really bad if Gaming Gladiators are able to run down all these heroes, but they're going to turn and fight onto the high ground here. The Enchanter's going to be a bit of trouble as he's going to be stuck to death. The army is also going to be dying here. There's a lot of AoE damage coming out, but Darachi is finally able to catch back up here. The Unstable Concoction landing onto the Kunkka, but he's got a Blade Mail. Abed doing a good job creating space for the Muerta in the back lines.
He even got next on the way out.
Yeah, might be able to get the kill onto Darachi. They're going to throw the Doom out on him, and Raven pops the ultimate, guaranteeing it.
That went horribly for Game. Maybe just too deep. They couldn't run into the calling.
Yeah.
Like, Raven really messed them up there on that hill. They just didn't want to commit. Stellar's just stuck in no man's land.
Whoa, 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 these items. Pick them up. Jesus.
Well, I guess the fight's not over. Golem still had unfinished business.
He got him after the Rolling Thunder on that X. Great timing by Abed. Wow.
To run into, like, the Doom that's still waiting. I thought that was going to be a lot better just because of this Helm of the Overlord, but didn't translate to that much damage, I guess.
Taking a real time where?
Okay.
Quinn is caught again. Simpson straight to Mule. Got him on the X pull back there, allowing the boat to be able to land, and the hook shot lands to follow it up. Good combination. Once again, put together by Blacklist.
It's Swan for Blacklist bottom.
There's a big wave pushing in top as well. So Blacklist.
Yeah, they're losing on the map, but it is the important fight.
Pushing Carlo over the side here. He
Seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban.
Adios, payasos. Adios, payasos.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Number 2, but the bans stay very typical, although this time they don't ban the Chen, Falcons do. Instead, Liquid just heavily target Amara, and I guess Malrine heroes with Mars, Timber, Razor. Falcons take out the Primal, the Slardar, the Chen, and the Venge.
And they are also first pick this time. So that might help them adjust and try to create a new strategy around a new hero. Like I feel like at the moment, having first pick means a lot in you can always use the 7th ban to protect your overall first pick, which I feel like it's a big value for the draft, and you always have that 18th pick to pick your win condition hero kind of.
Team Liquid.
And if you don't build your draft well initially, sometimes having the overall last pick doesn't really matter as much, you know.
I'm interested that they banned Razor on the side of Team Liquid. That's just a lot of respect for Falcons, because I think Nature's Prophet's really good against Razor, just in lane, as well as like the Sprout later game, and usually can buy utility items to like Force Staff and the Ags to control the Razor and disengage from the static link for his teammates. But they go for the Gyrocopter, most likely going to be a support, but they have run IO Gyro earlier on in this tournament. That was obviously a different patch on the side of Team Falcons, so potentially a flex pick.
It is, and I think that was the big threat of the Razor. It maybe put them into too weird of a spot in the last game with Mickey drafting here. Maybe his priorities are a little different, or maybe he's adapting to the role a bit, but I could see that, worrying about the Razor matchup that much, especially when it's Amar playing it potentially, it just got things too wonky. Like, just go back to basics kind of a thing. The Nature's Prophet gives them lots of flex as well. Both teams have flex here. And Gyro makes a lot of sense as an opening too, in that same vein.
Yeah, I think that's a very important thing, you know, whenever you lose the first game and then you're trying to counter the enemy lineup way too much, and then second game you just need to keep in mind that you have to have a functioning draft, you know. Maybe just try to focus on what you're trying to do, build a draft around your carry, your offlaner, or your mid player, you know. The last game I felt like their draft, it was kind of all over the place, you know. You have a Void and then you have an offlane Visage, then you have a Huskar. The draft just doesn't come together. And hopefully with this Nature's Prophet opening flex pick, they're going to be able to build onto something, you know. Maybe play more on the early game. Try to get lane dominators. Since Nature's Prophet, he doesn't really care about the 75 mana in gate. I can just TP over.
Yeah.
Sounds like you were describing their winter. Did you say that Team Liquid were experiencing a little bit of tunnel vision?
Yeah.
Okay, pop quiz, panelists. Which neutral item has the passive called Tunnel Vision now? It's a tier 2 neutral.
It would be the one that restricts your night and day vision. I don't know what it's called though.
That's what the passive does?
Yeah, it's the 10% spell amp, but I don't know what
Purge.
it's called.
I don't know. I could pick the image out of a lineup.
I don't think you could actually.
Whisper of the Dread.
Whisper of the Dread as you rapidly scroll through the changelog.
Yep, I would've gotten that wrong.
How can you be wrong, Kevin?
Happens all the time.
He has to be at home to go in full changelog mode.
That one's good. I'm surprised we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I know.
10% spell amps, nothing to scoff at.
For a tier 2, it's pretty good. Anyway, meanwhile, the bans continue filtering in. Kunkka gets taken out, Pango gets taken out, and Venge was already banned, and Falcons are kind of agonizing over this second phase ban.
Yeah, Venge is kind of feeling like a strong hero right now, very, very strong hero. I mean, he was kind of a decent hero before, but now he feels like he's a threat in the draft, you know. It's kind of like a very flexible hero, which allows a lot of other picks to be stronger, like amplifying a lot of the physical damage, the save, which is really good right now. And they have another save, plus the snowball.
Maybe the tell of the value that faces Void in the last game. The ban Void instant pick Tusk kind of guarantees that whoever the carry is, they have kill threat on them, whereas Void kind of just gets out of all that danger.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, you always have anti-mage.
Built-in blink. Yeah, that's true.
Are you a fan of anti-mage, Brian?
Oh, that hero's so strong. I love having anti-mage on my team, especially.
All right, anti-mage time.
Now, this is now they're going the circle strat. They're like, we are not getting Naga Siren 2 games in a row. There's no Naga yet on Team Falcons, but it will not be coming out.
Can I rant about the CM shard briefly? Look,
go to town.
What if we say no?
This shard, I'm gonna keep doing it.
Okay.
I mean, the shard before this patch was pretty good. Like, the undervalued aspect of it is if somebody has AoE damage, they blow it up and it triggers faster.
Just describe it to the people. Crystal Clone, you make it, and what does it do?
You do a reverse. It's like you jump backwards.
Sprank.
About 300 people. I don't want to have to explain Sprank as well. That's
true,
not very clear. Make a little clone. After 5 seconds, it explodes in an AoE frostbite. But if it just dies earlier, then it can line it up like instantly. So this is pretty broken now because, in my opinion, it's potentially broken because you can break it now with Nova. So hypothetically, if you get, let's say, a Blink Dagger with a shard, you blink in, you do the thingy, the crystal clone, you instantly
Wait, you're not gonna start with your own frostbite?
You could, potentially.
Okay.
And in some ways that's better because then they're more layerable to do.
Agreed.
But regardless, blink in, cast it, Nova, they're instantly frostbit, and after that 3 seconds is up, you hit them with the second frostbite.
Okay.
We're talking a 6-second route if you have blink and shard, potentially.
So are you saying you should always rush the shard right now?
No, not necessarily, but I think it's pretty solid. Because it's another way to move up and down cliffs and things like that, and you can layer disables, you can push creep waves with it. I'm not saying it's amazing. It also disjoints. I'm not saying it's like the most amazing thing. Hey, you get Ice Shard, you're like, oh, see ya, dude.
So you're saying the support Crystal Maiden's gonna blink into the middle of the fight?
I'm just saying that if you are ganking on the map somewhere,
Oh,
you have
that makes
a
sense.
very layerable, like 6
Okay.
seconds of root. That's all I'm saying.
She's just saying the support Crystal Maiden is gonna be really farmed.
Yeah, okay. She's gonna have a plate mail a couple
She's gonna have a Midas first.
I will always advocate
Throwing
for
an axe, whatever, who cares?
Battle Maiden builds.
Okay, so we talked about the Viper before game 1.
Yeah.
This is another like Razor-esque hero for Falcons where both Malrine as well as ATF specialize in this hero. So a little bit of flex potential there going into the absolute last pick. Could be Viper mid, could be Viper off lane. They go for the Alchemist. What's most important for me about Alchemist is you can blind pick him if you have kill supports, because Alchemist doesn't trade all that well in lane, but he's one of the best carries at all inning for kills with the concoction plus the acid spray. So they have Gyro in lane, and then we're probably going to likely see that same or a similar rotation from Crit on the Tusk as we did in game 1. So we've got to be very careful of that on the side of Team Liquid, and they go for an elusive potential offlaner here, like we saw off lane Wind Ranger here earlier.
Don't you feel like they're trying to pick it for the lane against Viper?
Yeah.
Because the Viper was picked to counter the Lash in the lane, right? So they're trying to switch things up and move the Lash to the off lane.
It could also be like Wind Ranger goes midder safe lane. It could be like a flex between those two to mirror
Too
the
much
Viper.
flexing, Brian.
They go to the gym recently. Have you seen Nisha, man? He's bulked up.
I've seen you at the gym.
That's really nice.
We didn't touch too much on the Lash Strike in general, but previous draft you guys were mentioning you got buffs. The attack speed slow on Lightning Storm. Is that enough to make it relevant? Because it's not even being picked against any illusion heroes, which is usually Leshrakt's signature.
Yeah, and Lesh kind of needs like a lot of things. You know, you need your team to buy Solar Crest, you need your team to buy Glimmer, you need your team to buy Force Staff. I think in this game I could see them needing everything for the Lash.
At least he has a mana battery with Maiden.
Yeah, kinda. I don't know if he wants the Maiden in his lane, you know?
No, she's going 4-4-0 and blinking into
right. The Purge build.
I mean, I would say that the Solar Crest is like far better on with the Leshract on your team than it was before, because what he really needed was raw health, not so much, and maybe a little armor. Of course, the Solar Crest doesn't do that to him anymore, I believe. You get
Just the
armor and
physical
HP.
barrier.
Yeah, you just get the physical barrier. But that's still the weakness to Lesh is single target physical damage, so I think it could definitely be made to work here.
So the other thing that got buff about Lash is Bloodstone, right? He has some cast range.
It makes his AoE abilities more AoE. So like his Pulse Nova hits a wider radius, and then his stun is also a wider radius, so it's all bigger circles. It's actually pretty relevant on Leshract.
Would Edict catch a further radius?
I don't think so.
Why not? If Pulse Nova gets a bigger radius, why wouldn't Edict?
Oh, Kevin would know.
No, Kevin wouldn't. Neil would literally know this answer better than me.
I have not tested, but I'm inclined to believe that Edict would be increased.
We did test Pulse.
The only reason I find that relevant is because if you're pushing tier 3 towers, now your Leshract can stand a little bit further back and munch away at towers.
That 45 range.
It's going to make all the difference.
75. Right.
And then you just get kicked back and you're like, oh, that 45 really helps.
Tusk is in the game.
Yep. That's why the Lash needs a mid shield in front right now. They have too many backline heroes. They need like a tanky, beefy boy in front.
Well, Falcons are expecting a tanky, beefy boy. They ban out the Magnus and the Brewmaster, which leads me to believe that Falcons expect this Wind Ranger to be a side laner.
If it's a side laner, what other mid heroes that can be a tanky boy right now? There's no Primal. I guess that's what, Kunkka? But Kunkka doesn't like laning against Viper. You need a hero that can lane against Viper, and you need a hero that can be a tank for your team.
I still think Terrorblade's nice.
Terrorblade?
You want to carry? You're
Yeah,
gonna send,
like I
Rushman.
think any side lane, like I think it matches up really well against Viper. It matches up
Budget
really
not
well against
approved,
Alpha.
Brian. Too much budget.
Well, where are you expecting this Viper to go right now?
At mid or safe lane, but if you have Wind Ranger mid, and then
Wait, mid or off?
I'm sorry, you guys are. I don't know what you're saying. These are all flex picks, right? Oh. Okay.
That's not a flex pick. That's not a pick I ever see.
No, he definitely is flexing.
Nisha's flexing his smile muscles right now. Guardian Angel was changed. Now it's a single target ulti with charges.
Yeah, who's the carry?
I mean, it's cool you save whoever Alchemist goes on.
This is
Kind of
probably.
interesting. It's probably Omni Knight. Omni does a lot of burst.
Omni's the carry?
I'm pretty sure they're putting Wind Ranger against Viper, regardless of whatever lane Viper goes to. So Falcons are going to dictate.
No, can't Lash be the carry?
Omni's a core somewhere.
They're all cores.
And Omni's
Crystal Maiden also.
Omni's laning against the elk, maybe?
Yeah, Omni would do well
I
in
think that
laning
makes
out.
a lot
yeah.
more sense.
He's hard to gank with the Tuskar rotations too, so that's probably the idea behind it.
So what do you build on this hero now? Do you go Echo build?
Yeah, probably the Echo Shard build. Very
Echo
common.
Shard.
Harpoon potentially.
This also makes it really difficult. You were mentioning the armor for Lesh being an issue. Lesh are actually definitely one of the best heroes to have the Guardian Angel on top of, but that's immediately countered by the Shadow Demon coming out from crit. So they actually rotate us to a core role in order to get this gotcha support
Shadow
pick.
Demon counters like Lash, Wind Ranger, and Omni Knight.
This is
That's
probably the
all three
sickest
calls.
Shadow Demon pick I've ever
That is
seen.
all 3 calls right there.
Wow.
No, I think somebody just mentioned if you use Omni's second skill first, then the Dispel doesn't.
No, but Shadow Demon's the only dispel in the game that goes through BKB. So, or through magic.
Spell immunity.
It'll dispel through.
It'll dispel everything that Omni Knight has, yeah.
That's a counter.
Yeah, so is this a GG, Brian? Demon countering?
I would
all
say
3 calls?
if Crit's on point this game, then which he usually is, this is probably the best support pick I think I've ever seen in a draft. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to hand it to.
I want to hand it to Liquid for picking weird stuff. I'm into that. On patch day, come on, like.
Yeah, but they gave it to Saberlight. This man knows that he's not destined to be on this team much longer, so he's like, guys, how do you feel about me playing Omni Knight in front of a crowd? Who knows? Crowd, are you excited for an Omni Knight? Give the people what they want, I guess. Is it gonna win for them? We'll have to find out. Let's get ready for game number 2 with Mike and John.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. We are going to get into it. Game number 2 here between Team Liquid and Team Falcons set to get underway. Jonathan, I'm very excited too. We've got an off-lane Omni Knight going on. We've got a mid-tusk coming up. What are you thinking? Are we going to a game number 3 between these two?
I mean, if there's a draft to do it with, this is it for Liquid, right? Like, something this unique on this new patch is going to be interesting to watch out for. I love this last pick, Shadow Demon, though, for all the reasons that BSJ has mentioned as well. It's just, it clears out everything, especially with the changes to Omni Knight, where you're probably going to be able to dispel that one hero that's being jumped on every single time if your positioning's right. So it's going to be easier to manage. I think it's going to be interesting to see new Omni Knight work, especially from the offlane, and how well that save works. It's going to be cool. You know, we were looking for some of those fresh changes in the last match. We didn't see that many new items kick in our own game, but maybe now we will.
Yeah, can I just say I was absolutely revolted. Crystal Maiden did not get nerfed in the movement speed department again. Very, very sad to see. Hopefully next sub-patch though, Ice Frog will rectify that mistake, Jonathan. We cannot have this hero moving.
Yeah.
That upsets me.
Should be a turret. Basically, her shard should be her actual default state. And her spells will hurt herself. The player will end up just not wanting to play the game, but you know, that's what you want.
Yeah.
With Crystal Maiden nowadays.
It certainly is. Looks like we are going to be heading into game number 2 rather soon. Looks like we do have a quick pause coming out here, as we do have maybe a technical issue. We'll find out and see. Apart from that, Jonathan, we did not get to see many new items last game, which is a little bit disappointing. The only item I think that was super changed last game that we got to saw was the Solar Crest, which
for the most part
has been extremely popular anyway, so it's kind of expected. But the other items they weren't really picked up.
Yeah, I'd like to see Parasma picked up. I'd like to see Bloodstone picked up. This is a game that could have that with Leshrac on hand. Kiri crafting around that. We'll see down the line, as this is going to be a fun game either way, right? Like, the drafts are very unique from both sides.
There's a Viper and Alchemist in my game, Jonathan. I'm not sure how fun this is really going to be.
It's going to be fun for one of the teams, I suppose, and the other team is going to be suffering either way, and that's the way these drafts kind of work out. I am keen on seeing just Amar back on Viper. I think it's going to be really a bit of a troublesome lane for Mike. It's just not fun. You're still ending up with a Viper versus Lesh, depending on where Mika does decide to go. There are some really good forward wards here from Liquid, like a very sneaky one behind the tier 1 tower mid and one by the ramp. They could try to chase down, but they're just hugging their tier 1, preempting any movement out from Falcons. Still, this forward vision should open up movements into a 4-minute rune. A 6-minute rune is going to be a big one. Try to apply that pressure onto this Tusk if at all possible.
Absolutely. We do see a lot of pressure being applied by both these sides into the mid lane. Like, it seems like there's a lot of emphasis being placed around that 5-6 minute mark. Which, of course, you do have the power rune timings as well coming out around that mark. So this ward surely going to be able to pay off here for Liquid, but we'll have to wait and see, as Falcons still being very, very patient on their side of the map. Seems like Liquid also going to prepare for perhaps an engagement by the river. But now Falcons going to move in. See if Liquid want to try and oblige this fight.
The battle begins.
Moxie will reveal himself for a moment. Malrine could go for the shards if he really wants, but he'll hold out for now. They'll move in onto Crit. Crit is going to be just fine. Seems as though there is going to be no real chase. There was a blood grenade also thrown out, I believe, by Boxy, which will really amount to nothing. Bounty. Oh, they don't get it. Very nice deny from Crit.
Right on point with that level 1 disruption. And that should set a good tone to kick off here for the side of Falcons. Just having a little bit of a lead coming out. Taking a look at that mid lane here for Malrine up against Nisha. We don't tend to see that mid Tusk too often nowadays. The matchup against the Wind Ranger shouldn't be the best although top.
Yeah, Crit already being punished here by the side of Liquid as Boxy moving in early on. Crit trying to survive the best he can, but no, he is gone. And Liquid, a surprising initiation coming out. ATF though, looking for a trade, already onto Insania, and just look at the damage output. However, now ATF, he's also going to find himself in trouble, and he's gone! Boxy with a double kill to get the game started. ATF, he thought he had his way with Insania, but not quite.
All right, it's a rough level 1 to go into when you've got that Nature's Prophet with the teleportation ready, and just the Blightstone to enable those right clicks. You've got the best chain stun set up with just the Frostbite coming in and the Split Earth. And Crit, he can't do much with Disruption. It was handy for the Ruin. It's not that handy for the save here with its significant cooldown coming in, so it didn't even have that to try to spam out. And they capitalized on that very nicely on Liquid. This is a good change of tone in comparison to how maybe passive the last game was for Liquid. Already getting that early activity out, getting that early pressure onto Amar, it's going to feel great. And we're taking a look at the bot lane as well, where you are getting Saberlight on that Omni Knight up against Skitter on the Alk. This is a pretty interesting lane. We just haven't seen too much of that core Omni Knight in recent time. And again, this hero got pretty significantly changed with the Guardian Angel, which is probably not going to be the biggest factor for this hero in the off lane. Anyway, I am keen to see what Saberlight will go for in the build, more than likely just the usual Echo Saber, and how much he can really stop Skitter from farming, because despite that activity top, it's not, you know, you're leaving your bot lane alone. Omni Knight solo up against Alchemist Gyro doesn't do anything, so you're just farming as hard yet.
Top lane just being completely targeted here from Boxy's. Boxy with another great rotation, able to secure the Viper. And I'll tell you what, John, as a person who has played a couple games of Viper in my lifetime, you generally don't enjoy not dominating the lane like this. And well, Crit, he is still being chased down by Boxy. Boxy for a Sprout, kind of out of range, may just find it eventually as Crit does have to take it. Boxy though still chasing him down, can't quite finish the kill. Won't really matter though, because you've got ATF, and that's the big target you really wanted. As bottom lane, they're going to try after Saberlight. Saberlight taking a fair bit of damage on the way out, but he's not going to die.
Just a really durable here on that Omni Knight. You've got the repel up to regen through. You're still copping a lot of damage, and you're not stopping Skitter from farming, but at the least you're getting that space to get some EXP, and this allows, again, this aggressive movement coming out here from Boxy. He's just camping top, basically. He's ensuring that Mika is not going to be slowing down. He's ensuring that we will see the Slush Rack have some nice early impact, perhaps threatening for that push onto the mid-tier 1, maybe rotating or just staying top and just clearing that out as well if the space is favorable. And that's a big shift for Liquid in comparison to last game, where again, the early game just didn't go off to the start they were looking for.
Boxy, again, bottom lane now, Snaking the one being targeted. Snaking trying to get away, though Saberlight still chasing him down, unable to quite finish the kill. They did run out of spells, but this threat of the problem from Boxy, like this guy has been an absolute menace already with this teleportation. It just feels like these side lanes are never really safe when Boxy's missing off the map.
No, they certainly aren't. And just, this is a little bit of relief out for Falcons at the least. You know, Amar can start to play his lane a little bit more, but the damage has been done. Liquid with a start onto a fantastic time here for Mika. The mid lane as well has been going fairly decently for Nisha. I think that's one lane we haven't really looked at with all the action across the map. Malrine isn't able to do as much to try to stop that farm. He's still keeping up, but he's not getting that matchup that we normally see him crush in, although...
Saberlight actually the one running towards the boundary rune rather than staying within the lane, and to be fair, the creep wave was not there anyway, so he's just trying to find some value for his time. That sort of pull there from Boxy, going to drag the wave back, but not Saberlight. Was taking down Snaking. Snaking still perfectly alive though for now, as it's going to be a nice creep wave coming in for the Omni Knight, so he won't have to worry about this pesky Gyrocopter, at least for a little bit.
Yeah, but Snaking's doing his job, just again providing zoning to allow Skitter to focus on that farm. Amar up top.
Oh, again, Amar being caught, the Sprout a little bit off the mark, but blocking the way as ATF is just not being allowed a game here in game number 2, already onto his 3rd death. And it is literally just Boxy rotating every single time to set up, as now Crit also being caught here by Mickey. Gonna be chased down, and that'll be a double out for the left track now. 0 to 5 from Team Liquid. What a turnaround here in game 2.
It's perfection in the laning phase. It's just all of this aggression coming in. The fact that they're not able to really collapse onto mid for Malrine as well. So they're the ones forcing the issue on Liquid to get this attention up top, which means the usual movement of Falcons onto the mid to play off the back of Malrine, it's not there. And we've seen this from Amar. His early game tends to be a little bit slower. He goes back, he needs some farm, he needs some EXP. He's not a threat until those resources are poured in, even on something like the Viper. And Liquid recognized that after the first game really nicely.
Oh, top. They're pinging at ATF again. This time, though, Insania may have gone a little bit too early. Foxy is around the corner to help out if they wish, but Insania is dropping very low. No, here comes Mickey. ATF just trying for the kill. Does get it, but it's going to cost his own life again. 4 deaths here for the Viper. And I think Insania, while he does need a bit of gold back the way of the Viper, he's still going to be very happy with that.
He's more than happy. He's, again, taking this attention up top, giving some really big kills out onto Mickey, onto this lane, opening up the potential for a very fast push across map if they wished so on Liquid, and ensuring Crit can actually stack, right? Like, Crit's having to play the lane. He's not able to stand back, shadow poison up, build up these camps, have some catch-up gold ready for the rest of the team, or just some flash farming ready for our Alcon Skitter. You don't have those resources. The aggression from Liquid early on is just way too much. And again, throwing off this tempo, they'll try a little bit, but Saberlight's pretty damn tanky.
It feels like you're at the stage for the Omni Knight where you just can't really deal with it. As now Boxy moves in with the Sprout again, though. Snaking, able to run out for now. As now Skitter continuing onto the Omni. They really want the kill, but Saberlight, he's just such a tanky boy. And they'll find a double. Snaking and Skitter both dropping as Team Liquid, they are giving nothing back the way of Falcons.
Just no openings. They collapse in the right part of the map. Malrine's nowhere near to try to help save.
They're still trying. They are still trying. Malrine does rotate and he does get the Omni Knight kill, but in the meantime, ATF ends up dying at the top lane. His 5th death of the game.
And this is a complete stomp from Liquid early on. Just abusing this teleportation coming out from Boxy, bringing out the guns with Nisha, who they don't really have clear answers. Like, yes, the Shadow Demon last pick is great. It needs level 6 to be great up against these heroes, and we're a long ways off from that for Crit. They'll try to smoke around here down bottom, Falcons.
Smoke broken on Boxy. Malrine. Oh, the shot! Oh, a little bit off the mark. Very unfortunate for Malrine. And that'll be a 3-man smoke just amounting to nothing, really. They'll try it maybe into the mid lane or maybe into the dire triangle here, but nobody really showing apart from Nisha in the mid lane, and that is not going to be the easiest of targets.
Not an easy one to pin down at the moment.
Say that. He's got a double damage now. So Nisha, he wants to move in with the focus fire. Snowball will come out from Malrine. Nisha in a very awkward position is going to get caught out by the looks of it as he does go down. Getting baited by the amplification rune. Zinsania also getting caught. 4 heroes in the mid lane to ensure they win that engagement.
That's exactly what Falcons needed to correct on. They finally matched that aggression. They catch Liquid, overextending without their full toolkit in. You know, Boxy couldn't teleport in, tried to sprout, tried to provide that angle to get a successful shackle off. And now that's the opportunity for Falcons to get some more going for themselves. Not the fastest push on the mid. That's not an amazing pusher at all, and you don't have great illusions to play with. But you're getting some room out. You know, it's activity for Amar. Amar probably just expressing joy that he's finally done something this game, I suppose.
Snaking, holding onto these bounty runes. 3 bounties just standing there for Snaking as he will take all 3 of them. Very, very patient with the takers. Nisha move in, see if he can find himself a gyrocopter kill. Does have the level 2 power shot if he can get enough damage out first. And Snaking, well, he does have the raindrop, so will still remain safe. But here comes Mickey. That's 1 down. Mickey wants more. He's onto a mega kill streak already. Onto ATF they go. The Viper really has no way out of this fight, it seems, as they will try onto Mickey. Can they take him down? Mickey! Oh, he's gone. ATF will be happy about that, I believe. That is a lot of gold to go back his way.
That's a ton of gold to go away from R. Even though he's not around for the EXP, which at level 5, we appreciate, the gold is still a godsend right now for the side of Falcons. 5 to 11 Liquid. despite all this activity, not maintaining that big of a net worth lead, less than 1k. At the same time, it's arguable that you're not getting the most from Skitter as Nisha.
Another great kill here for Falcons if they can secure, but here comes the big fella. Here comes Saberlight, around to save the day. Nisha, he'll be fine for now. Snaking and Maureen, though, looking like they might be in a little bit of danger of Snaking. Will at least go down. Maureen able to walk his way out. You don't lose Nisha again. They'll make sure the Wind Ranger does remain alive.
Pouring the resources down mid. They know the way Falcons likes to play. They collapse onto that mid, force all attention there, and then just try to take that tier 1. We're not seeing Falcons be consistently successful. That movement, they'll try again, but Nisha is fairly slippery. And again, you're still waiting for Crit to hit that level 6 with the Demonic Purge. Almost there, just needs to stoke a little bit more. Great defensive wards coming out here from Falcons at the least to watch these entrances, even one behind that mid-tier 1 that they've planted themselves. So they've got some info as to where Liquid might want to bring their forces to bear. And they're getting space out for Skitter, who is slowly starting to pull ahead. The Radiance is almost there, one more part away, just needs more time. I would say though, like, Mika's timings are not that far behind this Alchemist. Normally when you have that Alch, you'd want to be a good 2k up, 3k up with lots of stacks. You don't have that in this game.
You certainly don't, and Snaking right now, he won't have a life in this game as he is gone. Nisha with a nice rotation. In comes Maureen, but the Shackle is out. They'll hold the Tusk down. Snowball is there, back in onto the Wind Ranger. Here comes ATF, looking for some revenge against Liquid. It looks like they'll have the Wind Ranger, but they won't find anyone quite else. But I think they'll be more than happy with that trade, as Skitter will be the one to take the kill. A very successful trade here for Falcon.
It's, again, another big one to find with that movement out from Nisha. It's... I get what Nisha's trying to do, just, again, trying to play tempo, trying to play pickoffs. Has the damage, at least a little bit of damage with the Javelin coming in, and providing that space for this Lesh to just finish up this Bloodstone. Once this Bloodstone's done on Liquid, we've got to see a bigger connect. We need to see some play out from Mika join in, either for the top or the mid-tier 1, and try to leverage some of that damage in teamfights. That damage, that added radius, although marginal, is still substantial enough to have some impact. They'll go early, actually, with Spear.
They will. Into the mid lane they go. Liquid, Snaking and Maureen. Obviously, you want the Tusk much, much more. Maureen still very patiently by the tier 1 tower. It's a great rotation point here for Falcons if they do need it. Maureen remaining very, very safe. Just on the right side of that tower. Clear out the creep wave, and it seems as though Liquid never really going to find the opening for that fight. Will retreat now, understanding that they have to look somewhere else, and they'll look top lane, because Mika is on the chase here with Crit. It's not really going to be able to break the gap, and doesn't really want to risk running into the Viper. Yeah, has somewhat recovered, and at level 7, that poison attack, even without any items up, it is still going to do a hell of a lot of that.
And this vision game from Falcons, again, this vision that they've set up, watching these entrances, spots that smoke fading away. They can't reflank onto top. It looks really optimistic from Liquid as well to hit this right before the Bloodstone's done. Like, you're around 150 gold away from Mika at this point. You don't even have the levels in the Edict to directly translate into a very fast push here. Smoke doesn't pan out, but at the same time, I don't know if it was ever going to pan out at this game state.
So, it's the 13 now, 2k advantage the way of Falcons. I mean, Liquid still in control, it feels, of Falcons. Having a bit of a better time ever since that laning stage ended, because it was a pretty rough affair. Bottom lane, looks like they are going to find themselves a Gyrocopter, so Snaking gonna have to fall. Nice twin gate usage here from the side of Liquid, and of course, that bottom tier 1 tower is going to be under siege, and I don't believe Falcons are necessarily going to be interested in trying to defend that.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's the objective that they need on Liquid to start opening up the map more, start to get some movement across. They've slowed down in the aggression since the laning phase. We were seeing all of those rotations out from Boxy. Now they've settled into a farming pattern. They've expanded map control a little bit more onto bot, tried to cut off the areas where Skitter would want to build up with his Radiance. They've got some forward vision to back that up as well, planting a pretty deep ward on the bot jungle, so they can start to play aggressive if they wanted to. The side of Falcons, it's almost similar to game 1 in their pacing, where they're more than willing to just play farm on all heroes if they can afford to. We'll see if Liquid will want to push that envelope. They've got that full Bloodstone ready in Mika. this Leshrac can start to take point for the team, and you know, if one good fight for the side of Liquid, and a little poking and prodding onto those tier 1s, but a value point in the Edict shouldn't be too hard to get some of those towers down to expand control again and try to cut off this out. This lead Skitter's building up is starting to expand to an astonishing rate.
Top lane, Viper Strike was committed onto Insania. He will not die to that though. Plenty of damage being dealt, but not quite enough to take his life, as there is going to be a 3-man smoke now coming out from the side of Falcons. They'll head down towards the bottom lane, see if they can catch Saberlight with his pants down. The Saberlight, again, he's a pretty tanky target to try and go for, but they will jump in with the Walrus Punch. Saberlight taking about half his HP and worth of damage, and Saberlight is gone. Tanky or not, cannot sustain the damage output that came out from Falcons. Is now Liquid trying to punish as best they possibly can. They'll find Crit first, but here comes Skitter. Skitter going to join the fray. They take down Boxy. They'll lose Crit, at least on the Shadow Demon, but Mickey trying to tank through it. Skitter, he's taking way too much damage. The shards are going to block the way from Nisha, but the power shot, it's going to fly through Skitter. He's still going to go for a run. Looks like he will make it out as Mickey is the one to go down. Meanwhile, Nisha gets stunned up, still sticking around by the Twin Gates, will go for the shackle, but he's going to be so careful. Maureen, he's going to survive another day. Nisha really playing with fire now as the shards, it'll block the way. He has to go the other way out towards the west, and Nisha's been caught. Nisha still trying, but he is down. Meanwhile, Insania, he'll go for the freezing field. Is it going to be quite enough? It doesn't really seem like it. Though ATF might drop. Still trying to retreat Saberlight. He'll take him down. Skitter still around towards the Roshan pit. He goes, but Roshan is on the other side of the map right now. So Skitter, he's got a deny point. Back Saberlight now. Saberlight might be the one in trouble. He'll heal up though, but in comes Crit's the real carry now. It seems as Crit is getting so many shadow poison stacks. He will take him down. Who even won the team fight?
I would say it still feels better for Falcons, but Liquid aren't too bad off. They just created a lot more cores than you'd probably want to there. And just by virtue of having Skitter kite around that long, you're really happy with the presence of the Alk here. You're seeing the effect of that Radiance timing kicking in when you're trying to chase down the Alk. The missed chance starts to pile up, and Mika is taking point. He's trying to do damage with that Bloodstone, trying to be durable. The saves were just kicking in here from the side of Falcons. Like all these great disruptions, snowballs to shards, every single thing having to line up perfectly to give Skitter that space. And for Skitter to see these opportunities to play with the vision, going up and down the ramp, getting these nice unstable concoctions, and Dragon's fight to be longer than it should have been for Liquid. Like the BKB flying in right in time as well.
Getting caught live. He does have his help behind him if he needs it. Shackle not going to quite latch. Mickey maybe going a little bit too far. The punch is there, and Mickey is just the leader. As Nisha will follow right afterwards, and there goes Boxy. Falcons, they'll give up their gyro, but who the hell cares? You get 3 in return, and 2 of those are going to be cores. That is huge for Falcons.
That's just massive for Falcons. After what was a very, very slow start with Liquid taking control. Liquid, they just let off the gas a little bit, allow Falcons to play that early to mid farming game that they love to take at around minute 15, minute 10, and Falcons come out of it. You know, they've got the investment all done on Skitter with a Radiance BKB in the blink. He's ready to take point for the team. There's not enough damage to kill him off. Like, you can with the focus fire, it just isn't fast enough. And you've got to expand so much to just try to keep Skitter down that it will provide openings for Amar to come in. It will provide openings for the saves from Crit and for some angles here from Mallory, that it just becomes way too difficult for Liquid. Falcons find that tier 1 up top, starting to take control of the map where they can. And the side of Liquid, they're waiting for more. I mean, and the Bloodstone from Mika, it shows up. It doesn't achieve as much as they wanted to. You don't have additional protection. The big factor in that last fight is really the fact that Saberlight just got blown apart. So you couldn't rely on like a repel on this flash rack up front. You didn't even have Guardian Angel come into play. And you've got to be able to angle yourself here on Saberlight. He needs to play forward enough for the team. At the same time, not put himself in direct danger that he's the one blown up first.
Maybe another big smoke up Falcons. Looking towards the bottom lane. You've got Insania around that area. You've also got Nisha. Saberlight will leave. Seems like Insania is the one who could be in a spot of danger. Falcons having a look around. They'll run directly south for Insania. Still not showing quite under vision. Skidder going to reveal himself now. The acid spray, and that'll be enough for everybody to back out of there from Team Liquid. They are perfectly fine.
You look at the vision game coming out from Falcons. Very protective of that bot area right now. They've got some good boards watching the entrances. This tier 1's the last outer, really outer tower. Like further out, tier 1 tower here for Liquid. That's their one launching point in trying to run down bot with this asymmetry that they've created for themselves. And they're just ensuring that these movements from Liquid just won't pan out. Again, they're happy to farm here on Falcons. They've got that 15k net worth on the Alchemist for Skidder, 5k hero here from Liquid, which is Nisha. And they're just taking their time. It's on Liquid to try to do something.
Bottom lane, stun was out, Malrine. The shards off, maybe look at the snipe. Of course, nobody rotating for Insania. He will just go down, and Skidder will take himself a very free kill. Top lane in the meantime, Foxy forced to teleport away, but the disruption is there from Fritza. Ensure he remains locked down. And Liquid, they will lose their support duo once again. It's Falcons just across the map, finding these little value plays. Or at least you don't lose any cores on Liquid, but it's still looking like an extremely tough game for him.
That it does. I would want to point out, Amar did pick up the Whisper of the Dread that our panel was talking about. So you do have that tunnel vision, that 10% increased spell damage.
Yeah.
On the Viper. Just a great little thing to have on a tier 2. Great feeling. And it's a great feeling for Falcons now as well. Taking point around their Tormentor. And they've got this 6k lead, most of it on the Elk. Well, you could argue Falcons will want to get more done on the map, as that net worth advantage starts to hold less weight as the game drags on to, say, a long ways off. There's still time here for Falcons to push this advantage, and for Liquid to try to brave the storm. They're still hanging on to their tier 2s, no movement forward from Falcons. They would want to set up some vision by Roche, which they do have down bot, at least on the outside area in the lane, nothing too far in. They've got to keep an eye out for whenever Falcons actually might want to go into that objective. Like, one pickoff into Roche is a danger point for Liquid. And their chances are they're just waiting for this AC to be done on Skidder to speed up that process into the eventual Roshan.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Skidder's had the freest Alchemist game of his life. Here in this game, number 2, just absolutely no contest. Dying once, but that's really about it. You are seeing him enjoy some more ancient stacks for himself. Well and truly the leader in terms of the net worth forward. There's just no stopping him, it seems, as the AC will certainly come out very, very soon. Liquid, they understand they are behind. They've got to hit them some item timings themselves. Mostly, I think the BKB is probably what they're going to be looking for here in this game. And perhaps once the BKBs are up, you could try and move back in towards Falcons. As speaking of Falcons, they are going to get a very nice scan off onto the side of Liquid. But Boxy, Saberlight, feeling like something is a little bit awry here, will leave the area.
Keeping it safe on Liquid up top. Trying to sneak with a smoke here. Amar.
Now he's okay. Okay, Nisha gonna find him. ATF, he could bait for his team though. He's by the T1 tower. Problem is ATF is dropping rather quickly, so he is down. Now the gyrocopter snaking. He is gone to boot by the looks of it. But he will survive a little bit longer, but it seems like he is down. However, Mickey is being controlled up by Skidder. Skidder will take him down as well. For Saberlight, they will leave. It's still a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Liquid, and a very nice team fight for Liquid, something they desperately needed.
That's the opening they're looking for, forcing a movement out from the side of Falcons. A little bit awkward on the right side for Box. I believe he did end up trapping himself early, but doesn't matter in the end. They just bring their forces to bear. They've got some of those early BKBs that they've been looking for, and they can leverage that damage. There's enough sustain here to play with for Mika for the most part. And this time around, you see the difference when Saberlight is allowed to play his game. When he's allowed to use the Repel, allowed to use the Guardian Angel, and when they can take care of crit. You remove that Shadow Demon from the equation, this Omni Knight becomes a beast when he's playing with something like a Leshrac up front.
Gonna find that amplified damage rune as well. TF. Go ahead and protect that for Malrine. Because obviously you really cannot afford to give too many fights like that away back towards Liquid. It only takes 1 or 2 to make the comeback happen. And Skidder, while he is top of the net worth board, he does not want to be seen dying like that, as they are going to go for a 4-man smoke now. Falcons heading towards the north, understanding they are still the much stronger team. The BKB up now on ATF to boot. Towards the north they go, but Liquid playing the avoid game very, very well. Not really giving position out here for Falcons to abuse. And well, Falcons, they are going to have a search around, but this does mostly seem like wasted time.
And they've had some good defensive wards on Falcons' hand, a little bit dark in the forward parts of the map. They could try to maybe take this gate across into Roche if they want, but they're just setting a trap here. No one taking the bait on the side of Liquid, as they've got some pretty good forward wards themselves, some good defensive wards actually on Liquid's end to kind of get a sense as to whenever anyone's missing. Heck, even Boxy acting like a little bit of a station here, watching this area to break smokes. They get a read. Roshan will still begin. Falcons are getting to it, but Liquid knows it's happening. There is this ward. Watch Liquid move in though.
Could be a massive Roshan fight for Liquid. Up here at the right time. Problem is Falcons, they do have the high ground. Warp is there. Skitter, he's going to find himself in Mania, but they will save it now. The shackle comes out. Skitter! Oh, he's pretty deep at the moment. Skitter's going to find a way. Just walk back towards Boxy. Meanwhile, the rest of Falcons have been pincered in. This is not the fight they were looking for. They'll lose Maureen by the looks of it as snaking. Goes down. Mickey's still chasing Maureen. Maureen is Falcons. Just need to get the... Trying for the tip of Benisha. Up and try. Goodness, they'll continue the fight as Crit will follow, and Snaking, all he can do is run. They force the fight. They're hoping for the Roshan play, but now it's a guaranteed Roshan to go the way of Liquid. Nothing Falcons can do about it.
Hey, they had a forward vision. They had a good sense for that smoke. They tried to find an angle out of Skitter.
Boy.
He jumps in without popping the BKB first, and the chain control from Liquid was perfect. It's just, they need to be able to get that pick off fast on Falcons. Instead, Liquid are the one to find it.
This is a problem.
And this is going to be a massive issue going forward. As that entire fight, again, they had that forward ward and Falcons watching by the ramp. And just, they jump in with Skitter first. I love the confidence coming out from him, but it's such a risk when you lose this out early.
Absolutely, and of course Skitter did not have buyback available in that team fight to rejoin, even if he wanted to. And well, now you're only less than 1k ahead of your Falcons. That whole Alchemist lead that you had is just basically naught. And Skitter, if he's not allowed to just stand there and hit people throughout these fights, all that farm means nothing. We kind of saw that in that last engagement, and suddenly Liquid, momentum behind them now, could have a great way of coming back into this game number 2 as Maureen gets aggressive mid lane, is forced to snowbird back towards the creep wave as well. Is going to try and jump in on Mickey. Mickey, though, does get healed up here by Safe the line, and they want that 5. ATF needs to run. Skitter, I'm not sure this is what you wanted, sir. He'll try to back his way out of there with the stun being channeled up. Skitter is still on the run, but the stun lands. Oh, my goodness. Mickey to take him down. Snaking, he'll be the next target. They might just lose 3, they might even lose 4. ATF will try to get out. That's the teleportation. Boxy will ensure there is no way out. And Liquid, they lose nothing.
Oh, Falcons just trying so hard to jump in aggressively.
It's so forced. It just feels too forced here from Falcons.
I get the confidence coming out from Falcons. They've got the Nullifier, you know, they've got Demonic Cleanse, they've got Demonic Purge. They feel like they can start to find these targets, but there's just too much durability. The Kai and Sanj being out on Mickey, all the sustained Bloodstones providing him on this Lash. That and the fact that you also have to just instantly pin down Saberlet. They're just way too tanky. You don't have that quick burst on the side of Falcons. You do have ways of repositioning. And I'm just surprised Falcons aren't just going for the safe bet. Going in, getting the Walrus kick out with Maureen, and looking for that pick off first before translating that into a wider fight where a 4v5, if you find the right one, say, if you find Saberlight kick back, and you somehow take control from him, that's where it can open up.
Maureen, he denies a ward, but they know he's there. Liquid, they've made their move down towards the south, hoping to find themselves a Tusk, but Maureen will be able to escape. He is okay. Liquid now, the ones smelling the blood in the water, really want every single team fight they can take. Falcons, they've got to be the ones to maybe allow Liquid to initiate first and just find a good counter initiation for themselves.
Radiant are scanning.
Falcons, they'll go back into that Radiant triangle. They'll support themselves around that area. Team Liquid will go through the bottom lane. You see a Crit an Ag's being built up on crit now, so crit gonna have those multiple charges of the demonic purge and the demonic cleanse, of course, as mid lane. Could have been an attempt onto Boxy, not really going to work out, and now the bottom tier 2 tower is going to be focused by Liquid.
Is under attack.
This is where their push can really kick in. Maxed out Edict, towers just melt. Even Treton onto the high ground. They've got the BKB still ready to go. Age is still up for a minute 40 for Mike. Nothing to scare them off. And with this high ground kind of movement, Saberlight, he can just take the rear position with how tanky Mike is, and just ensure the Leshrac can get that job done. They will play it safe. We'll just back off and try to apply pressure elsewhere. Amar would be a great target if they could pin him down.
Oh, Amar's going to be so careful. They'll see him, they'll jump in, they'll try for the Viper. Amar force the BKB and back away. He'll be fine for now. Skitter, though, is channeling a stun. He's going to jump in aggressively. There's no BKB available, though, for TF. I don't think he wanted the fight. Meanwhile, Crit also getting caught for a moment. Snaking, just trying to retreat as Malrine will save him, but Malrine, you're the mid-tusk. He will be fine, though. He will barely get away as Skitter again going to jump in aggressively, but Nisha had the BKB and now Skitter is trapped, but will be all right. Liquid will not commit for the fight. Very risky plays from this Alchemist, but I suppose with the state of the game the way it is, you've got to take some risk.
And Skitter's been taking a lot of risk for his team, especially since that Roche fight. Again, he's the guy taking point. There's maybe a lack of clear initiation and some just disjointedness with how they're moving. Again, they've got this really safe initiation with just blink in, snowball, kick back, and try to blow someone up. Except, who do you blow up? Saberlight's tough to pin down. We see Mika kicked in. He's just going to regen right through, and Saberlight's going to be there at some point to provide even more sustain. At this point, for the side of Falcons, it feels like maybe you have to consider getting something to stop this regen.
Maybe they can intervene. They've got Saberlight with a kickback. He was trying to go after the Tormentor, so Saberlight taking a fair bit of damage for now, but he's still a very tanky target. The shards will lock him in, though, and Saberlight, no way out of that one. Falcons, they will fight back. They'll protect their own Tormentor.
That is a huge opening for Falcons. Just having Saberlight sit alone like that, get kicked back, not respecting how close that is to the tier 2, how close it is to TP points for Falcons. Some decent punishment out for the side of Falcons, and well, that's sort of what we need to see, except you're not going to see that situation where Saberlight's all by himself all too often. But if you can isolate this Omni Knight by himself, by all his lonesome for some reason around the map, then that's when the game opens up. Set up some vision around and some cheeky areas. We've seen Falcons do this before. Stuff like the ramp by Roche, or behind, closer to the wells up top, and you can start to make it work for you, or at least find these opportunities to make it work for you here. As Liquid, despite that loss, they're still in control. 7k up against an Alchemist. They've got 2 heroes with equal net worth to Skitter. You don't have that item advantage to leverage on your Alch any longer, so they will try onto him.
Skitter's been caught. Disruption will save from Crit, but Mike looks like he wants to commit. Skitter, he's dropping stones down low. Skitter is gone. Mike will go for more. ATF barely able to TP away, but you've lost the Alchemist. I'll tell you, and Snaking now. Well, Snaking, he could not get away either. Team Liquid finding even more value. And I'll tell you what, John, I don't think anyone else from Falcons is carrying this game. You are heavily reliant on this out.
That you are. Like, there's no gold on anyone else. There is scaling on the others, but that is item reliant. And side of Liquid, they can just show us how vulnerable Falcons is. They only really have like temporary staves. They don't have buffs here to play with.
Been caught on the Viper, and he is just melting. Crit will save the kickback as well, just ensuring there's no help to come. Mike trying to at least take down Malrine with him. Mike getting a little bit low, but Skitter is gone another time. That was a dieback, I believe, on the Alchemist, and well, at 3 down, another buyback from ATF, but this game is looking harder and harder as Team Liquid should be able to start looking towards that high ground. Nisha, Shackle, not going to latch. Malrine will be okay in Liquid. They are still going to play safely. They are all quite low, and even without the Alchemist, they don't want to risk it against this Viper.
They take a conservative approach. They've found a lot off the back of these fights. Just all this burst damage starting to come in is insane. Having that Nemesis Curse apply onto the Alch, just having even more amplification. And there's nothing to easily dispel any of this if the BKB's down. You don't have anything on hand. You don't have something like your own Omni Knight. You're just reliant on either getting a snowball save or disruption to stall for time. And even that has just fallen short here for the side of Falcons. Liquid playing very cleanly since taking their time, you know, slowing down the game a bit past that laning phase. The investment for them now is kicking into full gear. And for Falcons, this high-speed tempo that you're looking for with the Elk, it's tapering off. Skitter isn't even the highest net worth hero, and they're not able to really redistribute this farm elsewhere. Like, Amar's not getting as much farm as you'd want him to on this Viper. You know, stuff like his Shard, which would be really nice if they were sieging, it's not there. It's not a priority as well, considering this game. Malrine, he's been doing his best with some kickbacks, but it just feels disjointed. Like, they're jumping in, and Skitter, it seems like, just feels the pressure to start these for his team, but there's no one there to help make these fights easier for him.
Tell you what, I love this new item as well here on Nisha, like the Nemesis Curse. It really is the perfect item on this Wind Ranger, right? Like just the extra damage, the damage amp as well. It's just really, really perfect.
And it just makes Skitter so squishy. Like that's the main thing. They focus fire him down, and then just having all of this AoE coming out from Mike.
Amar, he fought back. He cannot afford this. He will try for the TP away. Do they have the damage? They do not. That's his BKB down for 80 seconds, though. Team Liquid, they could try and force an opening out of this. And, well, the opening, Jonathan, is Roshan, because it's up in 20 seconds.
And they've got control over the area. There's no forward vision from Falcons to watch that spot any longer. And being down one BKB on one force, it takes away a lot of your confidence in trying to contest an objective like that. We'll force in the tier 2 first. Pings are coming out. They should get a read onto Roche. Boxy already set the scout out. And that Roshan, that's going to open up high ground. That's the only objectives left here for Liquid. This is not something Falcons can afford to give away, but again, the information's just not there for Falcons. They're hugging the other side of the map.
And there goes Roshan. Team Liquid, they'll get it started. The Falcons showing absolutely no will to try and fight this one out. They'll of course know about it because the Roshan Roar is going to be there, but it won't matter. It is lost very, very quickly here to Team Liquid. Of course, Mickey to take the Aegis, Niche to pick up the cheese. And it seems like they are ready, well and truly, to go for another fight.
They've got control. They've got the tempo on the side of Liquid. It's down to Falcons now to maybe play a little bit of split push, try to get some lanes in their favor, get some shove out. It's really difficult when you're up against the nature. Profito, Boxy, doing a great job of just using that Nature's Call treants, just constantly ensure that their lanes are at least at equilibrium. You know, you're not allowing any sort of sneaky openings for Falcons to lay onto any tier 2s, to sneak away any extra farm, and just choke them out. The wards from Falcons, again, they've been great defensively. They're not able to find any openings off the back of them. At best, just avoid as much as possible. But at this point, there's only so long you can avoid Liquid with Sages. Like, they are to be set to go. And Mika is trying to hunt fairly deep. Again, no deep vision as well for the side of Liquid, so a little bit of a shot in the dark, but Crit.
Bottom lane, they shot. Oh, Crit is going to be left behind. Crit is down. Snaking coming in as well, has also been caught out. Boxy will just trap him in with the creeps, and there is no way out of that situation. 2 supports dropping once again for Falcons. Mickey, mid lane, he's going in by himself onto the Alchemist, but will have to retreat. Not feeling safe against ATF's Viper on top.
That's really confident out from Mika. He's going on to 2 cores by himself, the rest of his team across the map, and still managing to force them back. Is getting some good pressure onto that mid. I do love as well how Boxy's playing this game. Like, he gets the treant talent, and then he just pops that crispy old growth with all those treants around when he throws. So much damage, so much control. Makes it difficult for anyone to try to find a way out, and just makes it easier for the side of Liquid to keep this ball rolling. Got the amplified damage rune here as well. Is spotted by Saberlight, so a little bit more to add onto that spice for this eventual high ground push with the Aegis, which still has 3 minutes. Falcons' options are growing limited. It's down to what they've been finding some limited success with earlier, which is just Malrine finding a nice solo pickoff somehow. They don't have the vision to sustain that. Like, even some closer defensive wards would make a huge difference here. Just really far out vision right now.
It's not just the damage amp rune that you've got as well for Nisha, by the way. He did pick up a full Daedalus now, so this could be a very scary fight as ATF being dragged back. Does go for the BKB. There will be no cancel for that, but you're now losing BKB for 80 seconds. if you want to go high ground, you know this Viper is going to be feeling very susceptible.
It's your opening on the side of Liquid. And the high ground hold of Falcons, it's not amazing. It's just down to how well can Malrine kick back? How well can he find some targets? They do see Foxy. Malrine is smoked up.
Mickey into 3 heroes. He's still going to move in though. ATF, he will get stunned up. Mickey feeling like a bit of a Giga Chad though. He's taking a fair bit of damage, but Saberlight's right behind him. That's where the confidence comes from, because ATF, he's got no one to save him. He is without a BKB. He needs to save himself, and he looks like he is just dead. That is your Viper down. 90 seconds without buyback. On they go into the tier 3 bottom tower. They need a creep wave though. The creep wave currently is non-existent. Instead though, Crit has been caught on the Shadow Demon, or at least spotted. Saberlight will chase him down. Crit will be able to barely blink away. Meanwhile, Nisha looking towards snaking in the Radiant base. Crit still running, but Foxy right behind him does get the spread up. So Crit is down, tips out from Saberlight.
Does stall for time. And Malrine, while all of that breaks out, he TP'd out into the outpost. That did give him a chance to cut the creep wave. At the same time, you just removed your biggest tool in these fights. You didn't have the kickback. You didn't have a way of just trying to drag that control back your way. And here goes the high ground without those buybacks. Doesn't take too long for Mika to melt through it.
Oh, it definitely does not. Mika will make very short work of it. Nisha there to back him up, and it's so hard when you know the Omni Knight's right behind the Lesh. It's like, how do you actually kill this guy? The answer is yet to be found here by Falcons. Still 3 versus 5, so it's not a fight they're going to try and force. They're at least going to try and wait for Crit and ATF to be back up. They'll chip away at Mickey, but Mickey has his fountain right behind him in Saberlight.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under
Gale forces out Nisha. Oh, that's a shackles flying out from Nisha. It won't matter yet. The snowball does save. No, in fact, it does not. Skitter is gone. And so is snaking. No buyback available. What a setup from Nisha.
Liquid are just so terrifying now at this point with all the control, but how well they can sustain up front, but how confident they are with Nisha and Mickey.
There they go. Malrine, he'll go for the kickback into the tier 4 towers. Mickey, he has his BKB. He could not give a crap. It's the side of Falcons that are burning to the damage. Malrine is gone. Mickey and Nisha moving back into the fountain. They are just fountain farming him now. Mickey getting kicked in. Can he survive? Nisha will take the hits from the fountain. Mickey just going to TP away as Malrine is gone. And GG is called. Oh, what a way to finish here for Liquid. We are going to a game 3.
And what a spectacular fashion to go into that game 3 as well. Falcons, they were getting crushed in lanes. You know, they were getting some early rotations out from Liquid. Liquid, Foxy just being a maniac on that Nature's Prophet. They slowed down a bit.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Clockwork! Yeah. According to the forecast, this one is in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah. My gears turn.
30 seconds to battle.
Uh-huh. A fine adjustment.
First blood.
First Spring my trap. Much to do. I'm well-oiled. Trip trap. I run like a clock. The turtle wins the race. Aha! I'm under attack. Prepare for repairs. Up close and arsenal. Ah. Yes.
Tis not fitting.
The distance. Mm-hmm. Club. Yes. Practice makes perfect. Rattle and roll. Full metal jet spring power. What do you do? Armor power. Yeah. Yow. I am a can of whoop ass.
Traps for a trap. Rattle and roll. Ah-ha. Yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Spring. And it's up. Ow. Yes. I close the distance. Gnash your gears. A fine adjustment. Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Denied. I run like a clock.
It shall not be.
Poison me.
Your top tower is under attack.
Boom, there it
Dire
goes.
structures are fortified.
Yes.
Your top tower
Hey,
is
watch
under
it.
attack.
Trip trap. Armor power. Phew, that tickles.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Mm-hmm. Ho!
Your
This'll
top
rattle
tower
the
is under
cage.
attack.
Spring forward.
Thank you, my beauties.
I'm well oiled. I'm under attack. Oh. Spring out. It's the race. My armor is my coffin.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Wait, look. I
Your
am a
bottom
robot.
tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
just kidding.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Closing in.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My gears turn. Traps for a trap. Code. What are you doing? Aha.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Woo! My gears turn.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
A fine adjustment. Oh. Closing in. wins the race. Tin-Man battle plan. You're mine. Spring forward.
Ебал, блядь!
Aha. Do it with flair. I run like a clock. Ow! Not obsolete quite yet. Spring my trap. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. Trip trap.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Armor power.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
More work to be done.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Uh-huh. Aha!
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has
Yes.
fallen.
More tools to play with. A trace for a trap. Yes.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Rattle and roll.
Double kill.
Armor power. Jackpot. A fine adjustment. Uh-huh. Up close and arsenal. Spring my trap.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The turtle wins the race. I'm under attack. A traps for a trap.
Just what I need.
I'm well armed.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'll never see this coming.
I'm right like a truck. Coming in.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
Spring forward.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Triple kill.
Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
He can, using the cogs to do it as best he can, but Blacklist are really not seeing an opportunity to jump out here. They're just going to forfeit the clockwork. He's going to buy back potentially, and they're going to need him too, because Quinn, it's rolled through, they found the Muerta. Chaining up the stuns and getting a free bowling ball, just striking through all these heroes, but at the same time, the Muerta managed to get off the ultimate and output a little bit of damage. Not enough to get a serious kill out of this. In fact, Celery somehow is still alive with his nature's attendance. He'll finish off the Muerta by himself. Blacklist put themselves backs against the wall. Okay, well, back into Pango, managed to get the Doom, but immediate response. They got the Soul Bind on it too, and that puts the Doom in a nasty position while the Clockwork is getting ripped apart by Dyrachyo. Forced down, trying to get Gambi out of here. Not good enough. Blacklist.
Probably gonna hook him here.
Got him back in. Okay, Raven gonna pop the ultimate. There's the hook shot to make sure that the Lycan, who got a force down. Okay, caught a random torrent, does manage to die.
The RNG.
A little lucky there, but just what Blacklist needed. A tidal wave trying to push in Dyrachyo even further. They're going to catch him, try and burn away that Aegis. Dyrachyo's trying to limp away, but he won't get out. He's going to be stuck here, and he's going to be coming back into a Cox, pushing into Raven with all that damage. He's going to BKB, TP out, but the Doom doesn't stop him.
Yeah, that was ambitious. Might kill him in the fountain. It's going to be close. I think he'll live, but... I mean, not versus... smokes and breaking him. I think that's the weakness of it.
Oh, he managed to get Cox on it too, but can them where to capitalize on this one? A little bit too far away, but they do manage to get the BKB already out. Rolling Thunder, not really doing too much either.
Yeah, they're kiting it out.
Blacklist have kited this out pretty nicely, and Game of Gladiators is stuck in kind of an awkward position here. Yeah, they do manage to get him. They're going to control him up a little bit longer. The Torrent Storm's going up, going to force them up to the high ground, and a shot is not enough.
And now Dyrachyo back in. That Doom has Warren.
Oh, he got a great stun. Raven, though, still on his ultimate. Now they're stuck inside the cogs. Quinn has the roll-up, though, and Dyrachyo was able to fight his way out of the cogs on the low ground, not able to chase after
Raven, your clock ticking to midnight, my friend. BKB.
Dyrachyo running after him. Isn't able to get the stun onto him. Raven, he's going to have to fight for his life up against this Pango, and it looks like the damage is there just from the right clicks by the Pango by itself.
That's the whole point of the Pango.
Another corridor fight that does not end well for the Muertas. Blacklist cuts their losses and just fail once Ward's off it. Preserving his zero deaths in this game. But at what cost?
Chemistry.
Also, the general HP regen of their team,
very high.
Like Dyrachyo went out of that fight. Like the reason he did 6,000 damage on
Stealer.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about Dawnbreaker to support the Lash.
I would like that. Similar concept, right? But they do have pretty good disengage on Falcons. Like, their initiation isn't hard commitment where the Dawnbreaker ulti kind of trumps it, right? So they can just swashbuckle away, Sakuchi away. Gyro doesn't really commit his hero, so maybe not the most ideal.
I kind of like Brew a lot, actually. The AoE Dispel is fantastic this game against Liquid's lineup. You could even dispel like the Shiva's debuff, debuff Blood Rage, silences on your allies, all of CM's abilities. It's a good game for it.
Yeah, and for anyone who did not catch the group stage, believe me, Amar can play Brewmaster. You wouldn't have thought it was in his wheelhouse, but it seems like the boy is expanding his repertoire.
Legion Commander. Oh, I wanted to see it. Okay, Night Stalker, that's a spicy one. It's pretty nice against Brew because the way Brewmaster survives long enough to get his ultimate off is by using his Cinder Brew while I believe in Void Stance for like 60% status resistance, but it doesn't work on the silence.
The silence is amazing against all their heroes, but I'm just worried about he might be a bit too greedy, you know. Like he needs a lot of farm and he also needs his lane to go well. Like one thing about NS is every time you pick this hero, you need to make sure he gets a lane, you know, he has a good lane. And right now, I'm not really sure what's his lane matchup, so it's a pretty risky pick in my opinion.
In some ways, his lane's going to go worse because Prophet's going to leave it to go gank somewhere else often. So something that didn't hurt him so much last game with the Omni Knight, it could affect him here. But the silence is so good.
Do you think it could be a flex pick between them? It could be like a Night Stalker carry and Lash off lane if they need to swap the lanes?
I don't think they'll get too cute because I know I know Saberlight loves playing Night Stalker, so. I also, what I do like about this Night Stalker pick is it's not like the Visage pick where he's also bad against Illusion heroes, but this time around they have the Leshrac to cover that. And then I think the only heroes in the game that, in the carry role that are good against both Lesh and Night Stalker, they banned. Like, I think Ursa and Lifesteal are the only two. So I really like these bans from Team Liquid. I think they set themselves up really well. I don't think this is an easy, like, gotcha pick for Skeeter.
You can pick something good against Lash, but it might not be good against NS.
Yeah, I think Monkey King might still be the best. Oh, Raid King? Okay. That's a pretty free farm lane against the Night Stalker. He has absolutely no way to deal with your skeletons, but...
Is he good enough against the Lash? Do you think that he has to buy Desolator this game instead of Radiance?
Like the burst damage build?
Yeah, they have to actually burst the Lash.
Yeah, because you're probably going to have the Radiance on the Brewmaster, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for like the Armlet Deso Blink on Skeeter. That'd make a lot of sense.
You can Mage Slayer as well. It's not the most amazing because it's like so attack speed heavy. You really just want raw damage in a lot of cases, but it could work.
Could you get the Mage Slayer on the Pango though? Is it just too bad to get it on Pango?
Not a bad idea either. It does do damage over time, so it's not like the absolute worst to proc it. There is some extra damage afterwards, but...
This game's just so much about vision, though. Like, I think picking and choosing what fights, it's really hard to go into Team Falcon's 5-man. Like, their 5-man is stronger with all their ultimates, but Team Liquid can pick and choose when they do fight because you have the Nature's Prophet teleport, Mickey is going to be fast on the Bloodseeker to connect, Night Stalker ultimate. It's going to come down to whether or not, like, Liquid is able to disengage from the 5-man and then split them up and take the advantageous numbered fights.
And to me, like, the main question is whether Lash is the strongest hero. Whether Brian is right.
Also, this time he does not have an Omni Knight in his team, so we'll see if that changed the equation very much. We're getting ready for game number 3. Kuala Lumpur, are you ready for game number 3? That's what I like to hear. Then without further ado, let me present you Mike and John.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. We do get into it. Game number 3 between Team Falcons and, of course, the side of Team Liquid. Jonathan, you've seen the drafts. One of these teams has to go home. The other does proceed. The top 6. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking it's very confident for Falcons to allow that Lashrak through one more time. It looked really effective last game there for Mike. No protection if the Omni Knight does. Change the story, though. And I think that's where this variation coming in for Team Falcons is going to be interesting to watch out for.
Yeah.
How much can they get done early? We've seen Amar on this Brewmaster before be highly effective. I think the pacing here for Team Falcons feels a lot better as well. There should be some early fast play that they can bring out. And some good push, especially with the Wraith King on their side. So they can counteract that aggression that we saw from Liquid in the last game. And that's going to be the difference maker in this one.
If you want to make a prediction, John, one of the team or the other, which one's going home? Tell me.
It's a tough one to call.
It's a tough one, John.
It's a tough one. This is a really even match.
You're a tough person, John. That's why I ask you the tough question.
This is the tough question, and it's a really even match, even by draft. I think it's fairly close. I would lean towards probably Falcons draft just a little bit more. I think it does feel like it scales a little bit better going into the late game. They should be able to course correct as well from the last game, considering that, well, they've dealt with the NP, they've dealt with the Lashrak, and they were prepared for it with the adjustments in the draft. And we've seen crit as well on this Weaver. That's one thing that I haven't mentioned. This guy's insane on his Weaver. Like, we've seen so much of that impact in the group stage. So I'm sure he's going to get some work done here. At the very least, he's going to drain their economy with all of these sentries and dust that they might have to carry around.
Well, look at this, John. They've snuck into the Radiant Triangle for a moment. They'll take the Watcher, but they will not stick around. But they maybe they're trying to go for a little bit of a sneaky fight from the backside here against Falcons, but not quite. Sit back and relax, go back towards their own high ground. We haven't really seen too much level 1 team fights breaking out here between these two teams. They have been rather conservative when it comes to the early game. If they do want to try for this third game, just make it absolute chaos to get things started. Look around here from Marine for the ward on the high ground, the Dire side. Crit's going to secure Chi in. Sania is ready with the Frostbite if necessary, and Crit is pretty far forward. Instead that they go after ATF, and now Insania, he's the one going down way too quickly, and First Blood will be fed back the way of Crit.
It's a nice juicy morsel to find. They're going to be able to snag away the bounty rune as well. So they do end up with an even start. And Crit is still being chased though.
Thing is, ATF, he gets a Cinder Brew. Crit would activate it in 2. Boxy maybe taking a bit too much damage. Crit will be able to get away for now, and it seems as though ATF going to be okay. Crit will barely survive, by the way.
It's a lot of damage. Crit, he's just going to try to eat through the tangos. You do have Turst already on Mika, so he's going to feel a little bit better. So some movement, some attack speed to play with in the lane. Not too much to really bring it to his favor already. Again, a very strong start for Falcons. This lane for Liquid, with Insania on the CM, along with Mika, of course, in the Bloodseeker, is a very stable lane. Like, you can do a lot with just Frostbite into the Blood right down the line. The Brewmaster's a little bit tougher to squish down, but you've got the Sentry ready on Insania. If Crit oversteps, he's a very easy target to squish.
Boxy does get caught out. Snaky able to secure the kill. Of course, you cannot underestimate the amount of damage Rocket Barrage can deal level 1. And the Snaking already getting to the head of Boxy, and you want to do that against this guy as well, because Boxy last game around, he set up so many kills in the first 10 minutes. You really do want to start to get into the psyche of this guy.
Yeah, this time around, Boxy's not going to be able to leave this lane as he did in the last game. The Night Stalker's not as self-sufficient. Skitter is going to have room to be able to try to bully out or just free farm. Snaking's going to have magic damage to deal with Night Stalker as well. So this is a lane Boxy actually has to camp in, and that's going to provide more space out for Amar and more aggression here.
This is a lot of damage Saberlight's way. Snaking's going to cut him off again, but the problem is he is out of mana, or was, for the Rocket Barrage, so will not be able to continue. Once again, Saberlight kind of hopping the short end of the stick here as they do just continue to focus on him in this laning stage, and it's not the easiest start for him either.
No, it's a rougher go. Again, Boxy's forced. It's back, just Pangolier Leshrac. Classic matchup. Nisha's doing a fine job of controlling it, but you're not going to lose out on too much from Malrine. And that is good news. I think the last time around, Nisha was getting maybe a little bit more on that Wind Ranger. This time around, Malrine should be held off.
The actions. Be at the lane there for a moment. Top lane, Nikkei. Copying it here from ATF, and it is very tough against this duo. Like the Cinderbrew plus the Sakuchi to activate, it can be very, very annoying to try and go against. Especially if you're the CM Insania, like you will just melt to the damage output that they can deal. Nisha having another very good game in the mid lane so far. Top of the CS board on the Leshrac. The question the panel had as well is why would you give this guy Leshrac again as top lane, Mickey? And he get jumped. In fact, they might just go after Insania as the easier target, but no, Mickey is the one dropping. Here comes Boxy from the rear, trying to go on to Crit. Crit is still trying to fight back against Insania because he has no way out. And he will go down as Boxy with another successful rotation on the Prophet.
Finally finds the room to get that movement out with the NP. And you're at the point where Saberlight is forced to solve up in lane, but it's durable enough that he can stand on his own. At least has the Bracer to pad. That leads to activity onto the mid as well. And this is when we saw those leaning issues kick in for Falcon. How much can Boxy be allowed to leave? Can they fully punish this Night Stalker? And you've got decent damage here with Snaking and Skitter, but the Night Stalker is still a pretty tick target, even though he doesn't have the most regen. He is very hard to burst down.
Certainly is.
The seeds of fortune.
Both mid laners will be able to pick up their respective water runes. Foxy is going to rotate back towards the bottom lane, but I doubt there's too much he can do here on the Prophet. Obviously, probably looking for an opportunity up top when it does show. Crit's still trying to be a nuisance up at the top lane against Insania, but a nice setup with a Frostbite into the Blood Ride, and Crit has already committed the Sakuchi, so Boxy now can come in, and Crit will drop once again. It's just the presence of the Prophet every single time you've overextended. If Insania can set up like that, Boxy, he can just come in for that added damage, and it's just so tough to get away.
When Insania's ready, he has a good amount of sentries set out every single time that Sakuchi gets in. Just the Frostbite into Blood Ride combination, and it's a really simple kill. It doesn't take too much to melt through that Weaver. I love that Liquid understand this opening. Amar, there's only so much he can do to help outside of the offensiveness that they can try with a Cinderbrew. And Liquid starting to find a really strong foothold in this game. First, Nighttime kicks in as well, so Saberlight can trade a little bit more on that Night Stalker as well while he's left solo. Although they've tried to make a move now.
They will give it a crack. Saberlight underneath his tier 1 tower, but is surrounded by 3 heroes, and Saberlight, he's got no helping cup. They will let the Night Stalker die. That'll be a very strong pick-off here for the side of Falcon.
It's a nice one to pick up, giving it over to Skitter, having this room to pressure in that bot tower as well, which is almost the same move we saw in the last game. Just having, or in the first game where Skitter was playing that Naga, they just had a lot of room to get that ball rolling from the safe lane. They're setting that tempo here.
Snaking getting maybe a little bit too excited, does move right in, thinking that Saberlight was not going to TP in, but he certainly does. Thing is, Snaking is still not down, but Boxy will TP in, and Saberlight, he will be gifted a free kill on his way in.
They find something for their trouble. They take the good move here in Falcons to just back off. That is more time being dragged onto bot. Rather interesting in this game that, again, we're seeing this mid not be emphasized as much in comparison to most of the games we see from Falcons. Basically, Malrine and Nisha just left alone to farm. No pressure even on the towers. At some point, you would want to see some movement out from Malrine. He does have that timing with the Blightstone into the Fusel Blade next, and that's going to be a good kicking point for them to start to play around. They drag both supports in. Maybe could find us opening onto Boxy or the tower.
Yeah, absolutely. Boxy. Star will fly out. Looks like they will just focus on the tier 1 tower. See, the siege creep has been left alive, and Falcons, they want to try and get as much value out of the siege creep as possible. Actually, keeping it alive with the creep wave as well. So Boxy, he is sticking around, but it's just so much damage being dealt back the way of this mid-tier 1 tower. But Nisha is going to be forced back into the mid lane. Ensure it does remain defended. And not allow Boxy to really have the solo XP here, as Boxy does TP back towards the Wisdom. Remember, Crit was waiting in the wake. So Boxy, he's going to try for perhaps a deny against the Ancients. Crit, he does time it perfectly, though. He will pick up the kill.
A nice little pickup for him. Gets the Wisdom Room anyway, gets the freebie kill. Boxy trying to dance around. Instead, just gives another freebie out to the Weaver, who's had a little bit of an up and down game. It is opening space with all of this movement onto the mid. For the side lanes, you're getting some decent build-up coming out here. For Mike, you're also getting that room that you want to see out for Skitter on the side of Falcons. Amar, he hits his level 6, but he's just going for that usual Hand of Midas build into the Radiance that Panel was talking about. He just wants space, and so far all the heroes that need the space are finding it. And that's just going to lead to an arms race into these early timings. Something like Deso, the Armlet, coming out here for Skitter. The Bloodstone timing for Nisha to try to find from mid.
Now Rain gonna fight for this power rune at the 8-minute mark. Nisha will be able to pick up the illusion. Boxy was there just in case. They have some very deep vision, so Maureen, he's going to jump in on Boxy. Boxy was put underneath the Radiant vision as well. The Prophet, though, is able to walk out. Rupture was committed. Maureen, he's going to try for the Rolling Thunder TP away, and he's barely going to make it. 75 HP just about as mid lane. They are still chasing Nisha. Nisha will be able to stick charge up, but he's not looking too healthy. He'll bury fire, but it is not going to be enough. Snaking to secure the kill. ATF looking for a little bit more value. Will continue chasing Insania and Mike as the tips are already flying out. Maureen having a great time. Crit, he'll get jumped. They'll find a trade with the Weaver, but now Mike, he's going to find a way out. Boxy will at least get the sprout on ATF, not allowing the proper chase. And it seems though Mike will be just fine. It is still a semi-decent trade here for the side of Liquid or Falcons, really.
Dire's middle tower is under
I'd say you're pretty happy with that on Falcons. Just saving your Pango, forcing out this Bloodseeker to take part of these fights without any major atomization, taking away time. Or whereas in comparison, Falcons, Skitter's secure down bot, no one's making moves onto the Wraith King, he's just allowed to build up, and he's under no pressure here to just keep playing with his skeletons and farming around the map. They still hold onto their objectives. That doesn't lead to anything from Liquid, and Equilibrium holds. Falcons are very pleased with that. They could try to go for more once again. Like the cooldowns aren't too long here on Falcons, and they will smoke up on the hunt.
Towards the bot lane, Saberlight. You scan out. Like we'll have the information necessary to potentially back off, but he does stick around Skitter, so but revealing he is still around this area, perhaps not predicting the smoke that was incoming. You do have the T1 tower to rotate to if you do wish as Liquid, but it seems as though they are going to have to let Saberlight go. Saberlight will go down. Maureen able to pick up his first kill of the game here in the paint.
Yeah, nice movement out. Scan maybe just a little bit too short. That looked like it clipped them just going in and out of that mid lane instead of the full rotation. So nice move out from Falcons. Opens up again a little bit of a shove on that bot tier 1. The side of Liquid. Not going to be able to fight against that. They'll try onto Amar.
Yeah, Rupture is committed. ATF, he's a tanky guy. He's still by his T1, so they just can't really deal with him. ATF just stands there and takes it. Now, double braces are up, so it is pretty rough to get through his HP pool.
Yeah, just having the Drunken Brawler up. You don't get pinned down for too long there. Maybe a bit optimistic on Liquid, but knowing that Rolling Thunder's down, you don't really have anyone else to try to pin down anyway. Might as well just try to go for the opportunity, go back to farming for Mike. Falcons, again, they're just ramping up themselves, and this really boils down to how comfy are your mid in playing. We've seen longer more.
Sprout is out. Boxy trying to chase him down, but the Sprout doesn't really lock Skitter in, and well, he had a Quelling Blade anyway, so he probably would have been just fine. Very hard to initiate with the Prophet here onto the Wraith King. But if you are Liquid, you have a Siege Creep down to that bottom lane. You've got a few heroes around. You might be able to just start pressuring that bottom tier 1 tower. Seems like Boxy will leave the area, but a little bit of pressure to be up.
Yeah, just a shove in. Good vision to enable this push out from Liquid as well with Boxy rotating. a little bit optimistic to try to make any big plays at this moment. Everyone's just farming up. You will trade that shove down bot for more than likely the full mid tower here. Fortify is still around, and Nisha does have the running haste here. So is going to be able to stave off. No one willing to commit too big. And again, the big timer for both sides that's the most immediate is likely on the mid. Maybe a little bit more on Saberlight as well if he's willing to go with the Echo Saber. Like, that's where the activity is going to kick in. You've got the defuse already on Malrine, but theoretically he should be set to go to look for some plays.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But now he will not. They throw a homing missile out onto Nisha, but they won't be able to quite get there. Now Rain going to find himself a nice arcane rune, and it seems as though Boxy might be the one to get hunted down, as he will try for a TP play up. Of course, there will be no cancel here from Crit. Boxy will be just fine. Doesn't mean that they remain 6-4 here. Oh, Boxy! Whoopsie daisies! Has ended up in the tree line.
It's fine.
He's alright.
Can cut it down. He's a happy lad. Not going to be stuck for long, fortunately. And Falcons and Liquid stuck in equilibrium this game, at the very least. Good forward wards this time around from Falcons to scout into that top jungle and defend their position here for the Raid King farming by the bot tier 1. Otherwise, no activity. Poking and prodding mid. We should be inching towards that point where you're comfy. Maybe they just want to connect now. But when Amar is ready to go, which is still a ways off, does have the Midas. Pings out onto Amar.
They're going to try again for ATF. ATF going to just pop the split immediately, not wasting any time. Will not be willing to risk his life. Because you do force out the split at the least here as Liquid, so you may be happy to force a fight across the map. That fight might be happening in the mid lane very, very soon, because Malrine is moving in onto Nisha. They want to try for the left. They miss out on hit. Instead, trying towards Saberlight. Snaking's the one being hunted, though, and Snaking, he will go down as Liquid. It's not the biggest skill in the world, but it is certainly something.
It is something, considering all this downtime. Just finding that pickoff is it's satisfactory for the side of Liquid. They are starting to get some good, expand their good vision here on Falcons. Setting up on that mid lane behind the tier 1 now. And we are starting to hit that timing that we're looking for from Nisha. Bloodstone being built up. Foxy playing tag still with Amar, but it's not the easiest target to pin down. The big concern is really probably the core differential now, with Skitter having so much more farm in comparison just from having those skeletons running around. He's got the Desolator queued up not too far off. Whereas Mike, he's gonna go, he has the Maelstrom, he's going into the BKB. But even with a BKB, Bloodseeker jumping forward at that point, it's not necessarily the most damage, it's not necessarily the best sustain as well. So it does feel like you're still going to be relying more on Nisha to take point with that Bloodstone. Again, the Leshrac without the Omni Knight is going to be a different story here.
See, that's spotted here by ATF. No way to cancel the TP though, so it's going to be okay to retreat. Group up back into the mid lane here. Malrine's going to find Boxy now by the looks of it, and Crit is going to move into boot. Boxy going to find out the hard way. They do have vision on that high. It's very hard to de-ward though, because Crit has literally just been camping the area for quite a while, and you see Insania ready to de-ward, but he knows he can't close the gap. Okay? Even having his farm stolen, Crit just getting as much value as possible.
And that's what makes Crit's Weaver so damn annoying. We've seen it so much in the group stages there as well. Just makes the lanes win, and then he's just this massive nuisance that you have to invest support gold into to cancel off, to just counteract. One thing for Liquid as well that's a cause of concern is the fact that they have not made progress in the tier 1s. In fact, Saberlight by that tier 1.
And will get stunned up. Swashbuckle is there. Saberlight is also going to be purged. There's really no hope out. He'll get knocked down to the low ground at the least. Pops the ulti as well, and he's going to go for a run. The Swash apparently doesn't do much damage. The Night Stalker is going to be just fine. Mid lane, Insania will be chased here by Crit. The ward is still on that high ground, so they have plenty of vision, but this time Crit may get punished, but a nice time lapse. He will be all right. Surely this ward does get de-warded now.
I mean, it has to go at some point. No sentry up on Insania. It is within vision. They'll be able to take it out. There is still this nice ward right in front between where the tier 1 and tier 2 is, so there's still some information for Falcons to play with.
It's the movement of Crit. It's just such aggressive positioning throughout this whole game on the Weaver. It's kind of like you mentioned. This is what he's famous for when it comes to this Pulse 4 Weaver. It's just the constant aggression, the constant vision gain for his team, the information he provides, and just a real nuisance again. Just steals your camp sometimes, just soaks some XP, just as annoying as he possibly can be.
Yeah, and it just disrupts your gameplay on the side of Liquid. Like, they're not able to shove in any of these waves. They're not able to go forward tier 1s. They're not able to really cross the river at any point. And they're just kind of stuck waiting. Mind you, they've got the Bloodstone up on Nisha, so that's one early timing. He's going into the Veil next. That should give them some confidence to start playing in to what the side of Falcons have. Echo Saber as well, ready to go on Saberlight. Great.
Might is out. Saberlight going to move out. Silence is there as well. The Weaver does have some help around. It was just snaking, but they will leave him be. It will drop. Everyone else TPs up. ATF not interested in staying around that top lane any longer.
No need to force it for the side of Falcons. I mean, they know some of these early timings are up on Liquid with some of the inventories they've seen. They still need more to finish up the Radiance for that forward presence to cut off some of that right-click damage Saberlight might want to leverage. And maybe some of those early protective items, or at least the early Deso Risk Getter, which is still being built up, lacking the Blightstone, not too far off. Once you can melt that Leshrac, that's where things can open up. And that is the question as well, is the Leshrac durable enough with just the Bloodstone without something like the Omni Knight to save? It doesn't feel like it would be, but you amp him up maybe with a Blood Rage for some spell amp. It could be still a massive risk to jump into.
Top lane, a bit of a group up here from Liquid. Towards ATF on the Brewmaster. ATF running right towards Saberlight. They'll make the jump in now. Rupture committed as well with the Frostbite and the Freezing Field just in case. And ATF will melt. Skidder, he did try to rotate. In fact, they are going to try and force a fight. Foxy is the target. It's not exactly a great trade for the side of Falcons, but they will have to just take it. Foxy still on the run. Meanwhile, Insania being chased by Snaking on the other side. Boxy gets a sprout off, creating plenty of space. Insania the first one to drop on the CM as Boxy still juking around, but Skidder, he can smell him in the tree line. Boxy now running towards the north, but really has no... Oh, hold on a minute. Never mind. Skidder's got him. In fact, Crit was the one to take the kill.
Yeah, I mean, the Gossamer's Cape coming a little bit clutch there, but Crit will find a kill at very least. Some space to shove in mid. And a good sequence of events for Falcons overall, but Liquid, they equalize. They finally find a tier 1 tower. With the Deso up and Skitter though, that opens up Roshan. And with a secondary life to threaten with, they can start to force some of these bigger fights. They know some of the tools available on Liquid at this point. They've got the ward to protect this take of Roche. They can try to invade that top area, maybe force out into a tier 2, or just go hunting.
Roshan will drop very freely here. The side of Falcons. Liquid are unable to really contest or pretty much about it. Falcons will take the Aegis Skidder. Want to pick it up here on the Wraith King, so you've got multiple lives now on this guy. So the Blink Dagger is going to be the next item build up on Skidder. So going full aggressive mode now. It's Team Liquid. To play the slow game once again. Like you never really want to fight into the multiple lives of the Wraith King. They'll have to sit back and relax for a little bit unless they find a real prime fight. Falcons, they might start pressuring that top tier 2 tower. Things are coming out. Oh, Nisha. You can see him if they can hold him down for a little bit. The Leshrac would be the primary kill that you could ask for here if you are Falcons. They will not be able to get that lockdown we talked about. And Falcons, doesn't seem like they're really too interested in committing for the tier 2 yet. Keeping that farm going. And speaking of farm, ATF now has the full Radiance available.
That's going to be one big piece for them to reveal in these bigger fights. Just the constant burn damage on top, the miss chance, especially in something like the Night Stalker and the Bloodseeker this game. Don't have any ways of sorting through that just yet. And BKB up on Mika at the very least can help. But once that shortens down, Amar's presence will be felt. Safe shove up on the tier 2. They've got some forward vision now as well on Falcons. The scout behind that little jacuzzi box up top. Liquid finally getting room to cross the river. Saberlight getting that farm himself. This blink timing on the Night Stalker is going to be the big one. We heard the panel talk about it. Having the crippling fear, you're not going to care for stat resistance. With no BKB on Amar, he is going to be sitting duck from that initiation from Saberlight. And the Brewmaster is one big tool in preventing him.
Oh, Foxy barely able to get away from the Tormentor. I think he's going to be all right. Nisha's going to have to be the one to tank it, and he will be able to do so. Just fine. Shards will go the way of Foxy, and but got to take their Tormentor with Falcons. They'll leave theirs for now. Not too interested in trying to force it. They're just much more interested in the net worth lead, and It's such an even game. Like, less than 1k lead the way of Liquid. It could really go either way in that next fight. The only real advantage Falcons has right now is the fact that the Aegis is still up on skill.
It still has a lot of time. And again, the side of Falcons are playing rather conservatively, not fully forcing in the issue onto any objective. Just more than happy to take their time, more than happy to play this farming game, which Liquid is also satisfied with. Getting some shove out, not even having to expend this BKB and Mika at any single point just yet. Smoke finally out from Falcons though. They don't have vision on that bot side they're crossing into, but they run into someone on the way to the triangle.
Admit, though, Falcons not going to find the opening they're looking for. Perhaps through the mid-river they can go. Still hanging around the dire triangle, looking for the opening, but Liquid seem to have an idea that they are around this area, so they'll go for a counter smoke into the mid lane. Now Falcons have left the area. Not too interested in sticking around without their own smokes. They'll just leave to the high ground, get in that position. Maureen, though, may get caught in the pango. The jump is in the silences now. Maureen barely able to swash away, but it's not going to be enough. He is gone. That's a start for Liquid. Falcons, I do not believe, want to stick around and fight. They immediately all TP up at Snaking. He'll be left behind. Sableye will catch himself another fish. The Snaking will buy a little bit of time running towards the north, but understands he's not getting away. Mickey will take another.
That is a really unfortunate swash there for Malrine. Looked like he might have been trying to aim at a weird angle onto the stairs. Ends up on this little cubby by the ramp and just gets picked off, giving the opening for Liquid. Finally getting some push out on that top tier 1 and getting to invade a little bit in that jungle. Falcons pretty scattered out. I mean, that smoke failing to get that information out already.
Jump is there. Mickey, he's been caught here by Skidder, forced to BKB up and just run. So a little bit of value there from Falcons, at least getting the BKB forced from Mickey, and you'll know that for 80 seconds that is down, and Falcons, they'll see if they can find the opening they're looking for, or maybe even just forcing this mid tier 2 tower.
They've got the output. Skitter's starting to get hungry to build that Desolator up with charges, maybe force this fight here.
Liquid, they're going to try and move in. ATF is the big target. He does have the primal split, but he's been silenced up. He's been given no chance to be able to pop this off. And ATF, he is down. They've even got the first life of the Wraith King. Keep in mind, he still has the Aegis. That'll be the secondary life. Can they get him a third time? Crit's going to try to move in to help out. Nisha, oh, Skidder, that's too much damage. That is too much damage.
Just can't handle it. Like the magic damage pumping out, all the right clicks in the world, the full Mjolnir, the attack speed for Mickey to just rip the apart with a shard.
Can he get away? No, he cannot. Snaking will follow his carry. 4 down for Falcons, and Liquid hand a triple kill to Mickey.
That is just overwhelming coming out here on Liquid. Really confident from Falcons, just forced that issue. Like, yes, they had a secondary life. You still don't have a way for Amar to play once the silences are off. And once he's held in place, if he can't split, he can't have impact.
That's one life. Let's go for the second. Look how quickly this melts. Just Skidder just absolutely getting deleted. That's the second one. Let's go for a third, shall we, Skidder?
Bottom tower is under attack.
Just no chance.
Just like that.
Absolutely zero chance of survival.
Just way too much output.
I think ATF's face says it all, John.
It's a rough goal for Falcons. Liquid, and just doing a great job of playing at the same pace that Falcons want to. They're willing to drop these tier 1 towers early. They sit back, they play it safe, they farm, and they come right at you with this flash. Like Nisha is just looking insane. Mickey looked insane last game. And it's this exact same timing almost. With Bloodstone, BKB, with the Veil to amp up even more output. It's such a hard hero to deal with. You need to have Falcon around for this.
Oh, he's got Snaking again. Pops the ulti just in case. Skidder's going to run in. There's no reincarnate available. Skidder, this is such a risky play. His team is going to show up, but Skidder is dropping. He's been silenced up. He'll Armor Top won't survive for now. But again, no reincarnate available for 35 seconds. Meanwhile, Boxy still going. Does end up going down. Skidder will leave the area. Jump in from Sableye. They found Maureen now. Maureen is gone. In fact, they even found Crit. The Weaver being caught by the Frostbite of Insania. He will follow. Tips out for Sableye, who's giving all the information his team needs. Just so valuable, this Night Stalker, and Sableye just forcing him into such an awkward fight.
I mean, I'm just surprised Falcons are constantly forcing this issue. Skitter in particular, you mentioned it, he had no reincarnation. He almost drops. The reinforcements from Liquid are not, it doesn't take too long for them to connect from that area.
Well, here we go. This time they'll have Reincarnate. Nisha, he's going to be the one to get jumped on. The stun is there. Nisha, he's a tanky target. He's going to try and fight through it. Pulse Nova around Skitter, dropping low again. He is gone. Uh-oh, I've seen this one before. As Skitter, he'll come back in, but can he actually get out of this? It looks like he can. Reincarnate is down, but that's about it. Split as well, of course, as ATF trying to set up something for his team, but well, they do find Nisha again here with the Cyclone. Problem is, can you actually kill him? Nisha, he's trapped up. Maybe they could think about it. He'll pop the Bloodstone. He's still alive, still healing up as Saberlife. Here he comes. Here's the Giga Chan himself onto Maureen. Maureen is gone. Onto the Brewmaster. Oh, Mickey is just cleaning up. An ultra kill for the Bloodseeker. And Falcons, they are desperately trying, but Liquid are just cleaning up as it could be a rampage up for Mickey.
Oh my goodness.
And it will be. Falcons, what do you do? What do you do, Liquid? They are feeling it now.
Liquid are on point. Falcons, it's been mess after mess. 3 fights in a row, they're fighting fragmented in. They go chasing around without Maureen. What was the point of this Pango? To melt the mana of the Leshrac. They take this fight anyway. When they finally come in with the Lesh, they've already lost reincarnation. It's not adding up. None of these fights are adding up. They're forcing it back to back to back. And maybe this is where some of that experience of how long Liquid's been together stand-in situation kicks in. They stay cool, they stay calm, they stay collected, play to the strengths of their lineup, and they just find that timing. Mickey, a very happy boy, of course.
Happy faces of Liquid. And how can you blame them? How can you blame them? This game is well and truly in their control now with the 16k advantage. Falcons, they're going to go for another smoke up, another 5-man. They'll try again. 45 seconds Carnates up, but they're not looking for a 5v5. They just want to pick off. They'll head towards the shield room. Maureen will take that one. Nisha was the primary target they were looking for, but he has left the area. And in fact, Roshan has respawned to boot. So Liquid, they will have first dibs.
Yeah. Just dodge out this gank while they're at it as well. Or division being dropped by Falcons. Smoke out from Liquid. They're on the wrong side of the map. Falcons, they can't afford to give this one away. But they will. Just no information. They can try shoving out. They can try setting up for the high ground defense. They only have that bot tier 2 tower left standing. Kind of protect their bot or lane of racks as well. Only lane of racks if they can't quite go for the super creeps just yet. I will have to say as well, looking at this build-up from Maureen, he did decide to go for something like the Satanic. The panel had some ideas. So.
ATF boxes in with the Orchid out. He will use the Ogre Seal Totem to jump away. So the scary thing about Boxy now, right? Like, he's got the blink up, he's got the Orchid up, so you're never really safe when the Prophet comes in. No boots necessary here for this Prophet, just 4 Wraith Bands and 4 blink and Orchid. You love to see it.
That's a thing of beauty. That's IceFrog's finest creation. Start on tier 2 doesn't take too long to melt. Output from Nisha is insanely high. And I'm just looking at these items. Like, I get the idea behind the Satanic. I get that you feel like these fights are going to take longer. You want to stay alive long enough to melt through the mana, to stay true with the Satanic. But we heard the ideas of the panel. You know, Winter was saying something like the Mage Slayer could have been useful. And just preventing some of that output from Nisha could have been one way to provide more durability out the Skitter, especially pre-BKB. See if that BKB will make a difference down the line. Liquid not going to wait around though.
Yeah, 3-man smoke up. Brit going to reveal himself in that tree line, but they want a bigger target. They're going to head south, and they do find Snake. Not quite a bigger target, but still going to be a one to start with as they head down towards the south. Even further, they actually ended up finding ATF, who tries to TP away and barely makes it before Saberlight gets within range for the Void. But now they're onto that tier 3 bottom tower. Buyback was committed by Snakey. Liquid, do you want to stick around? 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis of Nisha. All they can hope to do is chip away at the Leshrac for now and let Liquid just leave. And I believe that's exactly what Liquid will do. They will just leave and wait for another day.
No rush here for Liquid. Still so much time left on that Aegis. They've got an amplified damage rune as well to find here. That's going to be really tasty, especially if they maybe decide to hand it over onto Nisha. Falcons, and they're trying to keep as much shoved away. They're getting that build-up they'd want to on Amar, finally starting to work onto that BKB, on that Brewmaster, needing a way to just safely split in the middle of these fights. It is going to be one way to get it done. But they've got some vision at least to watch that mid area. They've got some ways of trying to punish, maybe Boxy cutting some waves if he does decide to go for it, but catching out right now is just, it feels near impossible unless they're fully grouped up. And if they're fully grouped up, I mean, Liquid, they've got information in hand. They've got some nice awkward wards watching mid, or any sort of smoke play, or any sort of peeking at the side of Falcons would want. Heck, on every lane they've got a good forward ward. They've got a general idea if someone just steps away from the map, and it's just keeping them safe, just allowing them to take complete control. Full AC up on Mike. So much armor. That burst play now with the Desolator, it doesn't feel as feasible on Tanisha. It hasn't felt feasible. With the Shiva's Guard and the AC, it's too much armor for Skitter to even consider jumping in. Like this Raid King, it doesn't hit hard. Even the supports are going to be a little bit of a challenge.
Red does get dusted up. They will miss out on the Sprout. It will be able to Sukuchi way just fine. Meanwhile, bottom, there is a jump in. Saberlight, he found ATF on his own. It's a 1v1, but Saberlight is certainly at the advantage with this crippling V. He just continues to move in. ATF can split for this, and he is forced to. Saberlight finding value, now needs his own way out. With the Dark Ascension, though, he probably will just be fine to do so. In fact, he might even follow ATF and just keep up the vision. With the Twin Gates, Saberlight, where are we headed? He will get Cyclones up. Meanwhile, mid lane, Skitter getting jumped here by Nisha, but Nisha gonna look to retreat. Like they say that, Nisha just moving right back in onto the creep wave. Everyone does survive for now, but don't have Primal split up, so it seems like Liquid want to try and force the fight. Rupture was committed onto Maureen in the mid lane. Meanwhile, ATF top lane, action all across the map. Skitter in the mid lane has gone down in the Radiant base. Liquid, they're just moving in. Skitter, he'll BKB up, but look at the damage! Mickey, he'll just keep going, and Skitter trying to survive the best he can. He's gone. He is down. It's Liquid continuing. ATF being body blocked by Box. He just cannot make it out. He is finally down. And Liquid, GG is called. GG is called. Liquid have done it. Falcons, they will have to leave earlier than they anticipated, but for Team Liquid, they will be moving through the lower bracket, and they have secured themselves at minimum top 6.
What a spectacular fashion for Team Liquid to get that done as well. A lot of back and forth in that draft. You know, the Bloodseeker pick working out well. At Falcons, you know, they go back to some of that comfort, right? They bring out the Crit Weaver. They've got that aggression early. They've got Skitter on the Raid King, and it feels like they've got some answers, but it's